Elden Ring's story has fascinated me for 2 years now, thanks to its captivating characters and underlying lore. In this compilation lore video, we will be discussing the unique characters that act as a tentpole to Elden Ring's story, the Demi-Gods and other great characters of myth, Godfrey, Malenia, Radahn, Radagon, Miquella and more. For it's through the study of these interesting characters that we can learn more about the greater history of the Lands Between, as well as the story the game is trying to tell. There is often more to the Demi-God's story than meets the eye on the surface level, whether it be Malenia's courage or Radahn's inability to let things go. There's always an interesting story to be told with each of them. On top of that, we'll also be examining Radagon and the Golden Order, two central pillars of Elden Ring's main story. So in this compilation lore video, I will be pulling together all of my work on Elden Ring from the past 2 years into cohesive mega videos, ideal for long watch while you sleep or work, and perhaps in my ramblings you will find some answers that you seek. Part 1 and 2 of this compilation series will be linked below. You don't have to have watched the others though, as the original videos were all written to stand alone. But before we get started, remember that if you like Elden Ring lore and Souls lore, then consider subscribing to the channel and liking this video. But before we get into the hours and hours of Elden Ring lore, a word from today's sponsor, Factor. Factor meals are the ideal and convenient choice for hectic lifestyles, as meals arrive pre-prepared and ready to eat in 2 minutes or less, and with a rotating menu of 34 plus meals per week, there is plenty to choose from. It's also a great choice for those trying to live a healthier lifestyle, as Factor meals can help you achieve your calorie goals, with nutritious meals that help you avoid ordering takeout with their no-nonsense, quick-to-make meals. This applies for any dietary requirement as well, as Factor has options for everyone. With keto, calorie smart, vegan and vegetarian options, there is something for everyone. Meal plans range from 4 to 18 meals a week, meaning you can tailor your order every week on the website depending on your needs. Get 50% off with your first Factor box and free wellness shots for life using my link. This means you can choose 2 free wellness shots from 3 available flavours for every order while you are an active subscriber. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone. Thanks again to Factor for sponsoring this video, and now back to the lore. The Shattering War left the Lands Between broken, and led to the Greater Will abandoning the Demi-Gods, as none among their number had truly risen to become Lord. The war concluded with the 2 greatest among their number incapacitating one another in the climactic battle of Aeonia. With the Golden Order failed, and with no obvious successor, grace would be extended elsewhere in an attempt to forge a new lord. Beyond the borders of the Lands Between were the Tarnished, a warrior people of an age long past, driven from the Lands Between and divested of their grace. One man stands far taller among the Tarnished, a man of legendary status, Hoarah, chieftain of the Badlands, once known as Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Godfrey is the pinnacle of what it means to be Tarnished, a mighty warrior, raised to incredible heights, only to be stripped of everything and banished, being tempered in death before finally being called back at the Lands Between's darkest hour. Godfrey and his Tarnished have a critical role in the story of Elden Ring, and in many ways, Godfrey is one of the most influential and legendary figures in Erdtree society. In understanding him and his Tarnished kinfolk, we get a greater understanding of the story at large. To understand the Tarnished, we need to understand Godfrey, for he is the one who would eventually lead the Tarnished out of the Lands Between, and it is from them that they would define themselves. I like that the story of our player, the Tarnished, has a rich history, and we get a rare sort of kinship with a godly character that we rarely get in other From Software games. But not only is Godfrey important for the Tarnished, but in some ways he is one of the most important figures in Erdtree mythology, treated with a reverence and respect far above other characters like Radagon, for example. And there is good reason for this, as in some ways he is the founding and uniting figure of the Erdtree era, alongside Marika, of course. He has garnered this respect because he is the one who won all the victories for the Erdtree in its early period, uniting the lands under its boughs. So let's talk about the earliest era of Hoarlu's history so we can understand the age that tempered the man who would become first Elden Lord. The remembrance of Hoarlu reads the following. After the long march of the Tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. Now, while this refers to the Long March of the Tarnished, an event nearer the end of Godfrey's timeline, it uses the term becoming a simple warrior once more, which tells us that not only was Hoarlu his persona after he became Tarnished, but also that he was Hoarlu before he became Godfrey, Elden Lord. Hoarlu, as we see from our fight with this persona, is a vastly different person than the stately Godfrey. This is of course partly communicated by Hoarlu's behaviour and mentality of strength warrants a crown, i.e. might makes right, a classic trope to display a more barbarian culture. Godfrey is a symbol of a new era of civilization, order, and of Godfrey's controlled, lordly manner. Even Godfrey's name means godly or heavenly peace, a real indicator of what Godfrey represents. In stark opposition to the Godfrey personality is his original personage, Hoarlu, warrior, whose nature we of course get a hint of via the Godfrey icon description, which reads as follows. Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. Meaning of course that before Godfrey was Godfrey, and before he took Sarosh on his back, Hoarlu was possessed of an unceasing bloodlust, a warrior of unmatched rage, power, and with a distinct lack of restraint. And this very much is the man that we see in the second stage of Godfrey's fight, when he has ripped Sarosh off his back, and he fights with his bare hands. We get further evidence of what this barbarian warlord stood for via the champion headband, which describes Badland culture, a tribe he established after becoming Hoarlu once more after his tarnishing, but could definitely be used to analyse the Hoarlu of yesteryear. The item reads as follows. Headband reserved for the Badlands bravest, proof that the wearer has slaughtered countless foes. Following the example of their chieftain Hoarlu, the brave warriors of the Badlands shun excess adornment, strength and warrior austerity, where strength is valued above all else, and excess adornment and showmanship is not part of the culture. This, the strongest survives and the strongest rules, is almost Animal Kingdom in its construction. This all grounds Hoarlu in the era that he is most associated with, that of the Crucible, a period of war, bestial vitality, and competition, a far cry from the civilized Erdtree and Golden Order eras. We know that the age of the Crucible is one of vitality and primordial life, thanks to the many descriptions of it. For example, the scale, feather, and knot talismans read the following. A vestige of the Crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution. It was once considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. So where the Golden Order and Erdtree eras represent civilization, the Crucible era stands for the opposite. These items also tie the Crucible to the Misbegotten and the Omen, given that the knot talisman is dropped by an Omen killer, and visually represents the knotted horns that cover their bodies, and the scale and feather talismans could be used to describe the Misbegotten, who are both scaled and have vestigial wings. Both the Misbegotten and Omen are examples of overflowing, almost cancerous life, both beings having wild vestigial growths that aren't the result of careful evolutionary design. Rather, they are examples of uncontrollable and chaotic life. This is further emphasised by the description of the aspects of the Crucible incantations. The descriptions of all of these describe the Crucible as a power, where all life was blended together. Again, an era of excessive, chaotic life, the stark opposite of controlled civilization. This chaos extends to the artistic representations of the Crucible itself, seen in Siluria's spear and Siluria's helm, and in what Tarnished archaeologist terms the Gardener statues. Finally, the term Crucible itself not only signifies that the Crucible itself was a vessel that contained blended together life, as is suggested by the description of the aspects of the Crucible incantations, but the term Crucible can also mean an era of survival of the fittest. Now, we don't know precisely what the era prior to the Crucible era was called, but we know from Placidusax's remembrance that he ruled as Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. So in this age before the Erd Tree, possibly an age that intersected with that of the Crucible, Placidusax had been Elden Lord, and he was consort to a now fled god. The dragon civilization is one built by dragons, hawks, and beastmen, and so while it is impossible to know if the dragon civilization was in full swing just before or during the age of the Crucible, we do have evidence that Hoarah, or Godfrey, interacted with beasts of this civilization, or at least we have good evidence to suggest that he did. And so whether Hoarah operated just in the age of the Crucible or this age prior, it is clear that he was immersed in an era that valued strength over everything else, an era of violence, life, energy, chaos, and beasts, and in many ways this is encapsulated perfectly by a simple piece of iconography that would come to be part of Godfrey's livery, the Lion Rampant. The beast, or specifically the Lion Rampant, is of course part of Godfrey's coat of arms, and we still see it upon the golden lineage armour of Godric's men, his descendant. We see the Lion Rampant at Stormvale, and of course at the fortified manor, as well as at the arena, which has lion iconography engraved into the stone and lion banners, all locations that are associated with Godfrey's early rule. And in order to understand Godfrey's early era, we have to try and understand the beast who inspired this imagery. We know the identity of this beast thanks to the tree and beast surcoat, which is worn by Godric's men in the current era. It reads as follows. The surcoat depicts the distant Erd Tree and the Beast Regent, an emblem of the Golden Lineage. Both are symbols of glory now past. The Beast Regent is also known as Sarosh, a fact confirmed to us via the Godfrey icon, which we have already read, but it directly references Sarosh as this Beast Regent. We now know him as the Beast Regent, a title that denotes his submissive and advisory position to Godfrey. However, once Sarosh was a lord in its own right, something we learn of via the Beastclaw Greathammer, which reads, "The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's regent." This is a fascinating piece of lore, because it suggests that Sarosh was once a lord of his own people, the Beasts. We know from Godfrey's declaration of strength befitting a crown, as well as his list of victories in his armour set, that Godfrey was a great conqueror, who rose from an age of violence as a victor over many clans and rulers. It would make sense that Sarosh's transition from Lord to Godfrey's regent was also the result of Godfrey defeating Sarosh and his beast civilization, and binding him to his will. And so now I would like to take the time to analyse Sarosh and his beast people, for I think it is vital in understanding the early days of Hoarah and who he would become, and because understanding one of Godfrey's oldest advisors helps inform us of where Hoarah came from. The beast civilization is an interesting and unique challenge to analyse, and I think it is something I will look at in more depth in a separate video. But when it comes to a timeline, there is plenty of evidence that points to the fact that Fire Missoula, the beast and dragon civilization, developed over a long period of time and is quite ancient. This is a subject we have assessed in our Timeline and Dragons video, where, thanks to the excellent work of Tarnished archaeologist, we can compare the development of human prehistory to the development of Beastmen society, showing how old this civilization really is. Firstly, we have reference to the Beastmen beginning to use stone tools, and thus a parallel to the real-life Stone Age. And this is something we learn of via the Bestial Sling incantation, which reads, "It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence." So not only does this refer to stone tools and weapons, but it makes it clear that this bestial civilization took place in the time before the Erd Tree, clearly setting it before the more modern Leyndell civilization and the Erd Tree faith. We can backtrack the prehistory development further from the Stone Age through to the Copper Age, thanks to Tarnished archaeologists' identification of the Beastmen burials being a reference to the Copper Age Varna burials. And then finally into the Iron Age, thanks to the description of the Beastman cleaver, that makes it clear that these weapons are of iron construction. And so while I have often assumed that all of this history took place a long time ago, and evidently some of it did, like the Stone Age and the Copper Age parts of Beastman society, I am now of the opinion that the Beastman civilization may well have been more around when Godfrey or Hoaralou was rising to prominence, such as the similarities of Godfrey's axe and the Beastman cleaver, as well as the semantics of Placiduous Axe's remembrance, that suggest that he was still the Elden Lord in the age just prior to that of the Erd Tree, and we will go over some other connections, but people may be wondering why I'm even talking about Beastman society, and that's of course because we are talking about Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, and we can find lion visages throughout Fire Missoula and the Bestial Sanctum, which to me heavily suggests that lions, like Sarosh, were very much part of this Beastman and Dragon civilization. It is clear that the Beastman civilization was subservient to the dragons, as we can see via the clear statuary in Fire Missoula that show the Beastmen being sort of religious or clerical attendants to the dragons. It is likely that the Beastmen existed under the aegis of Placiduous Axe, who was their Elden Lord in this age before the Erd Tree, their ruler essentially. Placiduous Axe's remembrance mentions a god, and Fire Missoula has an engraving of a differently configured Elden Ring. So basically, we have all the components of an order. A god, the one mentioned in Placiduous Axe's remembrance, an Elden Lord, Placiduous Axe himself, and the Elden Ring, much like we had Godfrey, Marika, and the Elden Ring later. In totality, I would speculate that this society would be made up of beastmen, wolves, lions like Sarosh and the Guardian Lions, dragons and hawks, all of which can be tied back to Fire Missoula, either by statuary or by physical presence. I would also argue that humans played a role in this society, due to the statues of humans we find around Fire Missoula, as well as the lore of the Draconian appearance preset for our players, which talks about a race of humans that were of the ancient dragons, and the Banished Knights, who I believe started off as warriors that served the dragons and Placiduous Axe, but we will revisit that soon. So we could just write this subject off as a very ancient civilization distinct from the modern culture of the Erd Tree, and that Godfrey, Hoaralou, had some kind of clash with them in the past that resulted in Sarosh's submission. However, there is more to Sarosh that we could potentially mine. As I've already said, there is line iconography throughout Fire Missoula and the Bestial Sanctum, and to me this suggests some sort of importance to Sarosh, which makes sense if he was the Lord of Beasts. Sarosh's importance to bestial society could be tied to their idea of intelligence. We have already looked at the item description of Bestial Sling, which speaks of the beastmen first gaining intelligence, evolving from feral beasts to a society that begins to use tools. And of course, using tools is often seen as the first step for an intelligent society. The advent of their intelligence is further expounded upon via the Cinque Dea, which reads the following: short sword, given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The 5 fingers is symbolic of their intelligence, in my mind no doubt a reference to opposable thumbs, a hand setup that has allowed humans and our primate cousins to utilise tools, which, as we've said, is often the first signs of intelligence. Now, this is important because there's another reference to 5 fingers, and it is from something we've already looked at, the Beast Claw Great Hammer, which I will read again. Great hammer with a striking end, modelled to resemble 5 beastly claws. The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarosh, Lord of Beasts. So does this mean that the 5 claws that represent Sarosh also represent intelligence, as if he is tied to their idea of intelligence? Was he one of the first beasts to gain intelligence? Or the first? Or is it that he is considered the wisest and most intelligent among them? The Golden Beast Crest Shield describes Sarosh as an aged counsellor, who guides the golden lineage. To me, this gives the picture of an old and wise being, so at the very least I would speculate that Sarosh is a wise and respected elder of Beastman society, who would go on to give sage advice to Godfrey. As in every depiction that we get of Sarosh, the main thing that is mentioned is his intelligence and advice, not his bestial power or martial prowess. It's always focused in on his intelligence, where his presence in turn makes Hoarah less of a beast and more like a lord. He really is the aspect of Godfrey that makes him more lordly. Ultimately, what is clear to me is that Sarosh was once an important character in this prior society, a lord among his people even if they were subservient to the dragons ultimately. He does still wear a crown, which is either representative of his position as a regent for Godfrey, or he was allowed to retain his crown as a lord over the beasts, but subservient to Godfrey ultimately. And my reason for supposing that Hoarah or Godfrey defeated Sarosh and made him his regent is because of course they were both lords in their own way, and they were both beasts in their own way. We could hardly see Sarosh throwing down his weapons and kneeling before Godfrey without a fight, and indeed we do see scars on Sarosh's face suggesting he was injured in a fight long ago. It would be simple enough to leave it there that Sarosh was a lord among beasts, and Hoarah defeated him in one of his many conquests, and evidently Godfrey did respect Sarosh because he didn't just defeat him and kill him, he obviously became an important part to Godfrey's identity. However, there are more considerations when we speak of the culture of the beast and Hoarah's early history, and that is the rather interesting connections between Stormvale, the fortified manor, and Farum Azula. One of the most interesting connections is of course the Banished Knights, which are not only present in Farum Azula and Stormvale, but also Stormvale and the fortified manor hold the armaments and weapons of the Banished Knights. So what is the connection here? These knights clearly have a connection to the dragon civilization, for not only are they present in Farum Azula, but they also use dragon communion incantations and bear the dragon upon their helms. In Lorehunter's Stormvale lore video, Lorehunter makes the suggestion that Stormvale was originally a fortification built by a Stormlord, that was then captured by Godfrey, co-opted, and altered over time by Godfrey and his descendants. And in Last Protagonist's lore video, they suggest that the Banished Knights did once serve the Stormlord, for reasons we'll get into soon, but after the defeat of the Stormlord, these Banished Knights would be pressed into Godfrey's service, and I believe the truth is a medley of these two ideas. But I will link both of those videos below if you want their explanations of their theories. But let's start with the Banished Knights. In Last Protagonist's video on the Stormlord, they make a lot of interesting observations regarding the Banished Knights. Firstly, they point out that in the original Japanese, The description for Banished Knight Ingval and Banished Knight Oleg are a little bit more to the point. In English they say, one of the two knights known as the Wings of the Storm, yet according to Last Protagonist's translation, they are referred to in the Japanese as the Wings of the Storm Lord, cementing the connection that these banished knights once had to the Storm Lord that is mentioned in Godfrey's armour. As I will discuss in the next chapter, I do believe that the Storm Lord was most likely Placidusax, but later Godfrey would bind these warriors to his will after defeating their lord, Placidusax. Thus these banished knights, with their dragon-topped helm and association with Fire Missoula, is it possible that these banished knights are formed from the Draconian humans, a race of humans available as an appearance preset in Character Creator? The description of this preset reads as follows: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. Of course, this very much hints to a race of people who lived alongside and served the ancient dragons, and it would explain the many humanoid statues and reliefs that we see in Fire Missoula. And of course this is just speculation, but I've just tried to zoom in on the faces beneath the Banished Knights, and it does look like the skin tone of the Draconian human preset, though I'm sure someone more skilled than I could fully unmask these NPCs and find out the truth for sure. Leave your comments below if you believe this is the Draconian preset underneath the Banished Knights armour set. Indeed, the dragon depictions on the flame cannons found in Stormveil could be further evidence of Stormveil's proud ancient heritage. Regardless, that is a lot of speculation, but it would help explain the rather hodgepodge imagery in Stormveil and on the Banished Knights. But of course, Stormveil and the Banished Knights to a degree are also associated with hawks, and the Stormhawk King, who could well have ruled the roost here before Godfrey conquered it. For example, the importance of the hawk to Stormveil and its ancient heritage is made clear via the Hawk Crest wooden shield, which reads the following: adorned with a long-forgotten crest of Stormveil, ancient in design. And of course that icon is the hawk. In fact, it's more or less stated that the Stormhawk King, the ruler of the Hawks, once ruled over this perch at Stormveil over other hawks, as its item description reads the following: ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign, back in the days when Stormveil's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. This would of course explain the presence of hawks throughout Stormveil, and how the Banished Knights utilise the power of the storm, as well as the hawk iconography throughout the castle. It makes it clear that hawks are important to the history of this location. I would speculate that after Godfrey defeated the Stormhawk King, that he would make this region one of his bastions, and even indenture the surviving hawks in this area, as the Warhawk ashes, the ash of the type of hawks we see around Stormveil that have the grafted claws, says the following: spirit of a Stormveil Warhawk, the talons of which have been sliced off so that razor-fine swords could be grafted in their place. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home. And this tells us a lot about the hawks that are at Stormveil. It suggests to me that the hawks, so broken by the loss of their king, the Stormhawk monarch, submitted to Godfrey and his men, having blades forcibly grafted onto them, and serving Stormveil as guard dogs almost. Indeed, their enslavement is more or less confirmed by the fact that their wings have been wounded and we see chains upon their backs, a stark contrast to the free and natural hawks found in Fire Missoula. And so given there are hawks and Banished Knights here, as there are in Fire Missoula, I would suggest that Stormveil was just an extension of Fire Missoula's society, and that the Stormhawk monarch ruled over hawks in this location as a part of the greater Fire Missoula civilization. But much like his other defeated enemy Sarosh, hawks would continue to be an important symbol to Godfrey for a long time, showing how much he respected their power. For not only does the hawk symbol feature heavily in Stormveil, Fortified Manor, and Castle Morn, but dialogue with Nepheli Loux shows that Godfrey's later Badlands clan, far into the future after the conquest of Stormveil, would continue having a relationship with hawks. For when we give the Stormhawk Monarch to Nepheli Loux, she talks about having a hawk in her homeland, as she says,
"Is that ash? I can smell the ancient storm in it. This ash, it reminds me of my first hawk."
This connection with the Badlands clan is further reinforced by Nepheli Loux's weapon of choice, the Stormhawk Axe, which of course recalls the power of the Hawks of Stormveil. But this could be because the Badlands are actually like Stormveil, and as we discuss later in this video, this could be why Hoarah chose the Badlands to settle in, because Nepheli Loux says the following when she becomes the Lord of Stormveil.
"This land is much like the one from which I hail. I will call upon the storm to drive away the foulness that has settled on the winds."
But we are getting slightly ahead of ourselves here, and we will talk about his battle with the Storm Lord when we talk about Godfrey's later victories, but I just wanted to make it clear my ideas behind the connections of Stormveil with Farum Azula. Ultimately, I see it as a bit of a melting point and a crossover of Hoarah Loux's ideas as a warrior, as well as a previous civilization, a civilization of beasts, hawks, and dragons, all which would be incorporated by the rising Hoarah Loux, the banished knights serving under him, the hawks brought to heel, and Sarosh becoming one of his most trusted advisors and part of his iconography. If I was to come down on whether I think Godfrey built Stormveil Castle from scratch, or whether it was something he later took and built upon, I would go with the latter. But I would say that Godfrey certainly had a hand, and his later descendants, in developing it to the state that we see it in today. There are too many ties to the Hawks to discount them completely as having an influence on this place. But of course there are signs of Godfrey's influence. For example, what I call the Crucible Church, the area you pass through after the Rampart Site of Grace. This must have been built in Godfrey's time, as it has crucible iconography. For example, there's the turquoise statue on the roof of a lady with an amphora, very similar to the depiction of Marika with the amphora found on the Erd Tree favoured talisman, a talisman which describes the early era of the Erd Tree. And inside, there are two variations of the Gardener statue, which we believe represent the Crucible. And to me it is also implied that Godric, Godfrey's descendant, also had a hand in further expanding the castle, namely with the golden ornamentation grafted on top. Godfrey seems like a more austere warrior, whereas Godric seems like someone who wants to show off his golden lineage, and thus it would make sense for Godric to be the one who further grafted on the gold onto Stormveil. Stormveil is definitely a layered illustration and history of Stormveil and Limgrave itself, and if you'd like to learn more about its design and potential architectural layers, then I would highly recommend Lore Hunter's excellent video on that very subject. But for me, the best illustration of Stormveil's heritage is the concluding part of Nepheli Loux's quest. Nepheli's ascension to the throne as the Lady of Stormveil only happens after she accepts the ashes of the Stormhawk King, very symbolic of Stormveil itself, Loux being the blood of Godfrey and in possession of the ash of the old Stormhawk monarch, gives Nepheli the legitimacy she needs to rule over Stormveil as Lady Nepheli. This large tangent is served to explain Godfrey or Hoarah Loux's early interaction with the age and civilization of beasts, hawk, beastmen and dragon. And again, for me it makes the timeline a little bit more blurry between Placidusax's Age of Dragons that came before and the beginning of the Age of the Crucible. And Hoarah Loux is important because he is a man of both eras. Hoarah Loux, the man of the Age of Beasts, and Godfrey, first Elden Lord of the time of the Erd Tree, but ultimately someone who very much respected those who came before him, and his most trusted advisor is a lord from that previous era. The submission of Sarosh may well be symbolically represented by Godfrey's axe itself, an excellent observation made by Tarnished archaeologist via Reddit user Kernai Jack. The Reddit user points out the design similarities between Godfrey's axe and the Beastmen cleaver in regards to the designs found upon the blades of both. If this is true, if Godfrey's iconic axe was a gift from the defeated Beastmen, then it becomes even more symbolic than it already is, a final construction from that previous civilization gifted to the Lord that would carry us forth into a new age. And so with that said, the Lord of Beasts and the bestial civilization covered, let us now talk about Godfrey's early culture and his eventual ascension to Elden Lord. Tarnished archaeologist in their Godfrey lore video likens the man to King Arthur, the legendary and mythological unifying British king. And aside from the obvious Round Table parallels, there are even more connections to be made here, but with that imagery in mind, let us look at the Round Table hold itself. The fortified manor is of course the original and physical iteration of the Round Table hold, that we as the Tarnished now utilise in our pursuit of lordship. And this is a fitting setting for the gathering of the Tarnished, as there is a good chance that the ancestors of the Tarnished most likely made up the warriors that once stood around the Round Table in fortified manor with Godfrey in years past. We of course know that the fortified manor was associated with Godfrey thanks to the lion rampant banners, and the lion rampant that sits above the door itself, and in general it is very similarly outfitted to Stormvale. And in general the concept of a round table very much lines up of what we know of Godfrey or Hoaralou, a man who used to believe in strength and martial prowess, and having a council of warriors which were all considered equal in terms of their voice would be very fitting for his earlier days. This is a concept taken from Arthurian legend, where Arthur's council was made up of his trusted and legendary knights. When they stood at that table, there was no head of the table, no voice was valued more than the other, despite the fact their king stood amongst them, and by proving your valour in battle, you'd earned the right to speak freely and equally at the Council of the Round Table. Godfrey's early focus on warrior culture is of course reflected in the design of Fortified Manor itself. It stands in stark contrast to the opulent design of Higher Lane Dale that surrounds it. The Fortified Manor is very Spartan in design, clearly a functional defensive outpost, and I agree with Tarnished archaeologists' take in their Godfrey lore video that this manor definitely precedes High Lane Dale culture. Inside the manor is a very functional space, with rooms dedicated to storage, blacksmithing, armour, and a council chamber, as well as a kitchen and eating spaces. You can very much imagine this as a true warrior's hold, it's not just for show, and that it could actually withstand a siege if necessary. We have already discussed the history of Sarosh, but what is interesting to me is that when we consider the later livery of the golden lineage represented by Godric's men, the livery is balanced between what is now considered to be the two symbols of Godfrey's rule, the Lion of Sarosh and the Erdtree. The very fact both Stormvale and the Fortified Manor only have the lion banner implies to me that the Sarosh symbol was the earlier part of Godfrey's symbolism before he became the Elden Lord of the Erdtree Order, as well as the fact that these constructions are specifically Godfrey's holdings rather than a greater part of the Lanedale and Erdtree Order. Again, the prevalence of Banished Knight armour in both Stormvale and the Fortified Manor, two locations connected to Godfrey, again makes that connection that the Banished Knights were eventually pressed into service under Godfrey, whether you believe them to originally be warriors of the Stormlord or not. And to me, when we look at the early history of Fortified Manor and Godfrey, we're not only looking at the heritage of Hoaralou, but of the Tarnished themselves, of our own character. As we will get into later, the Tarnished are the warrior people who stood alongside Godfrey, and we know this from Marika's speech where she divests Godfrey and his warriors of their grace, and by the description of Godfrey's acts, which shows that he led his kinsfolk out of the lands between when they were tarnished. And in an interview via The Gamer, Miyazaki himself said that Godfrey is the embodiment of the Tarnished's long history and struggle. So just keep that in mind while we look at Godfrey and his earlier history, that we are looking at the history of the Tarnished themselves before they were named such. But we will go into more detail in the Tarnished chapter. And while the story of Fortified Manor isn't said directly, I think it is a great example of environmental storytelling. We can see here a warrior culture that becomes outdated by the later culture of Leyndell, much as the Fortified Manor itself sticks out like a sore thumb amongst the buildings of High Leyndell. As I said in the prior chapter, something that is really difficult to nail down is when the Age of the Crucible truly began, and while I speculate that Hoaraloo's early conquests were a product of the time, an aggressive era of survival of the fittest, in time he would codify his beliefs and become more associated with the new emergent power, the Crucible. The earliest sign of this is of course his Crucible Knights, who we learn are associated with the Warrior King, via their gauntlet set which reads, "Gauntlets of the Crucible Knights who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord." And we can only speculate as to when Hoaraloo became associated with this new rising power, and when he became Godfrey, when he took the vow to become a lord. But at some point, he would become joined to another emerging power, the Empyrean Marika, who would become the god of the new Erdtree era, and as such, he would become her consort, an Elden Lord, and no doubt he gained this position through his formidable reputation as a warrior. Marika and her Erdtree adherents would need a warrior. The protection of the Erdtree incantation makes it clear that at the beginning the Erdtree had many enemies to overcome, and thus a warrior like Hoaraloo was the Elden Lord that Marika needed. And yet to become Elden Lord he needed to be more than a barbarian warrior. He had to conduct himself as a lord. And as we know from his axe's item description, Godfrey did vow to conduct himself as a lord, and at this moment he transitioned from Hoaraloo to Godfrey, from a warrior king with a roundtable council to a more traditional monarch figure. Tarnished archaeologist points out that this is a nuance that is illustrated by Roundtable Hold itself, for in one room we see the level playing field of the Round Table, which stands in stark contrast to the small chamber found off the Round Table, which essentially is a throne room for a lord. One represents a warrior culture of equal voice, and the other represents a traditional monarchy, the complete opposite of a Round Table philosophy, where one voice stands far above the others. So we can assume that after his ascension to Elden Lord, Godfrey's old holds still continued to be used, and given there is an Elden Throne in both Stormveil and Fortified Manor, this is very much implied. Given the more basic and Spartan design of the Norman Fortified Manor, I would suggest that Leyndell was built sometime after this building, due to the more grand design and clearer purposeful ties to the Erdtree in its iconography. And given Godfrey's origins, I would like to imagine him as a man who would still have preferred to use his more functional holds, like Stormveil and Fortified Manor, even after more opulent buildings were built in Leyndell. There is one final symbol of this transition, of the moment that Hoaraloo became Godfrey, and again credit to Tarnished archaeologists for pointing out this detail in Fortified Manor, and the detail I am talking about is the weapons that are plunged into the Round Table itself. Standing starkly among these swords is a single axe, and we know that Godfrey took his iconic double-headed axe at the moment he vowed to conduct himself as a lord. We know what is expected of a lord thanks to the description of the Ruler's Mask item description, which reads, Such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly, wise, and possessing a certain defined geniality. One at the centre of society often finds these qualities most expedient. Hoarah and his warriors very much are the opposite of these ideals. Yet Godfrey the Lord, a man who speaks with poise and respect, very much cleaves closer to the ideals described by the ruler's mask. Godfrey is certainly more defanged than Hoarah, warrior. So perhaps these swords being embedded in the table is a further defanging, a symbolic moment of laying down the sword. Godfrey and his warriors giving up their old ways, giving up the warrior culture, and taking up the symbols of lordship. Could this truly be Godfrey's old functional battle axe, a permanent reminder of the man he used to be, marking the ends of his days as Hoarah, before picking up his more symbolic axe and taking Sarosh upon his back, rising as Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Things of course dramatically changed for Godfrey and the world when Marika looked to herald in the primacy of the Erdtree. We know from Malekith's remembrance that Marika was once an Empyrean, and thus must have been elected as such during an earlier era, possibly during the same era as Hoarah's rise to prominence. From Ranni's dialogue about Empyreans, we know that Empyreans are potential candidate gods chosen to usher in a new era. In Marika's case, it was no doubt the emergence of the primordial form of the Erdtree, the Crucible, that heralded the dawn of a new age that necessitated a new god. Of course, Marika faced a lot of challenges as a young Empyrean, and she and her Erdtree would face an uphill battle to become the dominant power in the lands between. The protection of the Erdtree incantation reads, "In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order." The Erdtree is so obviously the centre of power in our current era, and it is so hard to imagine that it was anything else. Yet as this description so clearly states, the Erdtree earned its primacy through bloodshed. To further drive this point home, the description of the Elden Lord armor set, Godfrey's set, says the following: "The age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict, when Godfrey was lord of the battlefield." This does seem to be one of the bloodiest periods in all of Lands Between history, but it would be the one in which Godfrey would cement his legacy as the lord of the battlefield. And it is no doubt in no small part thanks to Godfrey's martial prowess that the Erdtree would be victorious and become the primary power in the Lands Between. So let's talk about this period. No doubt as a newly minted god, Marika would also have had significant power granted to her. However, given Godfrey's title of Lord of the Battlefield and the many battles attributed to him, I think we can safely say that Godfrey was the biggest factor in unifying the Lands Between under the Erdtree. Marika and Grace were no doubt aware of Hoarah's reputation, and thus this is why Hoarah was elevated to a position of Elden Lord, with Marika probably being fully aware that everything was in opposition to her new order. And again, this is where Tarnished archaeologists' analogy of Godfrey being like King Arthur comes into place again. King Arthur is credited with creating the blueprint for a modern United Kingdom by uniting the disparate United Kingdoms in a post-Roman Britain. And again, we can see Godfrey as that great unifier in the beginning of the age of the Erdtree. And the semantics of the description of protection of the Erdtree really makes it clear that this was a period of lots of bloodshed, because it says through countless victories, the Erdtree would become the symbol of order. And so we can only imagine how much Godfrey and his warriors had to fight. In my own head, I call this era the Erdtree Unification Wars, and no doubt they were countless tribes, minor societies that were crushed and brought to heel by Godfrey and his warriors. The Siege of Morn gives us some insight into what these battles could have been like. So let us look at the grafted greatsword, which reads the following. The storied sword of Castle Morn, a revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors. This is an interesting description as it suggests the original wielder of the sword was a sole survivor of a lost country, and that revenge was their purpose and on their mind, symbolically forging a single sword out of all the swords of a lost clan to bring vengeance collectively to the one that perpetrated the loss of this clan. And when we look at this in line with the sword monument found at Castle Morn, we do get the full picture of who this revenge is directed at. The Siege of Castle Morn. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. This is of course interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, it mentions Godfrey, not Horalu, meaning this event took place when Godfrey was Elden Lord. Secondly, it of course shows that the revenge of this lone revenger was directed against Godfrey, implicitly suggesting that Godfrey is responsible for the destruction of the country and clan that is mentioned in said sword's description. And I would suggest that this country and clan was just one of the many that Godfrey would have destroyed in these Erdtree unification wars, and it would eventually result in this final climactic battle between the lone survivor of said country and Lord Godfrey. Now, we don't know if the Revenger was the one that was in possession of Castle Morn, or whether they were besieging, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It's just another one of Godfrey's many victories, another potential enemy destroyed. And obviously in time this would become one of Godfrey's holding, whether he held it before this Revenger or took it from him, as it does contain the similar kind of imagery that we find in Stormveil and Round Table Hold, and it is still held by one of Godfrey's descendants, Godric, and his vassals. What is also interesting is that Godfrey didn't actually discard the Revenger's weapon, as we can see from the fact it becomes the storied weapon of Castle Morn, and indeed Godric's vassal, Edgar, is determined to recover the weapon before he thinks about abandoning Castle Morn, which has been overrun by misbegotten slaves, suggesting that this sword is of great value now to the Golden Lineage, a relic of this bloodline. And indeed, at the hilt, you can see it now bears the crest of Godfrey, that lion rampant we've gone into detail about so many times now. Despite all these more minor victories, two of his greatest victories are detailed in his armour set, the victories against the Stormlord and the Giants. Now, in days past, I'd always assumed that the Stormlord was one and the same with the Stormhawk King, who we've already spoken about in the prior chapters, and I had denied the common theory that the Stormlord was actually Placidusax. However, as I always do, I have reconsidered my position on this bit of lore, and I believe that there is a good chance that Godfrey defeated Placidusax, and this is the Stormlord mentioned, and thematically, this was the final nail in the coffin of the prior order, one Elden Lord being defeated by the next Elden Lord. Let's start with Placidusax's remembrance, which reads, "The Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm, beyond time, is said to have been the Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return." Now, there are already a number of hints here as to Placidusax being the Stormlord that Godfrey faced down. First is the obvious association with storms. Placidusax exists beyond a storm that is seemingly able to manipulate time somehow. There is also the fact that Placidusax really is a master or lord of storms, being able to transform himself into a storm cloud and wield what the Cragblade describes as primeval lightning. This of course brings us back to the Hawks themselves and their ability to wield storms. Hawks are also present in Farum Azula. Hawks are ultimately raptors, and raptors are distant relations of the dinosaurs, so perhaps the hawks of Elden Ring are descendants of the dragons, an analogy to real-world dinosaurs and birds, and thus carried the dragon's affinity for the storm down the genetic line, and that really the true masters of the storm are the dragons, and the hawks owe their manipulation of the storm to the dragons, and ultimately Placidusax. One of the strongest pieces of evidence for Placidusax being this Stormlord that was defeated by Godfrey is of course his wounds. He seems to have lost 3 heads, and has had his wings and body damaged by very deep scars, all wounds that very much could have been caused by an axe. And as we discussed in a prior chapter, the age of beasts that was ruled over by Placidusax may have more closely overlapped with the age of the Crucible, and thus the age of the Erdtree, more closely than I had previously considered. And so if Marika and Godfrey were seeking to establish a new order, it would make perfect sense for Godfrey to target the Elden Lord of the prior one. And really, if Godfrey's already defeated the Stormhawk Monarch, Sarosh, it would thematically make sense if he also defeated Placidusax. His order's primacy would really be confirmed and legitimised, with 3 lords of this prior order being defeated by the new Elden Lord. This is now what I believe when the armour says that Godfrey faced the Storm Lord alone, Elden Lord versus Elden Lord, with Godfrey coming out on top of this conflict and Placidusax retreating to beyond the storm, awaiting his god to return and essentially licking his wounds. And as we already discussed, if Placidusax was the Storm Lord, that meant that the Banished Knights, including Oleg and Ingval, the wings of the Storm Lord, would have previously served Placidusax, but upon Placidusax's defeat, their locations throughout Godfrey's holds suggest that they now serve a different master. With the Storm Lord and the former order finally defeated, Godfrey and Marika would have one final set of rivals to overthrow, the giants that were mentioned in Godfrey's armour, the Fire Giants, who controlled the mountaintops and the Forge of Ruinous Flame. Obviously, this is one of the most titanic and pivotal battles in this early Erdtree era. It was the battle that marked the dawn of the Age of the Erdtree, the importance of which is impressed upon her men by Marika herself in the speech that Malenia recreates for us on the mountaintops of the giants.
Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree.
This is a pretty epic and momentous speech, and it is important because it does mark the dawn of a new age, the dawn of the Age of the Erdtree. Another thing that is interesting about this speech is where it takes place. Malenia recreates it at the first Church of Marika, again suggesting that the end of this battle would mark the beginning of the Erdtree era, and Marika's dominance as the god, and no doubt this first church was built in honour of that final victory. Marika makes it very clear that this is the final battle in the way of Erdtree dominance, and that all the many countless battles that came before it have led to this singular moment. Of course, the reason why the giants needs to be destroyed is perfectly clear. Not only are they powerful, but they also possess the Flame of Ruin. As we see from our own journey, the Flame of Ruin does pose a direct physical threat towards the Erdtree. The need for action could well have been further spurred by the Prophecy of Flame, which we hear of via Fire's deadly sin, which reads, "The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. That is not the domain of mere men." Aenea confirms that this is the first cardinal sin, and given it is the first of the cardinal sins of the Erdtree Order, I assume this sin must have been established early on in Erdtree history, a fear brought about by a prophecy that ultimately pushed Marika and her people to assault the mountain tops and seal the giants. Marika's speech, of course, mentions Lord Godfrey, placing Godfrey at her side during this conflict, and we can only imagine the great feats that he and his knights would achieve during this battle. With the trolls betraying them, and their ancient Zaemor enemies joining the Erdtree alliance, the fire giants really stood no chance, and were conclusively defeated. However, as we know, victory here was not complete, for the remembrance of the fire giant reads the following. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. Marika and her forces realized that the flame could never truly be extinguished, and thus it must be confined and controlled instead. As we discussed in my Fire Giants lore video, which I will link below, the fire giants are bound to serve the flame for eternity, and as a result, Marika used this against the last giant alive. She would let the fire giant tend the fire by itself, acting as a final barrier and guardian against anyone who would try and utilize the Flame of Ruin. Alongside the giant, the Order of Fire Monks was established, and the rest is history. Thus would begin the Age of the Erdtree, as we learn via the mountaintop sword monument, which reads, "The war against the giants, champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished. The era of the Erdtree begins." We know that the early Age of the Erdtree era was marked by bounty and blessings dropping directly as dew from the tree itself. We discussed this ancient Erdtree era in my Glomide Queen lore video, in which I heavily referenced Tarnished Archaeologist's Creed of the Erdtree video, and I would highly recommend that video if you'd like to learn more about this potential ancient Erdtree era. But we learn of this bountiful time via Erdtree's favour description, which reads the following. It is said that when the Age of the Erdtree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself. So indeed, we know that this is the earliest part of the Age of the Erdtree, a period which is also known as the Age of Plenty, via items like the Icon Shield and the Blessed Dew Talisman, the latter of which reads, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that Age of Plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree would become more an object of faith." We know that Godfrey was present in these times, as the amber medallions read, "The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord." So Godfrey was the Elden Lord at this time of the Age of Plenty. Godfrey would now become to be regarded as a demigod at this time, and he and Marika would begin the lauded golden lineage, something we learn of via Godric's Great Rune, which reads, "The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the golden lineage." Godfrey and his offspring are still well regarded, even in the current era. We see Godric clinging so dearly to this golden heritage, and Kenneth Haight expresses shock that such a weakling like Godric could be the blood of the venerable Godfrey and golden lineage.
"And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage, though you almost wouldn't know it to look at him."
The very term golden of golden lineage tells us how important this bloodline is to the people of the Golden Tree, to Grace. It is the original royal family branch, and from this branch would come the likes of Godwyn the Golden, a family member who would rise to prominence in the war with the dragons, and would also include members like Morgott, the last king of Leyndell. Of course, we can assume that Leyndell as we know it today would begin to be built in this early age, and Godfrey would make his mark on early Erdtree society via his arenas. We know that this was a practice of Godfrey's for multiple reasons. Firstly, it lines up of what we know of Godfrey, a man who values martial prowess. Where better to practice such ideals than in the crucible of an arena? Secondly, the archaeological evidence, as we've discussed, also points to Godfrey's hand, as it contains the classic lion symbolism we have so extensively examined. Finally, there is in-game lore that confirms that these arenas were a Godfrey era practice, that were then shuttered by the time of Radagon when he was Elden Lord. As the ritual sword talisman reads, a talisman patterned after swords used in ritual combat held to honour the Erdtree. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. It is interesting to see that Godfrey, a warrior at heart who developed his own ideals about strength, applies his beliefs and practices to honour his new patron, the Erdtree. Aside from this, we don't know a huge amount about Godfrey's reign as Elden Lord, aside from the fact he must have been around for the Liurnian Wars. We know from Miriel that Radagon would only become Elden Lord after Godfrey was driven from the lands between, and he did this while he was married to Rennala, who he would abandon, and this union between Rennala and Radagon was the union that ended the Second Liurnian War, meaning that Godfrey was still Elden Lord at the time of both Liurnian Wars. Now, thematically, it probably makes sense that the Liurnian Wars took place during the Erdtree Unification Wars that we detailed in the earlier chapter, because of course, the region of Liurnia with the Carians and Raya Lucaria could have been a massive potential rival to the Erdtree society. However, the reason I haven't placed it in that chapter previously is because I am ultimately unsure where it sits, mainly because of a dialogue by Rogier in which he talks about the Golden Order incorporating the people of Liurnia.
They were conceived at the Great Academy of Raya Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
Implicitly, this suggests that the Liurnian Wars took place when the Golden Order was a thing, so later on in the timeline when death was confined. However, I do concede that Rogier may just be talking about the Golden Order in a general sense and talking about their ancient history, prior to it actually being the Golden Order. So I leave it up to you to decide whether these Liurnian Wars took place in the early conquests of the Erdtree, or if they took place during the reign of Godfrey after the age of the Erdtree began. However, there is a war that certainly took place later on after the initial wars of the Erdtree when Leyndell was built, and that is the War of the Ancient Dragons. And I would speculate that this did take place under Godfrey's reign. This event is described to us in many in-game sources, such as Golden Lightning Fortification and the relevant sword memorial found in Leyndell. Of course, it is speculation about when this war actually took place, but my reasoning for it taking place under Godfrey's reign is multifold. Reason 1, Godfrey is thematically discarded by grace after all his worthy enemies are felled, and for me it implies that Radagon's era is the era of peace when main conflicts are mainly done. And reason number 2, as we have already discussed, there's a good chance that Godfrey defeated Placidusax, and thus it would make sense that the remaining dragons under Grandsax and Fortisax would try to take revenge against Godfrey and his people sooner rather than later. But again, I leave it up to you to decide where you think this event stands in the timeline, if it took place in Godfrey's reign or later. Of course, we all know where Godfrey's lordship is going. Godfrey and his tribe were martial people, a wartime lord that was necessary during the initial Erdtree Unification Wars. But now that victory had been achieved and the last bits of combat were dying out, a different lord was needed. It seems as though after Godfrey and his men had lost their purpose, they lost their usefulness to the Erdtree, and grace fell from their eyes. This is of course described by Godfrey's armour set, which reads, "When his last worthy enemy fell, it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded." So we can see that Godfrey's loss of grace was a result of a loss of purpose, after the defeat of the last real threat to the Erdtree. Then of course we see that it is Marika herself who passes this judgment on Godfrey and his warriors, as she says,
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
In this speech, Marika more or less describes the exact chain of events that happened to the Tarnished, as if she and Grace, or the Greater Will, could foresee the greater role intended for the Tarnished. And what Marika says here, right at the moment of their exile, does come to pass. They are chased from the lands between. They do die. And one day they do have grace returned to them, and they come back to the lands between. It seems to be a purposeful decision by the forces that be, by the Greater Will and Marika. And this plan does bear fruit, as it is the Tarnished who become the main players in the current era after the Demi-Gods failed to live up to expectations. So with that said, let us now talk about the Tarnished, their exile, and eventual return. As I've already touched on a couple of times, the Tarnished are descended from these warriors who served beside Godfrey, who were tarnished and exiled at the same time as him. A fact that is confirmed by Miyazaki himself via an interview with IGN, where he said the following about the Tarnished. So the Tarnished, you could call them tarnished individuals who have lost grace, and this is a long time preceding the setting of the game, a long time before. The ancestors of the characters that are present in the world were banished and exiled from the lands between, these Tarnished. So these original Tarnished who were banished alongside Godfrey, who we are descended from, are literally Godfrey's warriors, referred to as his kinfolk in Hoarlu's remembrance. So with that said, let us talk about their exile, something we know was not a pretty event, thanks to Meriel, who says the following.
However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord.
So they were hounded or chased out because of the way in which the people of Grace view those who are tarnished, something we can see in the disgusted way in which Morgott or Margit refers to us,
Foul tarnished,
and in the way which Kenneth Haight initially reacts to us, in regards to us being tarnished and wanting to help him.
Ah, you've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but, no. No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order.
And of course there would have been the cut NPC Viscount Shainheit, someone we've discussed before in the channel, a noble of Leyndell, who would have made it clear that the Tarnished do not belong in the world of grace, and indeed that he believes we are lesser for having lost grace. This is how we make sense of the term itself, the word tarnished. Tarnished is defined in the following way by Oxford Languages. Lose or cause to lose lustre, especially as a result of exposure to air or moisture, or make or become less valuable or respected. Both of these are relevant to the Tarnished. Not only have they lost the luster of gold from their eyes, indeed gold can become tarnished in real life, but also the Tarnished have lost value in the eyes of those in the world of grace. Of course, one of the only characters to speak to us with respect in terms of us being a Tarnished is Godfrey, which of course makes sense given that he was one of us. To not be touched by grace really is to make you a second-class citizen, something we can see when we look at other beings who haven't been touched by grace, such as the Albinaurics. And the greatest lore item in the game, Albinauric Bloodclot, makes it clear how people with grace view things that don't have grace, as it reads, Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. A prejudice that could certainly be applied to the Tarnished as well. And so the Tarnished were chased out of the lands between for being a lesser being, and we know they eventually left for new lands via boat. Of course, this obviously makes sense given the lands between isn't connected to any other source of land and is surrounded on all sides by water, but we get more detail about their leaving via the rusted anchor weapon item description, which reads the following. A rusty anchor wielded as a weapon. Each of its 4 flukes is thick and sharp. When the Tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. And so the Tarnished left with their lord, Godfrey, via boat. As pointed out by Eredin in his Golden Lineage lore video, there is a good chance that they left from the southern tip of the lands between, from Castle Morn, one of Godfrey's strongholds, as there are many wrecked ships here. It's also interesting to note that one of the churches in this region, the Weeping Peninsula, is called the Church of Pilgrimage, perhaps a reference to the pilgrimage of the Tarnished as they left on the Long March. It is also where Malenia recreates part of Marika's tarnishing speech. So yeah, make of that what you will. What is also interesting from this item description is that apparently one boat was left behind, and we can only imagine what horrible fate awaited those Tarnished who didn't leave with the rest. In fact, we may not need to imagine. In VatiVidia's latest Secrets video, he highlights the crucified people found throughout Limgrave. Vati notes that these crucified people are wearing the Guilty Hood, which had a cut item description, which would be far more interesting than the one we find in-game now. This cut description would have read, Garb of spurned Tarnished, who were forced into slavery in the lands between. This is pretty much what we'd expect to happen to left behind Tarnished, enslaved and brutalized. Another interesting nuance to consider is that Godfrey alone was tarnished from his family, not his offspring, as the Golden Lineage very much still exists in the lands between. So the Tarnished people left by boat and would establish societies that existed beyond the boundaries of the lands between, and this is why there is such a diverse choice of background for our Tarnished, in both the classes that we can choose as well as the appearance presets. All of these choices show that the Tarnished lived in different lands and cultures that developed over time, an idea that I explored in my starting class lore video, which I would highly recommend. But of course, before the Tarnished could settle in these lands, they had to undergo what is known as the Long March, referred to in Godfrey's Axe, which reads the following. Weapon of Godfrey, Elden Lord. It was broken in a battle fought as leader of the Tarnished during the Long March. So we actually get a lot of lore from a small line. Firstly, it obviously tells us that Godfrey led his people, the Tarnished, on a long march, no doubt through lands unknown, to find a home for his people. And number 2, it tells us that the Tarnished and Godfrey saw combat in this march, and this combat was ferocious enough that it would end up in the breaking of Godfrey's legendary axe. Obviously we can't know for sure who Godfrey and his Tarnished fought against, but my speculation is that Godfrey and the Tarnished were simply battling against peoples whose land they were essentially invading or marching across. Godfrey would eventually settle in an area or region we know as the Badlands, as the introductory slides call him Hoaralou, chieftain of the Badlands. Indeed, when the Long March of the Tarnished came to an end, he divested himself of lordship and became Hoaralou once more, and this is told to us by his remembrance, which reads, "After the Long March of the Tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more." This meant that he was still Godfrey, as he led the Tarnished on their long march and into their exile, but eventually when he settled, he took off his Godfrey persona. He wasn't a lord anymore, he had done his duty for his people, and he just wanted to become a simple chieftain once more. Despite this, Hoaralou still had Sarosh on his back, meaning that while he was simple Hoaralou again, he didn't suffer from the same bloodlust that he did before. And it looks like Sarosh would have still been his advisor at this time, as indeed we do see Sarosh on Hoaralou's shoulder in the introductory slide. As we have already stated, Hoaralou imported some of his ideals from the lands between, especially the Hawk, with his Badland kinsfolk wielding Stormhawk axes, and as we discussed earlier, Nepheli let slip that she once had a hawk, suggesting that the Badlands people potentially had hawks as companions and hunting beasts. And as we have said already, the Badlands may well have been like Stormvale due to a line from Nepheli. This could be why Hoaralou settled here in the first place, a little reminder of home and something familiar. And if Stormvale is like the Badlands, we can get an idea of its potential geography and weather conditions. Indeed, Badland culture is a return to Hoaralou's more simple barbarian days, as is evident by the description of the champion set, where again, strength and martial prowess is valued over all things. Clearly some Tarnished settled with Hoaralou here, as when creating our Tarnished avatar, we can make them the hero class, suggesting that our character is descended or from this Badlands clan. Hoaralou evidently went on to have more children after he settled in the Badlands, as we meet one of his Tarnished descendants, Nepheli, whose lineage is evidenced by Kenneth Haight supporting her valid claim to the seat of Stormvale.
But now, I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave. Ah, quite. I have indeed selected a new ruler. Lady Nepheli is strong and just, worthy of the burden of Limgrave's lineage.
But the Badlands were not the only resting place of the Tarnished. The starting classes tell us much in this regard. There are Tarnished warriors from the Land of Reeds, if you would choose the Samurai class and or the Lands of Reed appearance preset. There are Tarnished who were once of the Newman people, Marcus people if you choose the Newman appearance. In my mind, if you choose the Newman appearance, that means that your ancestors were once Marcus people in the lands between before being tarnished and exiled alongside Godfrey. A pretty interesting bit of lore if you consider it. There is also a nomadic clan of warriors of which Tarnished also seem to be members of, a nomadic tribe which uphold the water-flowing techniques of the blind swordsman, not only in their combat style, but also in their nomadic way of life. Even in the way they live, their teachings demand that they move like flowing water. Such is the lore of the Tarnished who choose the warrior starting class, with this rich lore being detailed in their armor set. What is also interesting is that there are Tarnished who seem to be part of a church that worships the Two Fingers even outside of the lands between, something we learn of via the Confessor set, which reads, "Black hood for blending in with the darkness, worn by church confessors. The churches outside the lands between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies." Now, it is unclear whether people outside of the Lands Between already worshipped Grace and the Two Fingers, or whether it was an export brought by the Tarnished after their long march. I am more inclined to believe the latter, not only because it's more interesting, but also because the Tarnished have very strong ties to the Two Fingers, as we will discuss shortly. The point being that the Tarnished evidently dispersed far and wide throughout the world, having different classes, different religion, and different nations that they come from. The interview quote from Miyazaki that we looked at the start of this chapter definitely means that makes sense. He describes that the initial exile took place long, long ago, and that we are actually the ancestors of those original Tarnished, meaning that there's been a long passage of time since the Tarnished were originally exiled, giving there a lot of time for the Tarnished people to spread far and wide, to become embedded in different societies, and in essence it gives us a wide blank canvas when we create our role-playing characters in Elden Ring. And so while the Tarnished were living their new lives beyond the Lands Between, we know that major things were going down in the Lands Between. As we know from Marika's speech, her prediction, the Tarnished would one day be required to return to the Lands Between. Far from Tarnished lands, the Lands Between would go through tumultuous periods, especially the Shattering. The Elden Ring was shattered, and Marika's demigod offspring would battle for supremacy in a war so brutal that no one would truly be victorious. Their failure to herald in a new order would lead to their abandonment by the Greater Will, as told to us in the introductory segment. With the demigods abandoned, the Greater Will and the Two Fingers would once again extend grace to their last hope, the Tarnished.
Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring, tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord, and so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak. The Greater Will has long renounced the Demi-Gods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left.
This, in a nutshell, is why the Tarnished are A, given back their grace, and B, called back to the Lands Between. They are the last chance for a new order to be restored, and one of them to become Elden Lord. Not only are they called back, but it seems as though most of the Tarnished are resurrected from death. In the opening cinematic, we see that Hoarlu, Gideon Ofnir, Dung-Eater, and Goldmask were all dead, but in each image, we see the light of grace next to them, as if, in the following scene, they would be resurrected from death. Even ourselves, the Tarnished of little renown, seem to be dead at the beginning of the game, with grace returning to us, and we come back to life. This brings us to a question a lot of people have about the Tarnished. Why do we not die, and why do other Tarnished seem to die? Well, the opening cinematic of our character being resurrected is really the answer. It is grace. Consider what grace is apart from a magical force. It is purpose. As long as the Order has a purpose for us, we will be needed. We know that it was when Godfrey's purpose ended that the light faded from his eyes. When we have grace and have purpose that is granted to us, remember, it isn't about just internal purpose. It is about the system of order having a purpose for you. We cannot die. And this force is so powerful that not only does it stop us from dying, but it actually resurrects us and others back from the dead. And if you don't believe me, this idea is actually confirmed by Miyazaki himself. In an interview from Overture of Elden Ring, Miyazaki says the following about immortality. The immortality of the Tarnished stems from the power of guidance of grace. Tarnished that die outside the Lands Between are given new life through the guidance of grace and beckoned to the Lands Between. This is basically the start of the game. I guess the guidance doesn't want the player character to be freed from this cycle. So that's it pretty simply put. We have a role to play in the current order, and as such, we will not be allowed to die until we have fulfilled that purpose or we are no longer of use. This does raise questions for me about Godfrey. We know that he lost grace when his purpose faded, but does this mean that when he was Elden Lord and needed by the current order, was he actually immortal? Did that play a role in his victories? Not to take anything away from him, of course. It just adds another interesting dynamic that maybe the forces of grace were literally unstoppable for all those that opposed them if their main champions were literally immortal. And let's swing round to another question I get a lot, which is, why are we immortal as the player character, but other Tarnished seem to die? Well, it's pretty simple. We get lots of instances where Tarnished tell us that they've lost the guidance of grace. They've lost the grace that they were given again when they returned to the lands between.
You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm Tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between.
Guidance of grace has once again abandoned them. They have no more purpose, and they are allowed to die. What is also interesting is that quote from Miyazaki implies that grace literally brings us here to the lands between as well, and this does line up to our arrival, where we seem to be resurrected and literally pulled towards a golden life before appearing in the lands between. Although this does conflict a little bit with Roderica's dialogue, where she suggests she came here directly with a cohort of people that wanted to support her. But make of it what you will. Ultimately, it is clear that the guidance of grace is responsible both for the resurrection and immortality of chosen Tarnished, and for their arrival in the lands between. However, it does seem that the Tarnished are resurrected and chosen by grace in dribs and drabs rather than all at once, because the Tarnished seem to have a long history in the lands between, not just outside of it. For example, we know that we are far from the first to arrive. Gideon not only makes it clear that we are a newcomer, but that it's actually been a long time since they saw a newcomer. We also get a history of some of the first members to reach Round Table Hold, such as Vargram and Wilhelm, both of their armour sets stating this is the case. There are also old Tarnished such as Isfan, whose scaled armour set reads the following: Armour worn by Old Knight Isfan. Isfan is one of the few wizened Tarnished who survive to this day. The language used here really does hammer home the passage of time, in my opinion anyway. Isfan is an old wizened Tarnished who has survived after all this time, again suggesting that many years of Tarnished coming to the lands between has taken place, and we are just the latest of it. There are also hints that the Two Fingers have been in Round Table Hold for some time, as the coded sword reads, Hidden sword once granted to the Tarnished of the Round Table by the Two Fingers. A formless cipher comprises its blade. Champions would gather at the Round Table Hold in days long past, when the Two Fingers were masters of oration, their flesh yet full of vigour. First, a side note. While we find this item in the fortified manor, it is clear that it is the ethereal Round Table Hold that is the gathering place of the mentioned champions. Not only because this is clearly the Two Fingers' base of operation, the Round Table Hold, but also because fortified manor and Round Table Hold are two distinct things, and here we are getting reference to Round Table Hold. And before we go any further, we should talk about Round Table Hold itself. Now, I don't find this to be a massive revelation, as I've played a lot of FromSoft games, and this trope's been used twice in their games already. But yes, Round Table Hold is a recreation of an original building. It is an exact replica of the fortified manor. And this is fitting for a place that should be a gathering for the Tarnished. As we discussed already, the Tarnished owe their history to the warriors that once stood at Godfrey's side, and the original fortified manor will have been their base of operations. we know that our Round Table hold isn't a real place and is sustained by grace. The in-game note about Round Table hold, that's for tutorial notes, describes it as existing outside the lands between, and for me, that means that it's almost like a pocket dimension. And indeed, right in the centre of the room, we see a massive fragment of grace. And finally, when the Erd Tree itself burns, Round Table hold burns as well, suggesting it is connected and sustained by grace. Much like the Hunter's Dream in Bloodborne, the Round Table hold is a manifested base of operations by the powers that be. In the case of Bloodborne, the powers that be were the Moon Presence, and in this game it is the Two Fingers and Grace. It is meant to give the Tarnished everything they need to complete their mission. But returning to the idea of the passage of time, and to the description of the Coded Sword, the Coded Sword describes the Two Fingers as once being full of vigour, and they would give this sword to the Tarnished and deliver rousing oration. Indeed, I would hazard a guess that this rousing oration is something that has been shown on the Two Fingers heirloom talisman. A very different picture from the rather faded glory that we see in Round Table hold now. An observation made by Vari as well, who states,
"But how did you find the Round Table?" "Oh, you don't have to say it. Before, the Round Table was chock full of venerated warriors, but now it's home to puff chests and has-beens. I fear you've been terribly disappointed. I don't blame you."
Indeed, not only is Round Table not exactly a rousing place of mighty champions, but the Two Fingers seem far from their glory days. No rousing speeches, and they are actually in seclusion for all but the mightiest Tarnished. Indeed, Lord's Divine Fortification seems to tell us that the Two Fingers are ancient and long past their best, as it reads, "Gideon gained true knowledge after his long exchange with the Two Fingers, discovering all had been broken long ago, that the trembling fingers, bent with age, and the Erd Tree itself, were no exception. Who knows how long this cycle of calling Tarnished has gone on for, but if the trembling fingers are now bent with age, it does suggest it's been a long time. But despite this, there seems to have once been an exceptionally strong bond between the fingers and the Tarnished in general. For example, when we first arrive in the lands between and speak to Bernal, he expects us to act like a normal, loyal Tarnished and serve Grace and the Two Fingers.
"Let me ask you something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of Grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order? Yes, you're a Tarnished through and through."
We have already discussed how there were Tarnished beyond the lands between who acted as confessors, loyal enforcers to the message of the Two Fingers. These confessors also operate on behalf of the status quo of the Round Table, where they seem to be serving as the assassins of the Two Fingers. We know that the confessors are the assassins of the Two Fingers as well, via the two items associated with Creepus. Creepus' crossbow states that he is the head confessor, but Creepus's vial, named after said head confessor, talks about its usage by the Round Table assassins, showing us that confessors and Round Table assassins are one and the same. These Round Table assassins were basically Tarnished enforcers, meant to stop any Tarnished from straying from the Two Fingers' direction and purpose, something we learn of via Assassin's Approach and the Darkness incantations. They would literally eliminate rogue Tarnished on behalf of the Two Fingers. This again speaks to the passage of time, for no such organisation exists now, and Riley the Idol, dressed in confessor garb, one of the targets of Volcano Manor, may well be the last of these. For in our time, many Tarnished have strayed from the path, some joining Mohg, Lord of Blood, and some joining the recusants of Volcano Manor, and nothing happens to them. But again, it speaks to a long and rich history of the Tarnished in the lands between, again adding to the scale of this massive game, that even after the shattering And in this time where the Tarnished have been called back, a lot of time has passed and a lot of history has happened. And for us exploring these lands, the legend and legacy of our once leader is everywhere. The mighty statue of Godfrey found in Stormvale, for example, speaks of his earlier glory days. And of course, we have to face against a golden phantom of Godfrey before we get to face down Morgott, one of his lineage. As I discussed in my Margit video, I believe this golden phantom of Godfrey to be conjured by Morgott, as it uses a similar casting sigil that his Margit projections do when we fight them throughout the game. To me, this image of Godfrey is the idealized memory of Godfrey that is held by Morgott. We can see that Godfrey's axe is unshattered, again suggesting that this projection is conjured from Morgott's memory of Godfrey when he was Elden Lord. Morgott's rune tells us that he is of Godfrey's golden lineage, and Godfrey acknowledges Morgott when he puts him to rest, suggesting that Morgott was his direct offspring.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
And we do face Godfrey at the foot of the Erd Tree near the end of our journey. Evidently, Godfrey has also been called back and given grace again. This is where Tarnished archaeologist King Arthur analogy comes full circle. Arthur was once described as the once and future king, a term reputedly carved in Latin on his grave, meaning that one day Arthur may return, even from his death, in the United Kingdom's most dire hour, to defeat evil and deliver justice. In this way, Godfrey is the once and future king, a sentiment that is basically shared and repeated by a ghost NPC that is found outside the Erdtree Sanctuary upon Godfrey's return. We do indeed see in the cinematic, if you look closely, that Godfrey is being guided by grace. When he puts Morgott to rest, we can see the guidance of grace projecting from Morgott's corpse towards us, the Tarnished. And this does make sense in any ending. If we are a vessel for the flame of chaos, then grace is probably directing Godfrey to stop us. If we are here to claim the Elden Throne, then Godfrey is one final crucible. A crown is warranted by strength after all, and the victor of this battle will prove themselves the most worthy Elden Lord. Even in his death, Godfrey remains a man of honour, a man who adheres to a certain code. Should we defeat him, Godfrey acknowledges that our strength befits a crown. To Godfrey, we have more than proven ourselves as the rightful successor, and ultimately that is the legacy of Godfrey. We are. The Tarnished are a product of Godfrey's time, a noble, if brutal, warrior ideal. And while Godfrey's resume is chock full of incredible achievements, arguably his greatest achievement is us, the Tarnished, for he is the man who tempered those who would become the next Elden Lord, and I for one find it a great honour to fight our progenitor in one final showdown that will decide the rightful Lord after all this time, and to win Hoaraloo's respect is one of the greatest achievements that we can attain. Elden Ring is set purely in the Lands Between, but it is clear that the lore of the world expands far beyond this. The setting is full of many countries, many factions, groups and individuals, with a huge array of motivations. In most Souls games, our avatar comes to the world as an enigma, with very little backstory, and it is up to us to fill in the blanks. But in my opinion, Elden Ring does a far better job of putting some meat on the bones, as some of the starting classes have surprisingly deep lore associated with them. Not only is this great for interesting backstories from a role-playing perspective, but it can tell us more about the Tarnished and the world as a whole. By looking into each of these classes in depth, we can actually learn a surprising amount about the different cultures, society, countries, religion, and crime that can serve as a bedrock for our greater understanding of the lore as a whole. So today I'm going to be doing as deep a dive as possible on each of the starting classes, and I am certain there will be some things that you won't have considered. So the Confessor is a very interesting class and one of my favourites, because of the implications it has for your character's backstory. Let us look at their iconic black armour set first, the chest piece of which reads the following. Worn by Church Confessors. The churches outside the lands between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. So obviously the first interesting bit of lore we get from this is that the Church of the Two Fingers exists outside of the lands between, meaning the faith of the Greater Will, the Erdtree and Marika persists outside, so it's just a really good bit of lore for understanding the scale of this faith and how important it is to the world at large, and it's not just isolated to the lands that we see in the lands between. Next up, it tells us that this origin, the Confessor origin, is a member of the Church of the Two Fingers, hence they wield the finger seal and associated finger miracles. Yet these confessors are no mere priests, but church enforcers, who hunt down enemies of the church, the Hood description even making it clear that their black outfit is designed as such to blend into the darkness. They are assassins. To me, the symbols they wear upon their cloaks makes more sense in this way, a sword intertwined with two snakes. They are the blade of the Two Fingers. Additionally, we learn from the Duelist armor set that serpents are seen as traitors to the Erdtree, so one may interpret this symbol as the blade that hunts down traitors, symbolised by the snakes. You'll note that this symbol, the one on their cape, is also present on another artifact, the Creepus Vial. This is because the Order of Confessors are also known as the Assassins of the Round Table, the Creepus Vials being referred to as an artifact of the latter. These confessors don't just hunt down any blasphemers. No, these are assassins that were known to hunt down the Tarnished, who strayed from grace. As a confessor, you are a Tarnished hunter, hunting down other Tarnished who have strayed from the path of the Two Fingers. And we can first learn of this from one of the miracles that the confessor actually starts with, the Assassin's Approach, which reads as follows. Incantation of the Two Fingers servants, who once served as the assassins of the Round Table hold. The assassins were charged with eliminating Tarnished who had strayed from grace. So we can see the Confessors are an organisation of assassins directly linked to Round Table hold itself, who would hunt down Tarnished at the direction of the Two Fingers. We know these Tarnished employed silence as one of their main weapons, such as through their black outfits, and incantations like Assassin's Approach and Darkness, the latter of which literally spreads a veil of darkness to confound their enemies. Thus silence would become emblematic of these assassins, something we learn from the Creepus Vial, which reads, a ritual implement used by Round Table hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnished, who had strayed from guidance, feared nothing more than utter silence. Now the character Creepus seems to be the head assassin, specifically named the Head Confessor, and that's something we learn from the Creepus Black Key crossbow. This title should eliminate any doubts about the Church Confessors being one and the same as the Round Table Assassins. And once again, if you look closely at this crossbow, you can see the Confessor symbol inlaid across it. That is what you are if you choose this origin. And interestingly, we meet one of these Confessors in-game, known as Riley the Idol, one of those we are sent to hunt down as a recusant, and you can draw your own conclusions as to why, given what we've explained and the nature of the recusants. Riley is wearing the Confessor set, wields the Black Key crossbow, and even drops the Creepus Vial, confirming that he was at least at one stage a Church Confessor, though his possession of the Scorpion Stinger and his proximity to the Shaded Castle might suggest another allegiance now. Ultimately, I find the Confessors to be a really interesting order, assassins in all but name, who would have cast a dark shadow over the Round Table hold, and committed some dark deeds. And that is a pretty loaded origin if you choose this class. And now let us move on to the next class, one of my favourites, Warrior. The warriors are skilled swordsmen from a nomadic tribe that are the inheritors of bladecraft developed by the legendary Blind Swordsman. We know the Blind Swordsman was an incredibly influential character in regards to combat techniques, given we learn the following from the Curved Sword Talisman, which reads as follows. It is said the Blind Swordsman was the originator of this technique, the art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. And so with that in mind, let us start by having a look at their armour set, which greatly implies this connection, as it reads, Cowl of a Nomadic Warrior. The blue colour of its fabric symbolises brisk waters, as fluid and flowing as the sword in the hand of its wearer. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. The flowing technique described here is the one utilised by the famous Blind Swordsman in his fight against the Scarlet Rot, and he was taught this by the Blue Dancer, as the talisman of the same name reads, The Dancer in Blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed an ancient god, a god that was Rot itself. Now I talk about this more in my Malenia lore video, but I believe the blue fairy to be Shifra River, or a manifestation of this, based on the incredible Reddit post by Nameless Singer, which I'm crediting now on the screen, which I highly recommend you read in full detail. Long story short, Nameless Singer describes the fact that Shifra is Gaelic for fairy, and given the association with water, it 100% makes sense that the blue dancer in this talisman is actually a manifestation of Shifra River. So a manifestation of this water spirit taught the blind swordsman the flowing techniques of water to combat the stagnation of the Scarlet Rot. For those unfamiliar, flowing water and stagnant water are powerful pieces of imagery in regards to the Shinto view of the cycle of life. Flowing water is the natural, pure state of things, and stagnant water is the corruption and stalling of the natural cycle of life, and so it is fitting to have these symbolic allusions in this conflict, the flowing pureness of water and the stagnant stalling of the rot. The blind swordsman would use these flowing techniques to ward away the outer god of rot, which we learn from the scorpion stinger, with the Lake of Rot map telling us more about the sealing of this god. It reads as follows. A great lake of standing water downstream of the Ainsel River. It is said the divine essence of an outer god is sealed away in this land. So the combination of these items tells us that the blind swordsman, empowered by the blue fairy, once battled and sealed the outer god of Rot, which no doubt led to the collapse of the great lords of Rot, as described by the Mushroom Crown. And it also explains why the Scarlet Rot in the Lake of Rot is so virulent, because the outer god of Rot itself was sealed in these lands. And credit to Igor Engel for pointing out the lore of the Lake of Rot in my last Malenia video. Thank you, Igor. So that's one hell of a legacy, and it doesn't stop there. Of course, the blind swordsman's duty would compel him to continue to track down manifestations of the Scarlet Rot, and the latest one was Malenia. Yet instead of striking down Malenia, he would become her sword master, something we learn of from the prosthesis Air Talisman, which reads, Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. Indeed, we even see the two inspiring equipment on the talisman's engraving. With this knowledge, Malenia's infamous waterfowl dance, a flowing water-based technique, makes more sense. It is obviously a technique of the blind swordsman taught to her. And perhaps he believed by teaching her these warding techniques, she'd helped keep the Scarlet Rot inside of her. But regardless, what is clear is that he helped train the greatest swordsman of an era. Now that really is one hell of a legacy to be burdened with if you choose the warrior class. So given this history and the words used in the armour set of the warrior class, it's pretty clear that this swordsman had a great effect on the development of this culture, not only in their bladecraft, but the wording of the armour suggests that it also talks about the way they are nomadic. They must always be moving, not only in combat, but in their life, hence they are a nomadic warrior. And if you look at the curved sword talisman, it looks as though the blind swordsman depicted in this talisman, you do indeed appear to be wearing the same outfit as him, leaving me to speculate that you are of the same tradition or tribe as the blind swordsman. One final speculation and observation of mine is the unusual white hair wig that appears to be popping up as part of the cowl. While it could just be part of padding or insulation, one can't help but see it reflects the hair displayed in the curved sword talisman. Perhaps it is one further homage to the blind swordsman, maybe a way of emulating his hair, because no matter what hairstyle you have as a warrior class, it will look like you have this white, cropped hairstyle. But in summary, these warriors are those who have followed the teachings of the blind swordsman, and that is a great character backstory for any role-playing scenario. And now we move on to, I'm sure, what is many people's favourite class, the samurai class. The samurai is interesting from a lore perspective because they owe their lineage to the fascinating land of reeds, and can inform us about the greater world as a whole. Given their class name and armament, we can most likely presume the land of reeds to be loosely based on medieval Japan. Now, we learn of this interesting country and its current state from the armour description of the samurai's Land of Reeds armour, which reads, "The Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbours. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to the blood-soaked madness, or so it has said." I find this interesting because we have already likened this to Japan's medieval period, but there was a specific period in late medieval Japan that was defined by bloody civil conflict, the Sengoku era. For those familiar with Sekiro, you will know that this is also the backdrop to that game. Given From Software's reference to this era before, one cannot help but assume we are meant to think of this period of great internal conflict, and we get a vision of a land completely enveloped by warfare and bloodshed, a land of warriors. Yet it is heavily implied that there's far more fueling this bloody conflict than mere political differences, especially if we consider the term blood-soaked madness that is used to describe this conflict. The specific word choice is interesting, because it gives the impression of conflict that is fueled by bloodthirst, and sort of insanity that is gripping the nation as a whole. Indeed, the Reedlander-based appearance default flavor text also states that this region is a place where blood is a common sight. This focus on blood goes beyond being a byproduct of a conflict, especially if you consider the weapons favoured by Reedlanders cause bleed primarily. It becomes even more interesting when you consider the other item that the samurai starts with, the red thorn round shield. Now, of course, this should be readily apparent for not someone that's new to the game, but someone who has played through the game once or twice, as we know there are special red thorns in the game, the Briars of Sin and the Briars of Punishment. Both of these sorceries are linked to what we know to be the Blood Star. For example, the Briars of Sin spell reads the following: an aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Blood Star. The Blood Star is therefore a star which exists in a dark void that can only be accessed by those who have lost their sight permanently. This is a subject I have discussed in more details in my Fire Giants video, so I will link that video below if you're interested in a bit more context. But given the bloodthirsty nature of the Land of Reed's denizens, does the red thorn symbolism take on greater meaning? After all, these are the lands of Okina and his disciples, the white armour-wearing Iniba. Okina is a legendary Reedlander swordsman who wields the Rivers of Blood, a sword that has tasted so much blood that it has become curse. Okina is the prime example of a swordsman who has fallen to this madness and has become a demon that thirsts only for blood, and as such he would end up serving Mohg, Lord of Blood, and his formless mother. Could it even be that the warriors of these lands specifically have weapons that cause bleed, on purpose, due to their belief in some form of deity or ideal? The potential links between the Blood Star and the Formless Mother are a cause for their own video. However, it does lead us to consider what is the reason for this almost unnatural bloodlust that has taken over an entire nation, and why members of that society bear red thorns upon their shields, and why their weapons always cause bleed. Is this a set of ideals or beliefs that has led to this conflict in the first place? A belief that drives one towards greater bloodshed? Or is it instead just a parasite, feeding off this bloody civil war conflict and exacerbating it through its ideals? That is up to you, but it does give a nice little spin on the usual noble samurai trope that we get in video games. And now we're moving on to the next class, the Astrologer, an important one in the history of the Lands Between. The Astrologers have a fascinating history and impact upon the Lands Between, their work being directly connected to glintstone sorcerers and the Carians themselves. We learn of the Astrologers' early history from the Sword of Night and Flame, a legendary sword now possessed by the Carians, and its description reads as follows. Storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor, one of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in the mountain tops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbours. So we can see that early astrologers lived on the mountain tops of the giants, and lived peacefully alongside these fire giants. It belays a sort of primitive stage of the astrologer community, as of course it would make sense to early researchers, for those without advanced tools, to be as close to their subject as possible, meaning to be as close to the stars as possible. Indeed, we do find traces of this old community up here, as we find astrological tools. It was from these early astrologers that Carians would descend. We know from the Stargazer heirloom that Rennala herself was once an astrologer, and the robes of the preceptors make this connection clearer, as it says the following. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars. We know that fate has been severed from the stars since Star-Scourge Radahn of course halted the movement of the stars, but of course it implies that the early study of astrology by astrologers also went hand in hand with reading fate. Indeed, the flavoured text for the astrologer class, when you're choosing it, reads the following. A scholar who reads fate in the stars, heir to the school of glintstone sorcery. However, it seems for a while at least the Carians carried on the legacy of these astrologers, that being reading the fate in the stars, and it was something that obviously at one point governed the Carians. And we can learn this from the telescope item description, which reads as follows. Astrology tool used by members of the Carian royal family, a stolen part of a larger instrument. During the age of the Erd Tree, Carian astrology withered on the vine. The fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order. Yet despite this, clearly the preceptors carried on the traditions of astrologers. We can see from the preceptor's big hat that the movement of the stars was something important to them. And indeed, Preceptor Celavus's main focus is on abusing fate within the stars to create puppets, so in a way he carries on that legacy. Yet returning to the description of the Preceptor's robe, the schools of glintstone sorcery also owe their genesis to the astrologers, and indeed we know the founding glintstone sorcery was in fact the work of an astrologer, something we learn from the founding Reign of Stars, which reads as follows. The eldest primeval sorcery, said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer, a sorcery of legendary status. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologers saw became real, and the star's amber rained down upon this land. Now, if you want to learn more about the primeval current, I did do a video primarily on that, but long story short, primeval current is a metaphysical force that when connected with, one can connect to the abyss from where stars are born. So this astrologer, in his study of the stars, was able to found the school of glintstone sorcery. and therefore everything we have seen about the glintstone sorcerers being descendants of the astrologers makes sense. It is likely upon this founding glintstone sorcery being discovered that the schools and study of glintstone, rather than just the study of the stars, would become quite prevalent. With that in mind, the astrologer armour description makes more sense. It reads as follows. They read fate in the stars, and are said to be the heirs of the glintstone sorcerers. But alas, the night sky no longer cradles fate. This covers everything we have said, from the fact they used to once read fate, to the fact they are the ones that established glintstone sorcery. But the fact they are described as the heirs shows that the cycle of sorcery has come full circle. Once the glintstone sorcerers were the heirs of the work of early ancient astrologers, so now are the new astrologers the heirs of the glintstone sorcerers. They are coming into an inheritance that their ancestors once sowed. And now with that said, let us move on to another interesting class, the Prophet. Now, the Prophet is a class that has great implications for the story as a whole, and is something I covered in my Giants lore video, but regardless I assume no prior knowledge here, so let us start at the beginning with the Prophet's robes, which read, Robe of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune, and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result. The shackles around the neck warn passerbys not to lend an ear to their sermons. So these are outcasts, so bound and blindfolded as to mark them as someone heretical, so people do not listen to what they see. Their visions are apparently ones that the Greater Wells Church do not want to be heard. Luckily we can hear more about the particulars of this vision from the Catch Flame incantation. Interestingly, this is an incantation that the Prophet starts with, suggesting that the Catch Flame is born when someone has the vision. The incantation reads as follows. Incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. The flame of ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. So by choosing this starting class, clearly, we fall within that category. We are someone who has glimpsed this prophecy and has been blindfolded and exiled as a result. The named prophecy is one actually that sees the Erdtree burning as a result of the Flame of Ruin, a prophecy expanded upon in the incantation Flame's Deadly Sin, which reads as follows. Incantation originating from a deeply ominous prophecy. The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. That is not the domain of mere men. So this is actually a massive bit of lore connected with the starting class. It's one of the most important and final events of the game that your character, the Prophet, has already foreseen. And it's obviously not an uncommon thing to happen, given that it is prophets plural. And indeed we can also assume that Corrin suffered a similar fate, though as we see from his robes, he bears this judgment steadfastly, for his robes read the following. Robe of Corrin the Cleric. Even after exile, Corrin refused to recant his prophecies, and for this, he was blessed with the guidance of grace. Since then, the cartwheel draped on his neck served as a reminder that true guidance await those with iron wills, those with unwavering faith. And so it seems as though Corrin, seeing the burning of the tree, was not one to hold back from letting people know this, and he accepted his punishment and exile. And it seems as though he comes to the Lands Between to find answers to this riddle. He is a stalwart believer in the Erdtree. He does not want to see it burn, but he is afraid that the prophecies are true, and he must act. This is why he seeks Goldmask, but is also why by the end of his journey he has recanted Goldmask, who he sees as a heretic, and he goes mad, finally seeing the Erdtree burning before his very eyes, something he has seen in prophecy. And that in essence is the Prophet, someone who has seen the very end of the age of the Erdtree, and as such has been blinded, outcast, and exiled. Now let us move on to one of the other classes, the Hero class. So the quote for the hero from the selection screen of the classes is probably the most interesting flavoured text of all, as it specifically gives you Kin, a Badlands chieftain. Now let us not jump to conclusions, but of course the main Badlands chieftain that will come to mind is Hoarah-Loux. He is actually introduced as Chieftain of the Badlands in the introductory cinematic, so after choosing this class for your first playthrough, you may very well make that connection. In addition, another hero archetype that we meet in game is Nepheli-Loux, who is also descended from Hoarah-Loux. Indeed, we know that the hero is at very least an accomplished and respected warrior from the Badlands, for their headband reads, "Headband reserved for the Badlands bravest, proof that the wearer has slaughtered countless foes." Following the example of their chieftain, Hoarah-Loux, the brave warriors of the Badlands shun excess adornment. And again it does say that their chieftain is Hoarah-Loux, leading us closer and closer to the conclusion that the hero starting class is Hoarah-Loux's kin, or is at least from his clan. While admittedly there could be other Badlands chiefs out there, come on, who else really could the aforementioned be? There is only one mentioned in game, and if you do have ties to them as the hero starting class, that is one hell of a legacy to uphold. Now let us move on to one of the more enigmatic classes, the Prisoner class. Now the Prisoner starting class is a bit of a mystery, but one that nonetheless gives plenty of interesting roleplay potential. So let us start with their most defining feature, the Iron Mask, and the description of it reads, "Iron mask forced on a prisoner convicted of an appalling crime, thick, heavy, and utterly stifling. A foul creation designed to torment the wearer, either slowly fermenting hatred within their heart, or a spiritual fervour that is near indistinguishable from it." So the Iron Mask is part of their sentence, a device of torture that is meant to have a psychological impact upon the wearer, either making them hate themselves, go mad, or become converted. This type of torture is not actually unique to the prisoner's iron helm. The black dumplings that are forced on the Albinaurics, especially prevalent in Rykard's dungeons, have a similar effect of driving them insane, as we can see from their item description, which reads, "Mask forced on a victim's head to lend torture an extra degree of cruelty. It magnifies one's fear and makes them acutely aware of all forms of pain. When the black dumpling goes on, the torturer no longer seeks answers, only to inflict suffering without hope or relief." So we can even see the language is pretty similar between these two devices of torture, meaning that it is a psychological torture implement. So this is obviously a cruel type of punishment, and in the case of the Albinaurics in Rykard's dungeons, we know that is very much unwarranted. But in regards to the Iron Mask of the prisoner, it does seem to be warranted. The punishment must fit the crime, and the description of the prisoner's mask specifically mentions an appalling crime. What is so interesting is that the description of the prisoner class on the selection screen also gives a little bit of background, saying that the prisoner once lived among the elite. So this is interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, it shows a kind of fall of grace, someone who once lived among the elite, using their elite position to commit an appalling crime, now being reduced to a Iron Mask wearing criminal. I also find it interesting because the prisoner class is one who has access to glintstone sorceries, and to me it implies this sort of link between affluence and sorcery, something also implied by Demon Souls with the starting class royalty, another upper class that has access to these spells. And given the isolationist culture and kind of upper class intellectual culture of Raya Lucaria, it does make sense that those with means and resource would be those most likely to have access to this school. And I think it just gives us a nice little cultural commentary on a class system within Elden Ring. However, it could also just be implying some links to the Carian royalty, but that would honestly just be wild speculation. But nonetheless, I can't deny it is a logical one given the connections to hierarchy and sorcery. However, the ties to nobility are interesting for another reason, because I see it tying up with two outside sources, the so-called Man in the Iron Mask and Griffith from the manga Berserk. The Man in the Iron Mask was apparently a prisoner in the country of France, imprisoned for 30 plus years during Louis the Great's reign in the late 17th century. Witnesses testified to the fact they had encountered a prisoner in the jails who had his face completely occluded by an Iron Mask. Years since, historians have speculated that this man was a relation of the king himself, imprisoned for political reasons, and his face was hidden so that he would fade into obscurity. Ultimately, we do not know the truth of it, but this is one of the main current theories. So I think the ties to nobility is something that could very much harken back to the man in the Iron Mask, though I think Boggart's mask, another Iron Mask forced on prisoners, is more akin to the descriptions we see of the man in the Iron Mask. But one can't help but remember the fact the prisoner is reputedly of noble origin, and having the Iron Mask seems to rob him of his identity. Griffith's mask is one that is forced upon him during the story of Berserk. While Griffith is not a noble by birth, he does eventually become a Viscount, so the connection is still there. And when it comes to aesthetic qualities, it's hard to deny that Griffith's mask is more similar than the prior example I just gave. Ultimately, Griffith's initial crime isn't huge. He is accused of seducing a king's daughter. So this might not be the appalling crime committed by the prisoner as described by their flavor text. However, it could just be a jumped up crime, and they have been imprisoned for political reasons, both like Griffith and like the man in the Iron Mask. However, there is also one other thing of Griffith's story that is interesting in regards to the prisoner class. One can't help remember the rift that Griffith enters to converse with demons under the Eclipse after he has been freed from his incarceration by Guts. Then you cannot help but notice the rift shield that the prisoner holds, the description of which reads, "Small metal round shield depicting a sinister rift, an antiquated charm that glares back at an enemy." And indeed we can see the rift depicted on the front of the shield, yet there's no other mention at any other point in the game of a rift. Is it a possible hint as to the crime that the prisoner committed? Ultimately, I guess it is up to us to decide what the appalling crime of the prisoner is, and to me the prisoner class is one of the most interesting and mysterious backstories for that very reason. And now, unfortunately, not all starting classes are equal, and we get to the runts of the litter. So the Vagabond, the Bandit and the Wretch are unfortunately the weakest in my opinion when it comes to backstory, and also happen to be my least favourite classes to choose, probably for the lack of surrounding lore. However, this might be better for some people because they have blank canvases for people to make their own stories. This is just my opinion, of course. The Bandit is simply just a bandit as we learn from their outfit and equipment, and is more like a generic Souls starting class from Dark Souls, with very little lore associated to be mined from their starting gear. This is similar to the Wretch, although what are you really expecting from a Wretch? This is the ultimate blank canvas. The Vagabond class does appear to have the most interesting lore out of this remaining trio, however. According to the Vagabond set, they are in essence a knight of a once probably noble house that has been forced to leave for whatever reason, as the armour set reads the following: chess piece of a knight banished from their motherland, dirty and battered after enduring a lengthy vagabond journey. The crest emblazoned on the front is worn and dingy, no longer able to evoke sentiment. So this is the most interesting out of these three because it is a blank canvas, but one has a solid canvas. They have a motherland, so you can choose one of the other lands that are mentioned in-game, or make up your own. They also once had a crest of some kind that has been worn off, meaning you have the ability to say it's whatever crest you wanted it to be. It could have been Rykard's, it could have been Radahn's, it could have been another noble house from out with the lands between. So in that respect it is pretty good from a roleplay perspective. They are very similar to the Banished Knights, knights who came from a solid background of training and discipline, but are now essentially free agents and can do what they want. There's also the fact they are vagabonds, and they've endured a long, lengthy journey, so in your mind you can make up what adventures they went on, and what journey they've made to come to this point, and so from that perspective it is far more interesting than the Bandit and Wretch class. But ultimately they are still a blank canvas, and there just isn't much surrounding lore that tells us more about the lands between, or the Tarnished themselves. And that's really all I've got to say about the final three classes. If you think I'm missing anything, I would love to hear more about these guys, to get more of a kind of backstory, but I don't think there is anything else. Over 1 year ago, as we made our pilgrimage into the heart of Leyndell, and later the Erdtree, we were faced with a stark realization. Marika is Radagon. Radagon is Marika. They are one and the same. The implications this has for the story as a whole is massive, and has been one of the most hotly debated topics within the Elden Ring community. How long have the two been merged? Were they always one being? And why? Radagon is a fascinating character, and arguably is one of the most influential figures in recent Lands Between history. His beliefs, actions, and teachings have shaped the world that we find ourselves in, for better and for worse. He isn't the one-tone character many believe him to be. He is at the core of Elden Ring's thematic identity, and his relation to Marika is perhaps one of the most important relationships of all. Understanding Radagon is to understand Marika and the Elden Ring. So join me this week as we examine the story of Radagon, second Elden Lord and champion of the Golden Order. At the onset of this video, I would also like to acknowledge some great content creators whose work has greatly influenced my fundamental understanding of the subject matter that we're talking about today, namely Tarnished Archaeologist, Quelaag, Ziostorm, and Last Protagonist. I would also like to thank Loki, translator and author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout. And remember that if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. One of the most interesting things about Radagon is how suddenly he appears in the lore, yet already in a prestigious position. The first instance of him appearing in the timeline is during the two wars of Liurnia, and we know that he took part in both of these wars, thanks to the description of Barrier of Gold, which reads, "This incantation was used by the champions of the Erdtree in the First and Second Liurnian Wars, during which the red-haired Radagon joined the heroes' ranks. This was a hard-fought war between the Royal Carian House and the Royal House of the Erdtree. We know that the Carian Knights led a fierce resistance against the forces of Leyndell, as the Carian Knight Sword reads, "These knight swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle." But why is Radagon, a character that is never mentioned before this point in the lore, the one who is leading the said champions of gold? This ultimately leads us to the inevitable question that Miriel himself asks: who is Radagon? Well, I would like to state my thesis at the onset of this video. I believe that Radagon has never existed as a singular entity. As long as he has existed as part of Marika. But with that said, I acknowledge that there are two main theories that are valid. The first is that Radagon was his own individual person, a labourer who is descended from the giants. And the second theory is the one that I presented, that he is a being created from Marika herself, and has always been a part of her. And of course this is the one that I'm more inclined to believe. However, in this opening chapter I want to discuss both of these theories, as I do acknowledge there is strength to both of them. So let's explore theory 1, that Radagon was once his own person, who was later merged with Marika. And one of the potential sources for this theory comes from the Brick Hammer. Its item description reads the following: weapon made from an ordinary stone brick, wielded by a labourer who led a rebellion, and later became a champion himself. Even among other bludgeons of its size, this weapon is especially weighty. The strength of a giant is required to wield it. So I think it's hard to deny that you could easily see this as a reference to Radagon, and it could be a hint at his earlier life. The references to a champion, a hammer, and the strength of giants, all terms that can make one think of Radagon. At the time of the Liurnian Wars, Radagon is referred to as a champion by Miriel, and so one could think this is a reference to his time as a champion of the Erdtree. Then there is the Hammer Association. His other half, Marika, also wields a hammer, and Radagon faces off against us with Marika's hammer in hand in the final battle. Finally, there is the reference to a giant's strength, and again this could make us think of Radagon because of the references made to Radagon and giants in the giant's red braid. So let's put all that together and present some kind of narrative that could plausibly explain Radagon's origin had he existed as an individual prior to being merged with Marika, and this hammer is indeed referencing him. It states that this person was a labourer with the strength of a giant, and indeed we know there are humans who are suspected to have been descendants of the giants. The Northerner appearance preset reads, "A face found among the hard people of the unforgiving north. Some say they are descended from giants." So plausibly we could say that Radagon was one of these people, a Northerner suspected of being descended from the giants, but his potential lineage was even more clearly on display, not just via his strength, but via his red hair, the red hair of the fire giants. As described by the giant's red braid, Radagon supposedly hated his hair because of the association with the fire giants, and we can presume it's because he didn't want the stigmatism of being associated with the Erdtree Society's greatest enemy, and the fact this character is referred to as a labourer maybe implies that he is more of a lower class, maybe because of his heritage, though we are just speculating and riffing here. This hammer is found in Stormvale, a fortress of Godfrey's people, and perhaps Radagon began as a lowly labourer in this fortress, under the people who conquered and enslaved his giant ancestors, and he was reduced to this position because of his apparent ancestry, and thus he learned to loathe his red hair because it was the source of his poor treatment. The Brickhammer also describes that this person led a rebellion, and so this labourer, Radagon, could have led a rebellion and uprising of other people who were being maltreated under this order. We don't have any further information than that, apart from that at some stage he became a champion, perhaps recognised and rewarded for his courage rather than punished. While I do find this narrative quite compelling and exciting, I am still of the opinion that Radagon was most likely never an individual himself, and is simply the male aspect of Marika, a persona created upon her becoming a god, and a result of the Elden Ring's influence, which she is a vessel for. There is of course the possibility that this hammer isn't a reference to Radagon at all. It is found in Stormvale, a location that has absolutely no association with Radagon usually. When I discussed this subject with Loki, they suggested that the reference of giant-like strength is more likely an allusion to the earlier age that Godfrey lived in, as the Giant Crusher uses a similar language when describing people of this earlier period, as it reads, "After the giants were quelled, and man turned against man in violence, this weapon was all but forgotten. Man has grown feeble in comparison to his forebears." So there is a good chance that this hammer, the Brickhammer, is merely referencing an unrelated rebel of this period, when people were simply stronger. In addition, the reference to champion, found in the Brickhammer's description, may not be as strong as initially thought. Again, I referred this to Loki, and in the original Japanese, the term used for champion, Eiyu, is quite generic, and is used numerous times in the Japanese script. To name but a few, it is used in relation to the Zaemor, who are named as heroes of the Great War in the same language, the champions that Margit fought via his cloak description, and in the beast champion armour as well. So it is a fairly generic term, and thus is quite likely just a hammer, referring to an unrelated rebel hero of Godfrey's time. I will leave it up to you to decide what is your truth. But with that said, I would like to discuss my main theory, that is that Radagon has always been a part of Marika, born from her soul due to the influence of the Elden Ring. That is what I will argue for the majority of this video, but please bear in mind that even if I accepted that Radagon was once an individual, I would still argue that he became part of Marika before his marriage to Rennala, and you will understand the reasoning why as this video continues. So a good starting point for my main theory, that Radagon was born of Marika, is the giant's red braid, which reads the following: "Every giant is red of hair, and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind." Again, for clarity, I don't think when it says perhaps this was a curse of their kind that it's suggesting that Radagon was a giant. Rather, I believe that it's saying that the red hair is a curse of the giant's kind. And to clarify the intention of this, Loki was kind enough to provide their translation of this item from the original Japanese, and that translation reads as follows: "The giants all uniformly have red hair, and it is said that Radagon despaired at his own red hair. Was it a giant's curse?" What is interesting about this item description is that it implies that Radagon was aware of the fire giants, and if he hated being associated with them to have such strong feelings about it, of hatred, then he must have been close to this event somehow. In my discussions with Loki, they suggested that Radagon's hatred for the giants might be second-hand, and that it comes from Marika, his progenitor and other half, and I totally agree. Indeed, Marika clearly does have a hatred of giants, as is evidenced by her pre-battle speech on the eve of the War of the Giants.
"Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life."
And we see this hatred in her cruel treatment of the final fire giant, as the giant's remembrance reads the following: "The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity." So Marika brutally slaughters the giants, leaving one amongst the graveyard of his people for an eternity of torment. And it is one of the cruelest acts of Marika's reign that we learn in her lore. Would it then not make sense that Radagon's intense dislike of the giants comes from his other half, Marika, that her hatred coalesced into Radagon and resulted in him having an innate revulsion for the giants? But is this when Radagon came into being, at the end of the War of the Giants, not only tinged by a hatred for them, but also touched by their pigmentation? My gut feeling is that Radagon was created, or came into being, when Marika became a god, when she became a vessel for the Elden Ring, and he is a product of its influence, and I will explain why in the next chapter. But before we do so, I want to start by discussing some of the other common theories surrounding Radagon, and this is not to say that I am 100% right, and please leave your thoughts below. Rather, I just want to lay a more solid foundation for this discussion. The most common theories that I see is that they became one, Radagon and Marika, when they married, or that they merged during the shattering of the Elden Ring. Both these theories posit that they were both different individuals that became merged during a certain event. Like I have stated, I don't believe Radagon was ever his own person. To me, he is a reflection of Marika, the god, and thus I don't accept that they were two individuals who became conjoined. Firstly, the theory that they became one during the shattering of the Elden Ring is centered around a certain dialogue, a dialogue that Malenia recreates for us in the Queen's bedchamber, where she says the following:
"O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self."
Many interpret the line, "thou art yet to become me," to mean that they were separate people who were soon to become one. And yet I've never read it that way, and people who argue this theory also overlook another line in this speech, where she says, "Let us be shattered both, mine other self." Radagon, to me, is already her other self at this stage, and the reason she says, "Thou art yet to become me," is because they are still two separate personalities, able to distinguish themselves from the other despite sharing a body, and ultimately it is Marika who is the dominant form, the god form, not Radagon, and that is what she is chastising him for here, but we will get into that shortly. Again, clarity on this matter can be found in the original Japanese, and thanks to Loki, we have access to it. In Loki's translation of this speech, what I am implying is a bit clearer, and I quote that translation now. "O Radagon, dog of the golden regulation, you are still not me, still not God. Still not God." I think that still is an important qualifier, again implying that despite them sharing a body, and Radagon having gained power and influence, it is Marika who is the god form, not Radagon. I also think that Marika and Radagon were one even before they got married, before Radagon became second Elden Lord. My main reasons for believing so are what I see as quite blatant hints surrounding the lore of his marriage to Rennala that lead me to conclude that he was already one with Marika, at least as far back as his first marriage. So let's discuss it. The first thing we need to consider is the very purpose of Radagon's marriage to Rennala. The reasoning behind the union is given to us by the relevant sword monument, which reads, "The Second Liurnian War, no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon, no prize but atonement, the birth of a vow." So this war clearly resulted in a stalemate, the mighty armies of Leyndell clearly unable to break the defences of the magically supported Carian forces. Instead, an alliance is formed between the two, as is told to us by Meriel, who says,
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Rennala. The order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day.
So what am I getting at here by presenting this quote? Well, again, I do have to give Loki credit for making a keen observation in our discussions regarding this video. And the point that they raised was, why is Radagon a representative of the royal house? If he is a random champion, then how does his marriage to Rennala join these two royal households? To me, the reasoning is clear. Marika is Radagon, the most royal of blood. For if that is not the case, and they were individual people, then what relevance does Radagon have to this marriage? How is he binding the two houses together? And this was a nuance that Loki brought to my attention by suggesting that perhaps Radagon was presented as a cousin to Marika, or else another minor royal, but this is a cover, of course, for his true identity. The point being, we don't get any reference to Radagon's relevance to the royal family, or why he is so important. He just is. He just appears at the head of the Leyndell army one day, as Meriel specifically says that Radagon was at the head of the Leyndell army. So who is this guy suddenly leading the forces of the Erdtree in an important conflict? I've always found it very stark that he just kind of appears at the head of the army at this point in the timeline. We get nothing about his position, who he is, whether he's a general. We get nothing of his backstory or the lead up to this moment. Aside from that, we also have to consider Meriel's account of how the Liurnian War came to a close, as he says,
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Rennala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen.
So Radagon repented his territorial aggressions. What right does Radagon, a mere champion, have in order to make such massive political and military decisions? Why is he the one that decides that this war can end, and that the royal family of the Erdtree can incorporate these moon worshippers and make an alliance with them? Indeed, Meriel even pointedly questions the importance of Radagon.
The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Why, out of all the potential suitors in the world, was Radagon a mere and seemingly random champion chosen, especially when he was already in an important political marriage? The question posed by Meriel is too heavy-handed and pointed to ignore, and serves no other purpose than to have the player question Radagon's identity. If you believe that Radagon only became merged with Marika later, either via marriage or during the Shattering, then this question posed by Meriel serves no narrative purpose. The suspicion planted into the player's mind is further inflamed by Meriel's following remarks that come just after this question, where he says,
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harboured a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbours his secret too.
This secret is obviously that Marika is Radagon, given that Meriel is referring to the statue in Leyndell that can shift form between Marika and Radagon. This is obviously the skeleton in the closet. While of course the sculpting of the two-form statue was carved after their marriage and Radagon became Elden Lord, the fact that it is said in the same breath as Meriel's prior statements on Radagon's identity suggests that this is the answer to why a mere champion was chosen to be Elden Lord, because Radagon was Marika even at this time. Indeed, there is further sources of potential evidence that Radagon was already Marika during his first marriage to Renala. One strong bit of evidence for me comes from the Mask of Confidence, the masks worn by the preceptors of the Carian royals. The item reads the following. When Radagon married Renala, he ordered the Carian magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. Preceptors, as we know from their armour set, are astrologers and sorcerers who attended the Carian royals, their name of preceptor implying that they probably tutor younger members of the family, interpret fate, and advise the royals. At least that is my interpretation of their role. Again, I find this a very unsubtle nod to Radagon's great secret. Yes, it could simply be a case of a leader wanting his political dealings kept private, but it's also disingenuous to say that there isn't a pattern forming around lore regarding Radagon. There's always a reference to a secret, or there are questions about his identity. And for me, most clearly, this Mask of Confidence is another nod towards Radagon's true identity, and that the secret that these preceptors, close advisors to Renala, were keeping was that Radagon was Marika, as they will have witnessed the truth being so close to the royal family. There is one final piece of evidence that leads me to believe that he was part of Marika even at his time of the marriage to Renala, and this is the Amber Egg. Again, this artifact, one that Renala holds tightly, is something that Meriel comments on.
In the end, Lady Renala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her.
This Amber Egg, this artifact, is a rune from the Elden Ring itself, as the description of the Great Rune of the Unborn reads, Amber Egg clutched by Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, Great Rune of Unborn Demi-Gods. So again, the question needs to be asked, how did Radagon, a mere champion, manage to procure a fragment of the very Elden Ring as a parting gift to his first wife? Well, the most obvious answer to all of these questions I've posed is that Radagon has always been Marika, Marika being the only person who could feasibly access the Elden Ring and provide Renala with a Great Rune fragment of it. If you disagree with the assessment, please let me know in your comments below with your reasoning. I always do enjoy discussing lore with the community. And so, to return to the thesis of this video, I don't believe that Radagon ever existed as his own individual. But that also doesn't mean he isn't his own individual character that had his own goals and aims and philosophy, which clearly was the case. But ultimately, the big reveal of the two-form statue in Leyndell and its message is that Radagon is Marika. They aren't two different people, they are the same being. Two different personalities of an immortal Rebus, a being that is simultaneously both male and female. Both he and Marika are distinct personalities, or halves, of the same being, constituent parts of an immortal Rebus. But what is a Rebus, and what can it tell us about their story? Well, let's talk about that. The why is a big question when it comes to Radagon. Why is he part of Marika? Even if you don't agree with my assessment that they were always the same person, there is still that question as to why. What is even the point of this thematic point in the story? In my discussions with Loki regarding this subject, Loki suggests that Radagon was created as part of her to spite Marika after she thwarted the Godskin god hunts, seeing him as a more reliable hound to keep her in line than Malekith. However, I'm more of the belief that Radagon was formed so that Marika could become an alchemical Rebus, the perfect being and perfect custodian for the Elden Ring. This is just my theory, however, and as you can see from Loki's suggestion, there are plenty of compelling arguments to be made, so please let me know yours in the comments below, and just bear in mind what follows is my speculative theory. As I mentioned, an immortal Rebus is an alchemical concept. It is the magnum opus of the field, a divine and perfect form, to quote Wikipedia. Sometimes described as the divine hermaphrodite, a reconciliation of spirit and matter, a being of both male and female qualities, as indicated by the male and female head, within a single body. The Rebus is the reunification and reconciliation of opposing matter, including the male and female, to create the perfect immortal being, a unity of all. Perfect in so much that it encompasses everything, spirit and matter. And does this not sound perfect for a being who would be a god and vessel for the cosmic Elden Ring? In basic terms, alchemy is quite often the process of combining and mixing elements, but much of it is described in an allegorical fashion. Now, while I have commented on the idea of the Rebus before, namely in my Marika video, there is another facet to this idea that I didn't comment on. Zyostorm, in a video called Elden Ring is an Allegory for Alchemy, makes a keen reference to the Red King and the White Queen, the two constituent parts of the Divine Rebus. The relevance to Radagon, the red-haired, and Marika, the white-haired, should be obvious, so credit to Zyostorm for bringing to my attention this particular detail. The concept of the White Queen and Red King is an allegorical description, and to quote an article from Learn Religion, the union of the Red King and White Queen is often called the chemical marriage, their marriage that will eventually lead to an allegorical offspring, the Rebus. Descriptions of alchemical processes often describe the reactions of sulfur and mercury. The Red King is sulfur, the active, volatile, and fiery principle, while the White Queen is Mercury, the material, passive, fixed principle. Mercury has substance but has no definitive form on its own. Even before the Red King and White Queen aspect had been brought to my attention, when I first discovered the truth about Marika and Radagon, I immediately considered them to be a Rebus, mainly because it is meant to be the perfect being. But Zyostorm's analysis goes further into this by looking at the analogous King and Queen, and how it can be used to assess the role of both Radagon and Marika. As you saw from the passage I just quoted, the White Queen is the more passive, fixed, and material aspect of the equation, and of course the female element of the Rebus. This does somewhat match with Marika in her distant and cold way of rulership, but also the White Queen is the material, the vessel, and ultimately that is Marika's role, to be the vessel for the Elden Ring.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision.
What I do also find interesting is that one of the alchemical symbols for Mercury cleaves very closely to the form of Marika's rune, whereas sulfur, seen as the more active and aggressive part of the rebus, as well as the masculine, is the element that causes change. We can somewhat see this in Radagon, who in general seems to be far more involved in the world, from fighting in the Liurnian Wars to developing the Golden Order. To go further, I would like to quote another article from Catherine Bayer, who was also the author of the article I quoted just a moment ago. In a separate article, Catherine says the following of this alchemical relationship. While sulfur causes change, it needs something to actually shape and change in order to accomplish anything. This contrasts with Mercury, Marika, who is the passive but material aspect that the sulfur aspect will act upon, and indeed by the end of the game, devoid of her Radagon half, Marika is just that, passive and material, a hollowed out clay husk that houses the Elden Ring. Only the Mercury, the passive material, remains after the Radagon half is killed. So I hope you are still following after that dive into alchemy, but let us now try and unpack the potential ramifications for Marika's character. Firstly, because Marika is the material half, I consider her to be the host or the original character of this rebus, and this does make sense given we learn more about her past and history than we do of Radagon. Marika was once a Numen who was elected Empyrean, and we learn the former from the Numen rune, which reads, "The Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself." And we learn the latter, about her Empyrean status, from Malekith's remembrance, which reads, "Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean." The Numen are an unusual race that we know very little about. Indeed, their appearance preset states, "The face of the Numen, supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born." In my Marika lore video, we were able to uncover some more depth about these beings in detail, thanks to the work of fellow content creator and translator Last Protagonist. In English, the Black Knife Assassin armor names them as Numen. However, when Last Protagonist looked at the original Japanese, he noted that the term Maribito was used instead. Wikipedia says the following on Maribito. Maribito is an ancient Japanese word referring to a supernatural being who comes from afar, bringing gifts of wisdom, spiritual knowledge, and happiness. The term refers to any one of a number of divine beings who were believed to visit villages in Japan, either from beyond the horizon or from beyond distant mountain ranges, bringing gifts. So the Numen are potential humanoid descendants of supernatural beings who come from another world, meaning we don't necessarily know what is the norm for these Numen. Perhaps they are all like Marika, perfect beings that are formed of two halves, and perhaps this is why they live long lives and rarely reproduce. However, I don't believe this, as there isn't any other evidence that other Numen hold this as a part of their identity. It isn't mentioned anywhere else, and the Marika Radagon secret is treated as a really unique situation. Had it been the norm for her people, then I'm sure it wouldn't have been described as Radagon's skeleton in his closet. Rather, it would have been expected as part of a Numen queen. Therefore, I believe Marika's status as a rebus must be related to her godhood, and her becoming the vessel for the Elden Ring. We can see that Marika literally bears the Elden Ring within her at the end of the game, and Anea says that she is the vessel for the Elden Ring. And it's hard to imagine that a normal, ordinary being could bear such a cosmic force. Thus, I speculate that the immortal rebus was created upon her ascension as god, and that she was reformed by the power of the Elden Ring as the perfect being, a god to oversee a new era of order. I believe that Marika is the original being as we learn more about her, as I've said, pre-godhood than we do of Radagon. Radagon just kind of appears in the narrative. We at least know that she was of the Numen people and once an Empyrean. And aside from that, in regards to the alchemical allegory, she is the material, she is the substance, meaning she is the flesh and blood, and Radagon, to my mind, is the active element that was added later, and that he would have his own role to play in their guardianship of the Elden Ring. I do find it interesting that Goldmask, when attempting to complete a calculus that interprets the Elden Ring's true nature, he is confounded when Radagon's name comes up in his reflections.
The Master's reflections had heightened as we neared the Erd Tree, while still a precise calculus. The rhythms grew increasingly wild until he simply ceased. Now the Master is facing quite the puzzle. The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband, King Consort Radagon, also appeared. Who exactly was Radagon?
The answer to his question is that Radagon and Marika are one.
To think that Radagon was Marika herself, or at least such is all I can interpret from the rhythm and calculus of his finger. How would such a thing even have been possible, I wonder? Sadly, I cannot comprehend it myself.
And the fact that Goldmask came across it during his reflections and calculus of the Elden Ring suggests it could be some kind of formula embedded within the Elden Ring itself. Now, I do appreciate this is complete speculation, and we aren't meant to fully comprehend the makeup of such a cosmic artifact, but I do take this as further evidence that Marika's condition as a rebus is the result of the Elden Ring's influence, if Goldmask himself can detect this truth within his calculations of the Elden Ring. Marika and Radagon are very much an eldritch being beyond our comprehension, for what else could literally bear the Elden Ring within them? As I have noted in prior videos, not only does Marika Radagon bear the Elden Ring, they are literally one with the Elden Ring. This is why Marika says,
"Let us be shattered, both, mine other self."
Because not only is the Elden Ring shattered, but Marika's body also shatters, hence the massive cracks throughout her body, and you see this more clearly in the announcement trailer, as the cracks stretch down her back as she does shatter the Elden Ring. She has become one with this unknowable artifact. So to reiterate, the immortal rebus is something truly beyond our comprehension, as is the Elden Ring itself, and as we will later discuss in this video, the few beings that have connected with the will of Radagon and Marika are left overwhelmed and terrified. I think this is why Malenia's remembrance implies that both she and Miquella were meant to be the perfect children. They are born from the rebus, or as the remembrance calls them, the single-bodied god, and we will touch on their relevance later in this video as well. But either way, Radagon isn't mentioned at all until the Liurnian Wars, a war I don't consider to have taken place until the later age of the Erd Tree, because the Barrier of Gold incantation, which describes this event, uses the Erd Tree sigil, rather than the ancient Erd Tree sigil of the earlier Age of Plenty. And as always, credit to Tarnished Archaeologist for his Erd Tree incantations timeline, that we will get into shortly. So to conclude, I believe that the Radagon personality was gestated from Marika when she was crowned as god, hence why he seemingly appears out of nowhere in a prestigious position. He is the active masculine aspect of Marika, born to provide a specific function for the immortal Elden Ring bearing rebus. Radagon would in time develop his own personality, goals and ideologies, a fascinating split that would culminate in Radagon and Marika's disagreement over the fate of the Elden Ring. In many ways, Radagon would become more influential in time, especially in later history, as evidenced by the abundance of his statuary, and by his red hair being revered as a sign of pedigree amongst his children. With all that said, let us talk about the history of Radagon and his acts in the lands between. So, following the aforementioned theory, Radagon would become the active component to the royal godly rebus, and as such would lead Marika's forces in a major conflict, the Liurnian Wars. It is never specifically mentioned as to why Radagon repented his aggressions, or why he decided to make an alliance with the Carian royals, but I get the impression that he fell in love with Rennala.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Rennala.
And B, he saw the value in the Carians after they had so fiercely resisted him. That is just my speculation, of course. But it does become clear that Radagon certainly saw value in the Carian ways of sorcery and intelligence, as he took the opportunity of being married to Rennala to become a more complete leader, by studying their ways. We learn of this via the Radagon icon, which reads, "As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete." This really is the first instance of Radagon developing as something more than just a champion of gold, and sows the seeds for his interpretation of the Golden Order, and ultimately his eventual disagreement with Marika. One final aspect of this icon that's really interesting to me is that it says the hero aspire to be complete. This means that Radagon did have his own aspirations and later beliefs, again reinforcing what I said in the prior chapters, that while Radagon may have been a part of Marika, he also developed his own personality and his own mind. They are still separate personalities despite sharing a soul and body. Perhaps the most important aspect of Radagon's marriage to Rennala is his children, Rykard, Radahn and Ranni. Each of these figures would become massive players in the years to come, and if we consider that Radagon was already an aspect of the single-bodied god, then their extreme power levels certainly make sense. We unfortunately don't get much information on the relationship between Radagon and his children with Rennala, but we know that his two sons seem to hold their lineage to him in high regards. We know from Radahn's breastplate that he was a great admirer of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, but he was equally proud of being descended from his father, as the red mane became an iconic part of his imagery, as we see via the red mane helm, which reads, "The red plume is a symbol of Radahn's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, the mane of the proud red lion, the red lion combining Godfrey's and Radagon's symbolism, the red hair of Radagon, and the lion of Godfrey." Likewise, Rykard's knights, the Gelmir knights, also celebrate this pedigree, and I do think it is a good indicator of how well regarded Radagon was. So great that his sons would try and hold on to that lineage, as if his prestige would elevate theirs as well. No doubt claiming lineage to him would also help have legitimized their claim to the throne when the Shattering broke out. Of course, as we have already discussed, one of the main impacts of his marriage would be political, to bind the two royal houses together and incorporate the Carian household, along with their forces and ideals. Having Caria and Liurnia effectively brought into the fold is a massive win for the Erdtree royalty. As part of his marriage pact with the Full Moon Queen, he will have received a legendary sword, a Full Moon Greatsword, and we know of this tradition thanks to the description of the Dark Moon Greatsword, which reads, "A moon greatsword bestowed by a Carian queen upon her spouse to honour long-standing tradition." As this blade is given to us by Ranni of the Dark Moon, we can presume that Radagon will have received a Full Moon Greatsword from Rennala. This is what has led many to believe that the Golden Order Greatsword, one wielded by the misbegotten Crusader, was once a Full Moon Greatsword, as its description reads, "Greatsword made of light, modelled after the Elden Ring itself, forged by King Consort Radagon to proudly symbolise the tenets of the Golden Order. Telltale signs portray that this was once the greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife, Rennala. What is interesting is he seemingly transformed the sword to reflect his conception of the Golden Order, its tenets made manifest in the form of the Elden Ring itself. I find this interesting because it gives further evidence that Radagon slowly developed his own philosophy surrounding the Golden Order, and what form it should take. Even symbolically, this sword represents Radagon taking something carrion as the foundation and transforming it to serve as a basis for his new ideology. It cannot be overstated how important Radagon's time as a carrion consort was, how it developed his philosophy and character. The Golden Order fundamentalists really are the ruling faction by the time we enter the scene, and it is because of Radagon's understanding of both faith and intelligence that their ideals would be codified. In the meantime, Godfrey's time would eventually run out as Elden Lord, a man of conflict ruling over a peacetime. Marika would tarnish her husband and banish him and his warriors from the lands between. Radagon would take the title of Second Elden Lord and everything would change. Marika marrying her other self seems very sudden, but perhaps both aspects of the Rebus felt it was the best choice for the current era they found themselves in. And so with that said, let us contextualize the era in which Radagon would rise to power by revisiting the earlier periods of this Erdtree epoch. The Age of Plenty / the Age of the Crucible is the earliest period of Erdtree history, a bountiful era that we hear of via the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith." Tarnished archaeologists in their astonishing Creeds of the Erdtree video comes up with a very coherent and compelling timeline of the age of the Erdtree, and I highly recommend you check out that video, as we will be heavily referencing their work in this chapter ahead. We mentioned this timeline briefly before, but basically, Tarnished Archaeologists organises the long epoch of the Erdtree into different eras, symbolised and represented by the evolution of Erdtree incantations that each possess a different insignia. As a result, Tarnished Archaeologists groups the age of the Erdtree into the following 3 eras. Firstly, there is the Age of the Ancient Erdtree, which encompasses the Age of Plenty and the Age of the Crucible. Then comes the Age of Erdtree Worship, and then the Age of the Golden Order Fundamentalists. Myself and others believe that Radagon was brought back at a time of need, a time of waning faith, the coming of which we will illustrate through Tarnished Archaeologists' excellent timeline. The incantations that display the Erdtree in its more wild and naturalistic form are deemed to be the ancient Erdtree incantations from the description of said incantations, such as we see in the descriptions of Erdtree Heal, Blessing's Boon, and Blessing of the Erdtree. This ancient Erdtree era is most certainly the Age of Plenty, as the Blessing of the Erdtree incantation reads, "The Erdtree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life." And this period also encompasses that of the Crucible, as the Crucible incantations share the same incantation sigil. So grouping it together, Tarnished Archaeologist terms this earliest Erdtree era as the Ancient Erdtree period, an era represented by the natural tree itself, and the bounty which dropped freely from it, the Blessed Dew. We know that Godfrey also ruled in this era, not only from his association with the Crucible, but also he is tied to the bounty of the Age of Plenty, via the Amber Medallions, which contain the dried sap, or amber, of the Erdtree, and the description of these Amber Medallions describe them as being a prized object of Godfrey's rule. Yet both the Blessing of the Erdtree incantation and the Blessed Dew Talisman emphasize the fact that this period did not last very long. But why? Well, once again, Tarnished Archaeologist provides a compelling theory, evidence for which is found in the very streets of Leyndell. In Leyndell, even before we burn the Erd Tree ourselves, there is a blanket of ash coating the streets, but the coverage of this ash even reaches the heights of Queen Marika's chamber. As Tarnished Archaeologist says, there can be little doubt of the source of this ash. There is only one object that looms high enough over Leyndell that it could distribute ash to even the highest points of Leyndell, the Erd Tree. The Erd Tree must have burned. When we ourselves burn the Erd Tree, we see Leyndell blanketed under a similar, yet deep, blanket of ash. So if there was ash in Leyndell even before we burn the Erd Tree, it leads us to one inevitable conclusion, that the Erd Tree has been burned before we even entered the picture. Tarnished Archaeologist goes further and states that they believe that the ancient Erd Tree was an actual true tree, and this is how it produced a literal bounty of dew, because it was a real arboreal tree. Indeed, the truth of this theory seems to be confirmed via the depictions of this tree on both the Blessed Dew Talisman and the Icon Shield. Both are objects that celebrate this age of plenty, and both unambiguously show a true natural tree. And this period came to an end swiftly because the original arboreal tree was burned, and in its place the Elden Ring resurrected a golden phantom tree, a tree only symbolically, not in function. Indeed, in the Elden Lord endings, the 4 different variants, we do spawn a new Erd Tree, and that hue is dependent on the configuration of the Elden Ring we choose, implying that the Elden Ring is the source of said phantom, and that upon repairing it and constituting a new order, it produces a new Erd Tree phantom. This would explain the description of the Blessed Dew Talisman that states, now the Erd Tree is merely an object of faith, i.e. it went from being an actual functioning source of tangible benefit to a phantom replacement, an era where faith was more important, faith in the absence of tangible benefit. And this is where we enter Tarnished Archaeologist's proposed era of Erd Tree faith, in which even the Celtic Circle-esque sigil of the Erd Tree is less arboreal in its depiction. And using the incantation sigils of this period to date certain events, we can see from the Golden Barrier incantation that this is when the Wars of Liurnia would have taken place. And so as we leave the Tarnished Archaeologist timeline behind, I do just want to give final credit to Tarnished Archaeologist for the subjects we have just discussed, and the influence that this video has had on my work and understanding of the timeline cannot be understated, so do me a favour and check out their Creeds of the Erd Tree video and give them a sub. With this new understanding in hand of the timeline, certain dialogues of Marika begin to make much more sense, such as the following.
I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
This speech speaks of faltering belief. In the wake of such loss, the burning and loss of the original arboreal tree, many must have felt bereft of the tangible benefits the tree must have once given, before being replaced with this pale imitation. And regardless of what you think to be the source of the original tree's burning, witnessing such an event to the faithful would have been apocalyptic in scale, traumatic for those who had lived in the Erd Tree's shadow for so long. This is no age for a warrior. One cannot slay a lack of faith with axe in hand, and so I see this as the era in which Godfrey and the Tarnished were banished. A new lord was needed, a thinker, a philosopher, a great unifier who could forge a new ideology to replace the loss of the Erd Tree. Enter Radagon, second Elden Lord. And I think Tarnished Archaeologist's theory contextualizes the need for Radagon quite clearly. Both Marika and Radagon should have recognized that Radagon's unifying theories that he was developing at Caria would have filled a much needed gap where the Erd Tree once stood, and so he returned to the Erdtree capital and married his other self. This union would produce 2 children, Miquella and Malenia, both greatly flawed and yet almost unmatched in power and intellect respectively. And I can't help but see both of them as reflections of the Red King and White Queen, one with the mane of their mother and the other with the mane of their father. Perhaps had they been born as one being instead of 2, they truly would have been the perfect child, the auspicious birth that is hinted at in Malenia's remembrance. Yet Radagon's greatest legacy and obsession is of course the Golden Order. As we have discussed many times on this channel before, the Golden Order was created when death was confined, as evidenced by the description of the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus this new order will be one of death restored. I think this is an important moment to try and understand the differences between the Golden Order as a ruling body and the Golden Order fundamentalists as an ideal. Rogier dates the Golden Order as far back as when Radagon first made peace with the Carians.
They were conceived at the Great Academy of Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
I believe the confinement of death, and thus the foundation of the Golden Order, took place following the Godskin apostasy, as evidenced by the description of the Godskin Apostle outfit, which describes the Rune of Death being confined after this event. It makes sense, of course, that after the destruction wrought by destined death at the hands of the Glomide Queen and her apostles, that Marika would want the Rune of Death removed. And overall, this is a topic that I discuss in a far deeper way in my Glomide Queen lore video, so I would direct you there. But what I am getting at is that the Golden Order was not invented by Radagon. Rather, it was a system and configuration of the Elden Ring that happened following the confinement of death. With a specific rune being removed, the Golden Order is both the ruling order but also the form of the Elden Ring. What Radagon developed is Golden Order fundamentalism. Fundamentalism in any religion is a particular sect or line of thought that adheres to a strict and literal interpretation of the scripture. Loki provides a translation of the original kanji used in place of fundamentalism throughout the script, and I quote them now. Fundamentalism, literally, original logic doctrine. Logic refers to principles of the universe. It is scholarship, a pseudo-religious philosophy that tries to understand the fundamentals of logic, order, and the rule of the universe. It concerns itself with the Elden Ring, order, and what is order, hence the absence of the Erdtree in any fundamentalist iconography. Radagon took the intelligence-based studies of the Carians and blended it with Erdtree faith, thus spawning fundamentalism, a new ideology that could fill the void left by the physical Erdtree's destruction, a tonic to an era of waning faith, and the balance of such studies is represented by Radagon's iconic pose, Golden Order totality. Radagon's age was one far different from that of Godfrey, an evolution from the primal combative era of the Crucible to one of refinement and more ordered society. We of course see this in the shuttering of the arenas. These arenas decorated with the lion emblem of Godfrey, and with architecture very unsightly compared to High Leyndell, clearly relics of this warrior's age. Such barbarism and bloodsport would not be welcome in Radagon's high culture, as the ritual shield talisman reads, a talisman patterned after shields used in ritual combat held to honour the Erdtree. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon. I have often credited Hawkshaw and their excellent video on colours for refining my understanding of this transition towards a more genteel society, and I must do so again now. In that video, Hawkshaw highlights the ruler's mask and its importance for highlighting the changing morals in terms of leadership between the Age of the Crucible and Radagon's Age of the Golden Order. The description of that item reads, "Such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise, and possessing a certain defined geniality. One at the centre of society often finds these qualities most expedient." In general, Radagon's era is one of defanging that which came before, closing the arenas just to name one, but more generally, anything associated with the Crucible, this earlier era of the Erdtree, is considered crude, barbaric, violent, and has no place in the civilized society of the scholar like Radagon. At a philosophical level, this can be explained by the core tenets of Golden Order fundamentalism, the laws of causality and regression. Now, I do need to credit Last Protagonist in refining my understanding of these laws thanks to their excellent Golden Order law video. To quote the description of the law of regression incantation, it states, "Regression is the pool of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge." So Last Protagonist likens this regression to the statistical phenomena known as regression towards the mean, where extreme variables in a dataset get pulled closer and closer towards the average in each sampling. The example that Last Protagonist gives is that if two parents who are taller than average have a child, that child will most likely be shorter than they, regressing towards the mean. In regards to the Golden Order fundamentalists and their view on life following these laws, it means that life should be less chaotic and more uniform, hence convergence, a refinement of life with less chaotic aberrances, as represented by the misbegotten and the omen. And even the sigil of the Golden Order itself is more refined in its appearance than the chaotic arboreal tree of the ancient Erdtree era. But one other thing that's worth talking about when we're talking about regression towards the mean and the law of regression is what we discussed earlier in regards to Radagon and his relation to the Elden Ring itself and its form, in a way that we can't understand, but through their studies in calculus, these laws of regressions can be traced back to the Elden Ring itself. And so at this juncture I would like to quote something from Loki, who in their notes regarding this topic they said the following: "Radagon becomes consumed by his existential crisis, and is driven as much to understand and fix his incomplete existence through order." So what Loki is saying here is that Radagon's study of the Elden Ring and of order and its fundamentals is as much an attempt to understand himself as it is the universe. With that in mind, if we return to the idea of regression towards the mean and convergence, Radagon and Marika might make more sense. Earlier on in the video I did hint that the Elden Ring was responsible for Marika's transformation into this Rebus, for the creation of Radagon, and that is why Goldmask can detect Radagon within the Elden Ring and his calculations. And perhaps it is because this law of regression exists within the Elden Ring, and its influence upon Marika created a being that was the epitome of convergence, two personalities sharing one soul and one body. And perhaps this can explain the appearance of beings such as D and his twin. We learn of their true nature via the twinned armor set, which reads, "The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are of two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Their sword, the inseparable sword, goes further and says that D and his twin were only accepted by the Golden Order, which makes sense given they are a reflection of these fundamental ideals. But if you do want to learn more about the ideals surrounding the Golden Order, convergence, causality, then please check out my Goldmask lore video. Returning to Radagon, when we last saw him, he was at Liurnia, studying the works of Carians and the Academy to become a more balanced individual. He comes from an order of faith, born from the god of that order, yet here he is, studying the other mysteries of the universe found in sorcery. However, it is clear that Radagon hadn't fully conceived of Golden Order fundamentalism in its totality, as we learn that Miquella, his son, would work together with him in forming the incantations that would be the backbone of Golden Order fundamentalism. For example, in the Triple Rings of Light, the description reads, "One of the incantations of Golden Order fundamentalists, a gift from the young Miquella to his father, Radagon." It is no surprise that Miquella would help his father round out the tenets of the Golden Order. As we have mentioned, Miquella is most likely one half of a perfect being, with his intellect being on another level. And while Miquella would walk away from fundamentalism in search of his own answers, Radagon would become devoted to the Golden Order above all else, and I think Loki is spot on one of the reasons why. His study into the fundamentals of the Elden Ring was a study into himself. His obsession with the Order and its supposed perfection would trickle down to his followers, and create the Golden Order fundamentalist hunters, people like Dee. We know that these hunters of death are linked to the fundamentalists in particular, because of their associated incantations, such as Order Healing, which reads, "One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death." This of course makes sense when you consider that Golden Order fundamentalism is breaking down the Golden Order into its most basic form, that is, an order that is absent death. Those who live in death are contrary to that belief, a stain on the purity of this order, and thus these extremists, these hunters, use violence to expunge these errors, these glitches in the perfect order. Radagon is no less extreme in his belief and defense of Golden Order fundamentalism, and thus we see him actually come into conflict with his other half, who has some harsh words for her red-headed reflection.
O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god.
Marika essentially mocks Radagon for his blind loyalty to the Golden Order, because at this stage, Queen Marika has been pushed to the edge, and clearly wants an end to this era. As we have discussed ad nauseum on this channel, the Bandai Namco story trailer and an accompanying article from Bandai Namco, both released in December 2021, make it clear that Marika is pushed to shatter the Elden Ring because of the slaughter of her progeny during the Night of the Black Knives. To quote the Bandai Namco article, "One grim night, in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coetaneous attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. Queen Marika was pushed to the edge. The loss of Godwyn was a devastating loss to Marika, and to boot, it was the confinement of the Rune of Death, the very foundation of the Golden Order, that led to the gruesome non-death of her son. After all, it was the stolen Rune of Death that formed the blades that performed the deed, and had death never been confined, this act would not have happened, or at least not in the terrible way that it did. I've always maintained that I do not buy the Marika planned the Night of the Black Knives theory, for numerous reasons that I detail in my Black Knives lore video. But in short, I do believe it was the trauma of witnessing the denigration of her golden son that led her to conclude that the Golden Order was deeply flawed, and a reset was needed. Yet Radagon had found solace and answers in the Golden Order, and we can see that he loved the Golden Order and would actually go against his other half, hence Marika calling him a loyal dog. This is why him and Marika battle for control of their body during the announcement trailer and the intro slides. both of which show Marika and Radagon alternatively coming to the fore, and we know from the description of Marika's hammer that this is because they are fighting for control. One is trying to destroy the Elden Ring, the other repair it. Even in our current time, he is still working from behind the scenes to prevent us from resetting the Elden Ring in a new configuration. And Nea makes it clear that it is not the Greater Will, or the Two Fingers, that deny us access to the Erdtree after we defeat Morgott.
The Erdtree has spurned you. The fingers remain still. Shaken by this turn of events, they are busy consulting the Greater Will.
But upon closer inspection, the true culprit becomes apparent. It is Radagon, as it is his crosshatch sigil that is branded on the vines that block our access. He is trying to hold on to his precious Golden Order and prevent us from rebuilding the Elden Ring in a new configuration, and this comes as a shock even to the Two Fingers and the Greater Will. A great observation was made by Goldmask in their recent video on Radagon. In that video, they astutely identify the fact that not only were we blocked from accessing the Erdtree, but also other Tarnished, including Vaike. Vaike's armor set reads the following: no other Tarnished was closer to the throne of Elden Lord than Vaike, but without announcement, Vaike travelled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? So Vaike was the closest to becoming Elden Lord before us, but why did he stop? Well, Goldmask suggests that he too was blocked by the vines of Radagon, and this is why Vaike was pushed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Indeed, his armor set suggests that he potentially did it to prevent his maiden from burning herself, as Malenia does for us. So the fall of Vaike to the Frenzied Flame and the death of his maiden, who can be found at the Church of Inhibition. So the tragic fate of Vaike and his maiden is again the result of Radagon's actions. So again, shout out and credit to Goldmask for making this keen observation that hadn't clicked with me before, and I will link their video below. Moreover, I believe that Morgott, the last king of Leyndell, has unintentionally interpreted the will of Radagon as the will of the Erdtree or Greater Will. Morgott accuses us and the other demigods of being traitors, usurpers.
Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
And in his dying moments, Morgott shares with us what he interprets to be the will of the Erdtree.
Tarnished, thou art but a fool. The Erdtree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord.
Morgott has spent his kingship as the bulwark against any usurper because he believes that that is the will of the Erdtree. He has hunted people as Margit, he has clashed with demigods, and he has shielded Leyndell during the dark days of the Shattering. Yet the Greater Will does want someone to replace Radagon and ascend the Elden Throne, so in reality, the only person that Morgott has really benefited is Radagon, though one could argue that the Greater Will was happy for Morgott to act as a final challenge for any potential lord. But there is another character who, in my mind, has been more deeply manipulated by Radagon post-Shattering, ironically the person called the All-Knowing, Gideon Ofnir. After spending the game helping us open the way to become Elden Lord, and claiming a desire to be Elden Lord himself, Ofnir pulls a somewhat surprising move last minute to actually block us. He challenges us to a fight to prevent us to become Elden Lord. But not only us, but anyone, including himself. His words during combat give us some clue as to his motivation. He says, Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity, suggesting that Marika doesn't want anyone to ascend to the throne. He claims to know the mind of Marika and appears to believe that he is acting in her interests. But how? And even if he did, why would he care? Well, the answer is seemingly given to us via his armour set, which reads, But when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear, at the end that should not be. Gideon has been accumulating knowledge, and we even know from the Lord's divine fortification item description that Gideon has had long conversations with the two fingers. And from the myriad of spells that he rewards us with and fights us with, we know he is someone who has sought knowledge from everywhere, forbidden or not. So surely we can assume that in the course of his quest he connected with the immortal Rebus Marika Radagon. And as we have clearly illustrated in the earlier chapters, the being that is Marika and Radagon is a cosmic being, an eldritch horror essentially, that harbours the Elden Ring within its very body. Ultimately, it is a being that is beyond our comprehension. Marika clearly does not want us to struggle for eternity, as there is evidence that she wanted to end this current cycle of stagnation. And the main evidence for this is Hugh. We learn from certain dialogues that Hugh has been imprisoned at Round Table Hold to create a god-slaying weapon, and by none other than Marika herself.
The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
So this is very contradictory to what Gideon believes Marika wants, and as such I would suggest that Gideon did not gaze into Marika's will, but Radagon's. I will reiterate that the Marika Radagon Rebus is a cosmic being beyond our comprehension, and when Gideon connected with this being, I doubt even any words were spoken. What Gideon experienced when connecting with the Rebus must have been overwhelming and terrifying and beyond human comprehension. Indeed, Hugh likewise describes his exposure to Marika as terrifying.
My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Gideon's aim to block us more easily aligns with Radagon's goals of preventing us from entering the Erdtree. We can definitely interpret this being the will of Radagon, given it is Radagon who blocks us entry to the Erdtree via the thorns and his seal, and the fact that it is Radagon who desperately fights us at the end of our journey. Thus I think Radagon has bent Ofnir to his will, manipulating him, making him believe that it is Marika who communicated to him. So we can see that Radagon does quite a lot to prevent his Golden Order from being replaced. A leal hound indeed. But Marika also has her ace in the hole, us and Hugh. In the end, Radagon couldn't prevent Marika from shattering the Elden Ring. As she reminds him, she is the god form, not he. And in his final battle with us, he also fails to stop us from finally carrying out Marika's wish. We slay the god, and we bring about a new order, whatever that order may be. And thus Marika's revenge on her rogue red-headed half is complete. Before I get to my concluding thoughts on Radagon, I want to address the lore elephant in the room. We touched upon the fact that elements of the Crucible suffered greatly in Radagon's reign, the Omen subjected to a brutal culling or banishment, and the Misbegotten are clearly employed as slaves. The Crucible Scale and Feather Talisman are clear references to the chimeric forms of these creatures, and the description of both leave us in no doubt that these creatures were reviled alongside Crucible Knights and the Omen. However, there are some unusual connections to Radagon that we can't just ignore. In a video called Little Mistakes, Zuli the Witch reveals that internally, the Misbegotten are referred to as children of Radagon. This is even more fascinating when we consider the bright red hair of the Lion Misbegottens, as well as the fact that one of their number, a Misbegotten Crusader, wields the Golden Order Greatsword, the personal weapon of Radagon himself. So what is happening here? I did touch upon this in my Hidden Tales lore video, and one thing that I noted there was that the Misbegotten Crusader doesn't wield the sword like a bludgeon, like it simply scavenged the weapon. It appears to wield it with skill, and more importantly, is able to use its Golden Order weapon art, a feat that would require faith, suggesting that this Misbegotten has faith in the Golden Order and Radagon, enough to wield their incantations. The name Crusader is also interesting, as Crusader is usually a holy warrior, aligned with a religion. Indeed, this is reflected in the Japanese also, as Loki translates this closer to holy warrior or paladin, again suggesting that this Misbegotten isn't just wielding this weapon, it believes in the cause that it represents. So my speculation would be this: Radagon harnessed the raw strength of some of these outcasts and used them as his own muscle, his own holy warriors to enact their will, his slave warriors if you will, even arming the most faithful of these servants with his sword. Then upon the collapse of the Golden Order, this Crusader would flee and lead his people to the consecrated snowfields, a new land where they were welcomed by Lord Miquella. As an alternate appendix, Tarnished archaeologist suggests a different situation, that this Crusader is instead leading a holy crusade against the Haligtree, and the Misbegotten that can be found in Haligtree town are not sheltering there, rather they have attacked and murdered the inhabitants of this tree. And Tarnished archaeologists' reasons for believing so require quite a lengthy discussion, so I will instead direct you to that lore video. But in essence he suggests that they see the creation of a new tree as heresy. But if this was to be the case, I would still believe that Radagon had a hand in their presence here. The fact the Misbegotten Crusader holds the Golden Order Greatsword and is able to use it is far too strong for me. And perhaps if Tarnished archaeologists' theory is correct and the Misbegotten are attacking the lands of the Haligtree, perhaps they were encouraged to do so by Radagon, who saw his son's rival tree as a threat to his own power base. But I will leave it up to you to decide your truth. I believe that this Misbegotten Crusader is a holy warrior of Radagon's, and that he used them for his own ends. And with that said, I would also like to take a moment to speak about the Red Wolves of Radagon, or the Wolves of the Champion. In my mind it is clear that these are creations of Radagon. They are named after him, they have his red hair, and they have the ability to use Realicarian sorceries. Whether he bred them, genetically engineered them, or created them from scratch is largely irrelevant, as it is clear to me that these beasts were created by Radagon to serve his interests. Let's consider where we find them. Following on from the idea we have just discussed and the Misbegotten, we also find one of these creatures in the consecrated snowfield, and thus it could be accompanying the Misbegotten on their attack on the Haligtree, if you believe this theory, and you could see it as further proof that Radagon has directed the Misbegotten to attack the Haligtree. Or conversely, if you don't believe this, it could simply be guarding his son like a watchdog. Likewise, I believe the Red Wolf in Caria Manor and Realicaria are there to protect his old family interests, as well as the one found in Moonlight Altar, a prior holding of the Carians. We know from the Raging Wolf set that wolves are the shadow of the Empyrean. Perhaps this is Radagon's attempt to artificially create his own shadows, and perhaps it's an indicator of Radagon getting too big for his boots, that he saw himself as the true leader of the current age, not Marika, and thus he needed his own shadows to play the role of God. Again, speculation of course, but it is hard not to see the similarities between these Red Wolves of Radagon and the Wolves of the Empyrean like Blythe and Malekith. This does make me wonder whether the Misbegottens are referred to as the children of Radagon because they are also a creation of his. Radagon is obsessed with the idea of convergence and regression, and these beings are the convergence of many different types of animals in one being. And it may also explain the red hair of the lion misbegotten, which is very reminiscent of the red fur of the red wolves of Radagon. Perhaps Radagon was trying to create the perfect servants, and they didn't come out quite as intended. That is wild speculation, of course. I don't know how I feel about this theory, to be honest, as I do really consider the misbegotten to be the natural results of the Age of the Crucible. But it is an interesting idea to ponder, and it isn't impossible to consider that Radagon used the effects of the Crucible to do his own research and experimentation. With all that said, let us now wrap up this video. I believe that Radagon is gone, forever slain by us, and all that remains is the White Queen, the material, the vessel, the crumbling remains of Marika that still acts as the embodiment of the Elden Ring. And without her Red King, she is merely reduced to material, a clay vessel for our newly repaired Elden Ring. It is a really powerful story, a cosmic being created to be the perfect vessel of the Elden Ring, and to enact its will in a physical and philosophical way, while the other half was occupied with being the actual vessel, the god. But Radagon and his other half, while sharing a physical space, very much were their own characters, and this is what led to the downfall of the Golden Order. The perfect god that was meant to oversee the Elden Ring enacted its sabotage. In this way, we can now understand Goldmask's conclusion on the Golden Order and its failings. The mending rune of the Perfect Order reads, a rune of transcendental ideology which will attempt to perfect the Golden Order. The current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of the gods, no better than men. The form of the rune itself is interesting in that it isn't really a rune at all, rather a barrier, protecting the Elden Ring from the influence of the gods. Goldmask realised the issue with the Golden Order was Radagon's belief that faith could be bridged with knowledge, that while a fundamental and almost mathematical understanding of the Elden Ring was required, so too was a god, so too was faith. Yet it was these gods, this singular rebus, who was meant to be the guardian of the Order, that led to its corruption. It was Marika's grief that led to the shattering of order. It was Radagon's pride that prevented a new order from taking its place. It was the faith and fanaticism instilled by Radagon's fundamentalists that led to the brutal butchery of innocent death-touched individuals, something lamented by Goldmask himself, as the description of order healing reads the following. The noble Goldmask lamented what had become of the hunters. How easy is it for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted in their foolishness was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? And the answer is no. Not if faith and gods were removed from the equation. Had the Golden Order fundamentalists merely been scholars, they would have sought a solution within the Elden Ring itself, much like Goldmask does on his journey. And if you do implement the Perfect Order ending by following the path of Goldmask, Radagon's failure is complete. And this is the real truth of Radagon. I see people naming him as a great villain, and conversely they name Marika as a cold scheming manipulator. But the reality and the issue here is that they were both too human for their purpose. As Loki so poignantly puts it, Radagon was just searching for his own understanding of who he was. Even a being created from a god still needed that understanding of themselves, and thus he looked to the fundamentals of the universe. And his passionate defense of said order is not just a defense of his own power base, but is the defense of a philosophy that was helping him to understand who he was and cope with his existential crisis. For all his godly power and origins, and perhaps because of it, he suffered from the same self-doubt and crisis of identity that any human can. Goldmask was right. The fickleness of gods no better than men indeed. Radagon was a champion, he was a leader, he was a philosopher, who shaped the cultural and religious landscape of the lands between, arguably more than Marika ever did. He was her other half, but in time he became her opposite. If perfection cannot be found in a rebus, perhaps it cannot be found anywhere, even in Goldmask's perfected order, or perhaps it does exist, in the balance of two twins, one of red hair and one of white, who instead of being forced to coexist, make the choice to work together for the betterment of each other and for all other outcasts, using their strengths to shelter the other's weaknesses. The most dominant power in the Lands Between in the modern era is a body known as the Golden Order. This is not only a philosophy, but a state of the physical Elden Ring itself, and for all intents and purposes is the governing order of the Erd Tree. Championed by the likes of Radagon, the second Elden Lord, the Golden Order enjoyed an unchallenged rule for years, with its adherents being both scholarly and fanatical. Yet it still collapsed. The Elden Ring was shattered, and the Lands Between were plunged into a period of calamity and conflict. If this ideology was so perfect, then how did this even come to pass? This was the question pondered by a scholar of unmatched renown and intelligence, Goldmask, the ever-brilliant. Goldmask would pose a simple yet powerful question: why did the Golden Order fail? If the Golden Order was as holistic as its adherents claimed, how did it fail to prevent this great calamity? These questions go to the very core of what caused the shattering, and how the world reached this pressure point in the first place. Through close attention to detail and a strong understanding of fundamentalism, we can learn how Goldmask, through his intense deliberations, identified glaring flaws within the Order. Viewing the Golden Order as a mathematical equation, Goldmask would seek to bring balance to this formula, much to the chagrin of Golden Order fanatics. This will be an extremely expansive video, covering the creation of the Golden Order, the rise of Radagon, the fundamentalists, as well as taking a look at those unfortunate enough to fall outside the bounds established by the Golden Order. So join me this week as we examine the Golden Order, its many flaws, and the scholar who sought to perfect it. Before we get started guys, if you like Elden Ring lore, consider subscribing to the channel, as I almost exclusively produce long-form lore content, and therefore there is plenty for you to sink your teeth into. So first of all, let us establish what do we mean by the Golden Order, and what does the term order mean in this context. Going by Oxford Languages definition, order is the arrangement or disposition of people or things in relation to each other, according to a particular sequence, pattern, or method. It is critical to understand this right at the offset, because one of the main objectives Goldmask is trying to achieve is perfect order, and that is in fact the name of the age that we achieve if we use Goldmask's mending rune. To a degree, the Golden Order is actually a term that can refer to a couple of concepts. The first and most important is that it represents the current form, the physical form, of the Elden Ring, and it is from this version of the Elden Ring that the ideology Golden Order flows from. Indeed, the two fingers themselves confirm that the Elden Ring is the basis for the Golden Order, as well as offering us a commentary on the corruption of the Golden Order and why the land is in the state it is. For when we first claim a great rune, they say the following:
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered,
The tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating.
So, two interesting points here. First of all is what I said before the quote, that indeed the Elden Ring, in this form, is the foundation of the Golden Order. And number two, it shows that even the Greater Will is aware of a corruption within the Golden Order that has led to this state of calamity. As we will see in the concluding chapter of this video, I believe it is the actions of the vassal gods, i.e. Marika and Radagon, that Goldmask wants to have removed, rather than the Greater Will itself. As we can see here, even the Greater Will seems frustrated by the actions of its vassals.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree. A grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the Vision's vessel.
Regardless, it backs up our understanding of the Golden Order. It is a grouping of fundamental rules and principles that fit within the concept of the Golden Order, a concept based on this current form of the Elden Ring. Before we go any further into this chapter, I would like to credit Last Protagonist and his excellent video on the Great Tree, Crucible, and the Golden Order, for this video has greatly influenced some of the foundational ideas in this coming chapter, especially the ideas of death, and later on the idea of aggression. So rather than referencing him at specific points, I wanted to make it clear from the outset that his video has had influence on some of these foundational ideas. So do me a favour and go and watch that video and give them some love. The rule of the Erd Tree was not always synonymous with the Golden Order. The Crucible, as the primordial form of the Erd Tree, was once the representative age of the Erd Tree, and was a period that celebrated diverse, blended together life. In fact, we learned that any vestiges of the Crucible were once linked to what is divine, something we learn from the Crucible Knot Talisman, which reads as follows: a vestige of the Crucible of primordial life, partially born of devolution. It was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but it is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. So this is interesting because it seems to imply that the Golden Order is a more advanced, sophisticated era of the Erd Tree, where chaotic life is no longer venerated, but in the earlier, more formative years of the rule of the Erd Tree, when Godfrey was Elden Lord, those of the Crucible were not as disdained as they are now, and in fact the Crucible Knights were even the renowned champions of Lord Godfrey himself, something that we learn from the Crucible Axe Helm, which reads, "Helm of the Crucible Knights who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord." Yet the ideals and perceptions of those who followed the Erd Tree would change form, alongside the Elden Ring's form changing itself. At some point, the Elden Ring had the Rune of Death removed from it, resulting in the new deathless framework that we would come to know as the Golden Order. We learn of this event through Enea, the Finger Reader, who says the following on the Golden Order's creation.
The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
So we therefore learn that the Golden Order was created when the Rune of Death was plucked from it, the rune being removed from the Elden Ring. Now I am sure many understand this, but as a foundational point to cover all bases, the term rune, in regards to the Rune of Death, tells us that this was once part of the greater Elden Ring, which is made up of runes. During our quest to become Elden Lord, we learned that fragments of the Elden Ring have been claimed by the Demi-Gods. These fragments are great runes, and when we choose to repair the Elden Ring, we can use one of 3 mending runes that then become part of the Elden Ring. And understanding that the creation of the Golden Order is linked to the removal of the Rune of Death is absolutely key in understanding the flawed foundations that the Golden Order is built upon. We get this further clarified by the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. So death has been completely confined, meaning it is no longer part of the Elden Ring, and given the Elden Ring is what governs the forces of this world, death becomes absent from the world. So that is fine and well, yet if the Elden Ring was once a power that included death, when exactly was the Rune of Death removed from the Elden Ring, and why? Well, it seems to track back to an event we discuss a lot on this channel, the Godskin Apostasy. Prior to this, death indiscriminate was still a power in the world. People lived and people died, and we can see this by the fact that death is wielded freely by the Godskin Apostles, a fact that we learn from the Scouring Black Flame incantation, which reads as follows. The Black Flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. So at this stage, the world was not deathless as it is now, and the Godskins had the power to slay the gods by channeling death, the Rune of Death, through the Black Flame. And so, as an answer for this threat, Marika turned to Malekith. As we learn from Malekith's remembrance, Marika's sole use of her Shadow Bound was to confine destined death. And so Malekith sealed the Rune of Death. Specifically, we learn that Malekith sealed destined death after the defeat of the Godskin Apostles, something we learn from the Godskin Apostle set, which reads the following. The Apostles, once said to serve destined death, are wielders of the god-slaying Black Flame, but after their defeat by Malekith, the Black Blade, the source of their power was sealed away, meaning that Malekith defeated the Godskins and their queen, and it was after this defeat that he sealed the Rune of Death. However, the power of death was now absent in the lands between, and this is why Malekith is so feared, because he is the only one that can now bring true death through his Black Blade, and of course this earns him a very fearsome reputation, something we learn from the description of his armour, which reads, Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. Malekith has kept death out of the world at large since this Godskin event, and is only reintroduced or unbound via the actions of the player character. The motivations of creating this new Elden Ring, and therefore this new order, in Marika's respect, for me is quite straightforward. I believe that she does it out of fear of the Godskin movement. However, I believe it is Radagon, her second husband, who goes on to further codify and cement the power of this new age through fundamentalism, a subject we will tackle shortly. So the world would enter a deathless state of endless life, where life was bound and recycled through the Erd Tree. The endless nature of life is best illustrated by the pathetic wandering nobles, who wear the old aristocrat set, which reads as follows. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are the pitiful product of unending life. The fact that nobody ever dies, and in fact they all live long lives, explains why most people that we meet in-game are shriveled zombie-like shells with grey skin. They have lived far too long without death, forced to wander and never die. No wonder Malenia thinks this world needs some death. I speculate this is why death, quote unquote, in this world is tied to an Erd Tree burial, where one doesn't die in the traditional sense, but is instead absorbed by the Erdtree to rejoin the cycle of endless life. Consider Renna's first dialogue with us regarding spirit ashes. She says,
"'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree. The spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past."
Even in these burnt ashes are the remains of a restless spirit that can't truly die. The deathless version of the Elden Ring is the foundation of the Golden Order as we know it today. Marika's decision to have Malekith seal the Rune of Death being the pivotal event that led to the Golden Order's creation. I wanted to cover this in detail because I believe it is a foundational concept for one of the flaws identified by Goldmask as a factor in the Order's collapse. And if you consider that, it means that the very foundations, the very creations of the Golden Order meant that it was always destined to fall. It was just a matter of time before the inherent flaw behind its creation led to its own destruction. So with that established, let us review the belief system and behaviour of those of the Golden Order and how it contributed to the system's downfall. We learned that in the formative years of the Golden Order, the Order was not so intolerant of new ideas as it was developing itself. Rogier tells us of one of the events in the earlier days of the Golden Order.
The battle art you've learned is of the Glintstone family. They were conceived at the Great Academy of Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
So it's fascinating that we can see that there was an acknowledgement of the fact that the practices and laws of the Glintstone sorcerers fell outside the Golden Order at that stage. However, they were able to bring this into their order and philosophies, and made it a part of it. Prior to this absorption, however, the Erdtree and Liurnian forces would of course go to war, and this is no surprise given A, we know the early years of the Erdtree were marked by conflict, where the forces of the Erdtree tried to enforce dominance by force over the lands between, and B, they were clearly different ideologies, which made them at odds with one another. It is from these conflicts that a champion, Radagon, a future leading member of the Golden Order, would arise. This is something we learn about from the Barrier of Gold incantation, which reads the following. This incantation was used by the champions of the Erdtree in the First and Second Liurnian Wars, during which the red-haired Radagon joined the heroes' ranks. Yet despite the heroic feats of Radagon, the Carian Knights were more than a match for the forces of the Erdtree, despite their very few numbers, with Lord Radagon's forces being unable to break them over 2 conflicts. It resulted in a stalemate, and eventually, instead of going to conflict a 3rd time, the houses of the Moon and the Tree were joined in matrimony.
It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erdtree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erdtree of the capital and the Academy of Lucaria.
As Rogier says, instead of the Carians and the sorcerers being kept out of the Golden Order and being enemies forever, Lord Radagon repented his aggression and in fact brought them in to an alliance with the Erdtree. I do think this is an important moment to consider, because it is clear that Radagon is a central figure when it came to codifying a set of tenets of the Golden Order and establishing the ideas that would become fundamentalism. This is something told to us via the description of the Golden Order greatsword, which reads, "Greatsword made of light, modelled after the Elden Ring itself, forged by King Consort Radagon to proudly symbolise the tenets of the Golden Order. So Rogier speaks of the fluidity of the Golden Order in its formative days, where it accepted new ideas and new groupings of people into its order. But I believe it is this event that led Radagon to lay down the foundations of what would become the basis for the Golden Order tenets, based on the experiences he learned while still married to Rennala before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between. As we will learn in a moment, a lot of Golden fundamentalism scholarship is based around holism, a term coined by Brother Corrin, a fundamentalist.
The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order.
Used in this context, it means that Golden Order strives to be a order that defines, confines, and explains the entirety of life within one ideology. Such a deep and multi-layered concept is why the Golden Order seal refers to fundamentalism as scholarship in all but name. Fundamentalism, by definition, again from Oxford Languages, is a form of religion that upholds a belief in the strict and literal interpretation of Scripture. I think this is where a lot of people get confused at what they perceive to be a contradiction between scholarship and fundamentalism, as many see the latter to be fanatical religious hardliners that are as far removed from intellectualism as possible, when in fact, fundamentalists see themselves as scholars who analyse and scrutinise the very foundational texts of their religion far more than any other group, and thus they become more inflexible, unwilling to bend from the words of what they see to be the strict outlines of their orders. Part of the development of this modern Golden Order would be the acceptance and integration of intelligence-based practices, a movement spearheaded by Radagon himself based on his own life experience. We learn this from his talisman, which reads, "As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete." So Lord Radagon was the pioneer of the fundamentalists that saw that sorcery and incantations should converge into one practice that would become the Golden Order fundamentalist incantations. This is quite strictly linked to the Golden Order law of regression, in which outliers are pulled together to meet together in the mean, or converge. As Elden Lord, he clearly had time to ruminate on how the deathless Golden Order should be governed and defined, and he blended his knowledge of the moon and the tree to make a new converged whole. This is the cornerstone of fundamentalism, as we learn from the Golden Order seal that scales with both intelligence and faith, a fact shared by the Golden Order incantations. All incantations developed directly by Radagon or his son Miquella, as we learn from the descriptions of Radagon's rings of light and the discus of light. Yet what are the tenets of these fundamentalists, the modern proprietors of the Golden Order, and what explains their tendency to favour incantations that draw both on intelligence and faith rather than dividing the two? It has to do with the two underpinning laws of fundamentalism that form the backbone of their ideologies, the law of regression and the law of causality. Now, as a principle, these are based on mathematical real-world concepts, which I find interesting because maths is referenced in-game in another place in respect of the Golden Order, and specifically I'm referring to the pulley bow and the pulley crossbow, and for example, the pulley bow reads longbow, which utilises a series of pulleys and strings. The complex mechanism, which required advanced mathematical and mechanical understanding to craft, was likely made by a certain genius who learned Golden Order fundamentalism. Now, I believe the genius mentioned in this description is Goldmask, though admittedly it could be any Golden Order scholar, given the Golden Order's connection to maths. But I think the fact that it's referred to a certain genius makes it Goldmask. I have no further proof of this other than it is what I believe. As we will see later, these oblique references to maths are not insignificant, because while we perceive the problems of the Golden Order as philosophical or moral, Goldmask views the Golden Order as an equation needing to be solved. But more on this later. Let us return to the fundamentalists' underpinning laws by examining the two descriptions of the relevant incantations, which I will read side by side for simplicity. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Regression is the pool of meaning, that all things yearn to eternally converge. Causality is the pool between meanings, that which links all things in a chain of relation. Both miracles make sense in the way that they physically operate in the game. The law of regression regresses beings to their prior state, i.e. someone who has been poisoned is referring to a prior state where they did not have poison. And the law of causality incantation is simply an illustration of cause and effect. The aggression of your enemy is the cause of the damage that they receive. In totality, both of these laws posit that all things are connected and affect one another, and that they should seek to regress and converge to become the one through those connections. As we discussed earlier when Corin mentions holism, the Golden Order as an ideology seeks to be holistic, that explains everything through the connections therein, and therefore these laws fit quite neatly into holism. The law of regression in particular is important in understanding why fundamentalists are intolerant of large diversity, and instead see their order as one that is converging, simple and clean, like twins who are in essence one person sharing one soul, or a ruling couple that share one body. Chaos and diversity is disdained, whereas uniformity is applauded. And returning to our discussion on incantations, it explains why fundamentalist incantations are balanced between faith and intelligence. They should not be different, they should be linked through causality and be regressing to one. After Radagon incorporated their beliefs and practices into the rule of the Erdtree, he created a causal link between the two. To surmise, everything within the defined order of the Golden Order must be interlinked, connected, and everything within this order must be converging to become part of the greater whole. Just as incantations and sorcery are pulled together to become one, everything else in the world must become uniform. Through uniformity and causality, there will be no disorder. There is only order. And in all honesty, it reminds me of Convergence from Dead Space. Just as the quote-unquote dead are buried at the roots of the Great Tree to become one with the Erdtree again, returned to the whole, regressed to the Erdtree. Just as the twins known as D have converged to become two beings of one soul, and just as Radagon and Marika have converged to become one being. This is Golden Order totality. This is order. But these laws only apply to those which fall within the boundaries of the Golden Order. Those that have broken the cycle of a deathless world, that have broken the cycle of convergence, are those known to us as those that live in death. And these are imperfections that cannot be allowed to exist at all.
I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
As we hear quite plainly from D here, the entire reason that the Hunters of the Golden Order exist, and why they abhor those who live in death, is because those who live in death are a problematic inconsistency that starkly reflect the flaws of the system. To the Hunters, they also believe it is a problem to be fixed. that by weeding out Deathroot, collecting it all, and returning it to Malekith, the source of the Rune of Death, the Golden Order can be repaired, when in reality the only role that they play is one of distraction. By stoking hatred against those who live in death, the Hunters only manage to help deflect blame from the Order and its leaders. When Ranni and her co-conspirators stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and murdered Godwyn, Deathroot spread throughout the world. This was not meant to happen in the eyes of the Golden Order, which was designed specifically as an order that had contained death. But here was death leaking out into a world that was unprepared for death. We have just learned in the previous chapter that Golden Order fundamentalists see their world as something interconnected that can be pulled together to become one, to become uniform, and thus we have order. Yet those who live in death exist outside of such rules. They just continue to exist despite having died. The purity of the Golden Order's claim to holism is therefore challenged, and this is where the fanatical Hunters come in. They are here to fix that problem permanently. Indeed, we know that the Hunters are tied directly to fundamentalism from Order's Blade item description, which reads, "One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by Hunters of those who live in death. The role of the Hunters is to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order." This item description is really interesting in describing what the purpose of Hunters is, and how we view those who live in death. Defiled reason. What an interesting term. As we explore this chapter, you will soon realise that the reason those who live in death are so hated by those like Dee, as they are seen as the only reason that there isn't perfect order for the Golden Order. They are the reason it is being defiled. They are a tangible inconsistency with Golden Order tenets. They literally defile the reason the Golden Order seeks to purport, and thus they really call into question of the truth of Golden Order fundamentalism. Something that cannot stand. Instead of some self-introspection, we must of course destroy these flaws. This is an idea well explained by the Holy Water Grease item description, which reads, "There is no place in the Golden Order for those who have exceeded life's bounds. These blemishes must be hunted down by the virtuous." So this is obviously interesting for a lot of reasons. We know that the Golden Order's boundaries are defined by a world that's deathless, and here we are having an item description talking about beings that have exceeded life's bounds, and therefore exceeded life as described by the holism of the Golden Order. These beings literally cannot exist by the definition of the Golden Order, thus they are blemishes of the Golden Order's truth. This is why the Hunters like Dee are quite funny to me, because they're quite paradoxical. They're talking about truth and purity, yet at the same time admit there is impurity and untruth within the Golden Order. The Hunters incorrectly believe that the Golden Order's truth can be restored by weeding out Deathroot. That is, they believe that by returning all the fragments of the stolen Rune of Death and returning it to Malekith, the bearer of the Rune of Death, death will once more be confined, and order will be restored. However, this is a fallacy, as released by Geraint. When he has collected all of the Deathroot, he realises the damage has still been done. There are some bells you cannot unring. The quarantine of death has been broken, and it will never be undone, and as long as the Golden Order remains in place, this glitch in the system will continue to exist. And indeed, on Malekith's dead, he laments that the Golden Order cannot be restored, a truth he has come to realise.
It is all consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated. America! Is this what it is to sin? Will things never be the same again?
This eternal flaw at the foundational level is understood by the aloof Goldmask, but cannot be fathomed by the spittle-flecked hunters of the Golden Order, who only see the target in front of them. And indeed, Goldmask would see this reasoning as a simplistic tribalistic interpretation of order, a futile attempt to enforce a broken order by creating more disorder to distract them from the truth.
What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways, like the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order?
This is an opinion of Goldmask's that we learn from the Order Healing Incantation, where it details that Goldmask found their us versus them mentality of the hunters to be little more than a simplistic distillations of the foundations of order, and that cannot exist within a true order. And in fact, all the hunters seem to do is keep the flawed, broken order in power by setting up a right versus wrong paradigm. This does not actually seek to solve the problems faced by the order, though I have no doubt the hunters believe they are fixing the problem. The hunters do also highlight another issue with fundamentalism as a whole, the inability to recognise or even consider there are any flaws, and this is the problem when you establish your tenets and order as holistic and perfect, because then at that point to accept there are problems is to accept the order doesn't work as a concept. But we see this fanatical adherence to the Golden Order's flawed principles in a couple of characters. Marika, who herself clearly became a cynic by the end, calls Radagon a leal hound, as if to mock him for his blind adherence to the tenets of a clearly broken system. Corrin, despite his deep respect for Goldmask as an intellectual, eventually goes insane and snaps, rather than accepting Goldmask's truth. Surrounded by such blind sycophancy, is it any surprise that Marika felt as trapped as she did? For whatever motivation, Queen Marika shattered the Elden Ring, following the chaos of the Night of the Black Knives, and it brought an epoch to a close. The Golden Order has failed, but how is it even possible? If it was so perfect and holistic, how did the Golden Order fail to stop the world collapsing? These are exactly the questions that would be examined by the learned scholar Goldmask, who came to the Lands Between not as a warrior with a sword, but as a philosopher with a brilliant mind. We have already discussed the fact that those who ascribe to fundamentalism are in part scholars who have heavily philosophized about the nature of their order and the Elden Ring in order to create strict outlines and boundaries. We know that Goldmask was such a scholar, as Brother Corrin refers to him as such.
There's something I should mention to you as well. I'm thinking of leaving the Round Table Hold. Do you know of the noble Goldmask? Though he was but a tarnished, living outside the Lands Between, he was a great scholar, who foresaw the coming guidance of grace. And now, I hear he has come to the Lands Between alone, to contemplate the Golden Order. I wish nothing more than to seek his instruction, and perhaps even help him in his research.
To augment this, we learn from his gold mask, the item itself, that he is a staunch pursuer of fundamentalism, meaning he is a scholar dedicated to fundamentalism very loyally. And, as we learn later, unlike his fellow conceited scholars, he is truly loyal in that he would seek to perfect it, rather than pretend it was perfect the way it was. Goldmask is referred to in a number of ways, the ever-brilliant, noble, and Lord Goldmask, and it shows that he was held in great esteem for his brilliant mind and keen understanding of the inner workings of the Golden Order and Elden Ring. That being said, I think it is clear we aren't meant to fully comprehend the intimate way in which Goldmask understands the form of the Elden Ring, as he perceives its formation in a more mathematical way than in a philosophical or practical way that we do. As I have already mentioned, the Golden Order has links to mathematics, and this is clearly the way in which Goldmask sees it, in my opinion. He sees the Golden Order through its shape, structure, and form, The mathematical nature of Goldmask's works is again reinforced by Corrin, who refers to Goldmask's movements as a calculus.
The Master's reflections had heightened as we neared the Erd Tree, while still a precise calculus. The rhythms grew increasingly wild.
Even in the introductory cinematic of the game, Goldmask isn't writing a philosophical treatise. He is instead painting the form of the Elden Ring, as it should be, in order to represent an equation of order. Indeed, the very reason for Goldmask's questioning of the Golden Order, and his reasoning for coming to the Lands Between, is because he has foreseen the perfect form of the Elden Ring. He has seen this in a vision, and that vision is his mask's design itself, and we learn of this through the mask's description, which reads as follows. A mask designed to resemble a blazing golden halo, created and left behind by Lord Goldmask, a staunch pursuer of Golden Order fundamentalism. Its striking design represents both the brilliant inspiration that once shone upon him, and the vision of a ring that he will surely find at the end of his pursuit. This vision of a perfect order would obviously lead him to ponder on why the current form of the Golden Order failed, what went wrong in the equation, and of course when he figures out the problem, he is able to produce this perfected equation that he saw in his vision. Goldmask's reputation is reinforced by the fact that he was so revered that he once had disciples, something we learn from his rags which read, bracelets made in the image of Erdtree branches, minimal adornments made by Goldmask's disciples. What should be clear to the player is that Goldmask obviously does not operate on the same plane of intelligence that we do. Goldmask does not speak, instead his mind is so focused elsewhere on the unpacking of the Golden Order's formula in a way we can never comprehend. We see this throughout Corrin's questline. He utters not a word, and only gestures in reference to his calculations. It is quite likely that this inhuman and frustrating behaviour is what led to his disciples to abandon him, not being able to communicate with him nor understand his bizarre behaviour. Either that, or it could be like Corrin, that these disciples realised that Goldmask did not agree with the perfection of the Golden Order, an idea that must be the same as blasphemy to the hardliners of the Golden Order. And yet this simply isn't true. His mask describes him as a staunch pursuer of Golden Order fundamentalism. It's just that Goldmask is so true to the idea of perfected order that he is willing to challenge the idea that the current order is not perfect. What we will see through the scope of this following chapter is something I heavily hinted at in the opening segment of this video. Goldmask would identify flaws in the perfection of the Golden Order, and I believe it is a recognition of such flaws that sets him head and shoulders above other delusional members of the Golden Order. D is a walking contradiction, calling the Golden Order perfect, yet at the same time acknowledging imperfection exists. And Goldmask doesn't seek to bring these flaws into the light to destroy the Golden Order as a concept. In fact, far the opposite. Goldmask seeks to truly have the perfect Golden Order, a Golden Order that represents the ideals behind it. And so with that in mind, I want us to analyse what Goldmask clearly saw as the flaws in the Golden Order. To be loyal to an idea is not to be enslaved to a dogmatic set of rules. No, it is to use your own life experience and wisdom to try and perfect and challenge the foundations of something you truly believe in, to make sure that its ideals are actually upheld. As Kreia from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 says,
"To believe in an ideal is to be willing to betray it. It is something no Sith or Jedi has ever truly learned."
So with that said, let us revisit the fundamental piece of evidence in this regard, the Order Healing incantation, which reads as follows. The noble Goldmask lamented what had become of the hunters. How easy is it for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted, in their foolishness, was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? So this is flaw number 1, a flaw that goes back to the very concepts we discussed in the opening of this video. Order. Order, as we determined, is the unity of people, ideas and variables that together create an order. Yet by its very definition, an order defines itself by setting itself against another group that is not accepted to illustrate what is accepted, in order to define itself and in order to sustain its own power base. This is how Goldmask sees the Golden Order, and using Goldmask's Mending Rune at the end of the game will bring about a new age called the Age of Order. And given that it's created by Goldmask, I think it's clear that one of his motivations is to create a true order. Order that is based on stability, not order that props itself up by fabricating an absolute evil. One of the things that clearly unsettles Goldmask about the current order is that there is actually no order. This Golden Order is a realm of chaos and disorder. And how can such a thing even exist within something that calls itself order? Yet this is merely a symptom observed by Goldmask, and when he comes to the lands between, we see that he begins operating on that higher plane, and he starts to unwind the mathematical structure of the Golden Order, his thoughts and calculus expressed by his rhythms and gesturing that we see him doing. In the process of working through his formula, he gets to the core of the equation, but is frozen when he is presented with a variable he had not expected, the name Radagon.
The Master's reflections had heightened as we neared the Erd Tree, while still a precise calculus. The rhythms grew increasingly wild until he simply ceased. Now the Master is facing quite the puzzle. The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband, King Consort Radagon, also appeared. Who exactly was Radagon? The Master is stumped. His finger has remained still ever since Radagon's name was discovered.
Goldmask is missing part of the formula, because the formula he has been given is based on a lie. And this is why we can see his right hand is frozen, while his left is outstretched. He is missing half of the equation. It isn't until he is presented with the missing variable that he understands the formula completely and adopts the pose of Golden Order totality, with both arms in equal balance. In my speculation, Golden Order totality is representative of the truth that we bear witness to by casting the law of regression on Radagon's statue, the truth being that Marika is Radagon. That notion in itself is almost mathematical. Marika is equal to Radagon. But this is a revelation to Goldmask, as we hear him audibly gasp when we present him with this variable. As Corin has said, the Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. That is the entire founding equation of this entire formula, and yet it is not true. So in a way, this entire institution, and therefore the form of the Elden Ring, is all built upon a lie. This understanding of Golden Order totality will govern the rest of Goldmask's journey. We see him in this pose in every subsequent meaning, in this pose that represents Marika and Radagon Rebus being the core of the Golden Order, and in time, he realizes that this core must be extracted to reform the Elden Ring and reform the perfect order. So where does Goldmask go to next upon this revelation? He of course goes to the Mountains of Giants, to the Peak of Flame. At this stage, Corin has begun to become very concerned, given A, the position of where they are, and the way in which he is reading the Master's calculations.
I've been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order, a conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. Oh, but how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility. but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire?
He thinks there's something in these calculations that betrays a suspicion about the holism of the Golden Order. As we have already discussed, holism is the idea that the Golden Order explains and confines and controls everything. To him, the Golden Order, when viewed as the totality of its constituent parts, is fundamentally flawed, as the baseline equations of it are based on a lie. And part of his solution is implied by his journey to the Flame of Ruin. Why would the Master come here to the Forbidden Flame, the only purpose of which, surely, is to have the Erd Tree burnt down? Well, it is because he has come to the conclusion that the current gods must be destroyed for there to be true order. The Erd Tree must be destroyed. It is the vassal gods that are the flawed foundation of the current Golden Order, and with them excised, there can be true order. This is explained by the mending rune of the Perfect Order, which reads as follows: a rune of transcendental ideology, which will attempt to perfect the Golden Order. The current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of gods no better than men. That is the fly in the ointment. So understanding what is actually said here is the critical moment in our assessment of Goldmask's actions and conclusion, and ultimately what went wrong with the Golden Order. The rune states that Goldmask's final conclusion is that there was a fickleness of the gods that has led to the instability of this ideology. This implies that the imperfections that we have reviewed, and the ones identified by Goldmask, can be traced back to the fickleness of the gods. It is hard to unpack, but ultimately it leads us to believe that Goldmask is blaming the problems of the Order at the feet of Marika and Radagon, and that the instability has come about through their own actions driven by human motivation. Goldmask seems to strike upon the truth when he realises Marika is equal to Radagon, meaning that this must be one of the reasons that he concludes the gods are fickle. Well, this is an example of the fickle nature of gods, as Corrin says,
the Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god.
So the entire foundation of the Golden Order is built upon the truth that they have always known, that Marika is the one true god. And yet, the fickleness of the gods led them to completely usurp this truth through a union of Marika and Radagon. This is why Goldmask gets stuck on the calculations, as he is basing his formula of what they have always known to be the truth, only to later learn the gods have changed the rules. And indeed, one cannot help seeing Radagon's abandonment of his first wife and so quickly marrying Marika as nothing but fickle. With such foundational principles being upended, it is easy to see Marika Radagon as fickle. And he is right. Marika, the one true god, meant to uphold the will of the Elden Ring and the Erd Tree, was in fact the one who destroyed it. And this is a remarkable transformation from Queen Marika, who led the battle against the giants, who said the following:
in Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree."
And then we have a transformation of someone who is clearly a champion and fervent believer in the Erd Tree, to the cynic who mocks Radagon for his blind faith.
In Marika's own words, "O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both, mine other self."
We can see a real transformation of character here, from stalwart believer to jaded queen, from someone who waged war on behalf of the Erd Tree to someone who struck at its very heart. And while this might be an understandable transformation for a human, gods are meant to transcend the personal, and are meant to immutably represent their domains. They are meant to be better than us in this regard. For whatever reason, post-Night of the Black Knives, Queen Marika is pushed to the brink, and ultimately makes the decision to shatter the Elden Ring, driven by her own motivations, whatever they may be, like a human. And indeed, the rebus of Marika Radagon is itself a walking paradox by their very actions. On one hand, Marika drives the faith towards total oblivion, seeing its flaws in the orders, and destroys the centrepiece of the order itself. Meanwhile, Radagon's fundamentalists are out denying that there's any flaws, and hunting down those who live in death. This is not even to mention the fact that it was Marika whose decision to remove the Rune of Death was what would lead to the loophole that would spawn those who live in death. And indeed, their final actions are fickleness made manifest. One, Marika destroying the Elden Ring, while Radagon tries to repair it. It is these inconsistent actions, and the cosmic consequences of such fickleness, that Goldmask sees as the fly in the ointment. So with that said, let us look at the Mending Rune, his solution to perfect order. When we use any of the other two Mending Runes, they are incorporated into the Elden Ring, meaning the power of that rune becomes part of the New World Order, i.e. the Omen Curse, or those who live in death. However, with Goldmask's rune it is slightly different, and it is more like a halo that surrounds and encompasses the entirety of the Elden Ring. With the description of the Mending Rune in hand, the purpose of this should be made abundantly clear. It is a protective ring, shielding the Elden Ring from the influence of the gods. This is the vision that Goldmask saw long ago, yet he only really understood what it was for when he found out the truth of the vassal gods of the Golden Order. Now beyond this, it is speculation and up to you and me to interpret this how we see fit. For me, I see the fact that the Elden Ring must still draw its power from the Greater Will, but it is now contained by Goldmask's halo, so it cannot be interfered by any vassal gods. This is why he comes to the Peak of Ruin. He too wishes to see its power unleashed, as the current vassal gods, Marika, Radagon, and the Elden Beast, must be cleansed for his perfected order to take its place. As I mentioned earlier in the video, I perceive the Greater Will to be something more than a basic god, and indeed the Greater Will also shows frustration at Marika for going off-piste and not following the plan. Goldmask's rune is called the Mending Rune of the Perfect Order, and the age we can bring about is the Age of Order. Goldmask's motivations have been clearly laid out to us the entire course of this video. He believes the Golden Order should mean order and stability, no creaking and shifting foundations, and no personal motivations that can have cosmic consequences. Humans are humans at the end of the day. There will always be conflict and war to a degree, but when gods act the same way, there are cosmic consequences. When these gods harness the entire foundations of our existence to meet their own agendas, or if they destroy them in a moment of despair, then order is simply a lie. And this is the truth that Goldmask discovered. We meet the majority of the great rune bearers in Elden Ring, powerful demigods and Empyreans who have a profound and unique influence upon the land and history of the lands between. And yet one of the most influential of these beings is one who feels very absent from the grasping plots of the demigods, and this is Miquella, the one known as the Unalloyed. Miquella, like his sister, was born afflicted, and while his sister is devoured from the inside from a scarlet rot, Miquella is cursed with eternal childhood. Yet despite his youthful appearance, Miquella possessed a wisdom beyond any of his kin, and won universal praise and love by all. This wisdom would lead Miquella to recognise the weaknesses of the Golden Order, turning away from it and establishing his own, one of unalloyed gold, a new order that is a purified mirror image of the current Golden Order, an unalloyed Golden Order, so to speak. This movement shows Miquella's true potential, as he harnessed his power and intellect to better the world, protect the weak, and even purge the meddling from the outer gods from the mortal plane. As a statement of intent, Miquella would even attempt to grow his own Erd Tree, the centre of a new order and a new dawn. He would draw the oppressed, the displaced, the downtrodden, and the hopeful to his side, a new society, where everyone who was rejected by the hardliners of the Golden Order were welcome. Even Malenia, the undefeated, would see her brother's potential as the best new hope for a new beginning, and swore herself as his defender, his blade. In return, he devoted himself to ridding her of her scarlet rot, to save the sister who loved him so dearly. Yet none of Miquella's glorious vision would come to pass. The shattering would plunge the lands between into conflict, Malenia would be drawn into battle, and eventually give herself to the scarlet rot. Miquella himself has disappeared from the lands between, rumour having it that he was snatched while cocooning himself in the Halig tree, for Miquella is loved by all, even by those who would bring him harm. And despite being absent, Miquella's influence is almost unmatched. His followers still wait with hope in their hearts, yet little do they know the peril that their shining lord finds himself in. This is the story of Miquella, the Unalloyed. The most logical starting point when looking at the lore of Miquella is the description from the Remembrance of Rot, Miquella's sister. It reads, "Remembrance of Malenia, goddess of Rot, hewn into the Erd Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. Miquella and Malenia are both the children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. One was cursed with eternal childhood, and the other harboured rot within." So there is some interesting language here regarding the single god and their selection as Empyreans. In English, at least, it suggests they were chosen as Empyreans because of their birth, because they were born of a single god. That single god, of course, being the Marika Radagon Rebus, two beings in one body who gave birth to the twins. Given that we know Empyreans are chosen by two fingers, it would be prudent to nail down if their birth really is the reason for their selection. So to make sure that this was intended by the developer, I spoke to my fellow content creator, Last Protagonist, who produces incredible and insightful Elden Ring content, and I will link their channel below and highly recommend that you check them out. I asked for Protagonist's opinion on the Remembrance of the Rot Goddess's original Japanese, and they were able to parse a few potential translations. And in my opinion, given the translations that they provided me, it does look like the English translation is pretty close to the Japanese that is intended, for both seem to suggest that they are Empyrean because of the nature of their birth. The most likely translation that Last Protagonist settled on was, "Miquella and Malenia are the children of the one-person god, therefore the two are Empyrean." So, they were born of the single body of Marika Radagon, the single god, and therefore, as the translation Last Protagonist says, as a result, they were Empyreans. So once again, I'd like to thank Last Protagonist for confirming that facet of the translation for me. With that now established, let us listen to Ranni's description of how she and the twins were chosen as Empyreans.
I was once an Empyrean, of the Demi-Gods. Only I, Miquella, and Malenia could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age.
So to conclude, with all this information in hand, it is clear to me that Miquella and Malenia were born of the Rebus, and due to the auspicious nature of this birth, they were then selected by a two fingers to be an Empyrean as a result of this auspicious birth. So the two are born of the great champion Radagon of the Golden Order Fundamentalists, and Marika the Immortal, but from their single shared body. We know from Malenia's great rune that these births were auspicious and should have yielded the greatest of Marika's heirs, for it reads, "Malenia is the daughter to Queen Marika and Radagon, and her great rune should have been the most sacred of all." So for this I extrapolate that the fact that Malenia, and therefore Miquella, were born of the Rebus, the combination of Marika and Radagon, that they were special. The sacred nature of their birth is well commemorated by a statue in the Halig town plaza, showing Marika embracing her two special children. And while they are certainly extraordinary beings, I do find it interesting that because they are born purely from the genes found within a single body, they are born with terrible physical afflictions, fairly reminiscent of the European dynasties of old, where the lack of genetic diversity would lead to varying physical afflictions. They are the only demigods born from a single body that has essentially mated with itself, and they are the only demigods born with physical afflictions, so it was not hard to see this connection. The Empyreans managed their afflictions as best they could. We know from the prothesis wearer heirloom talisman that Malenia was trained by her mentor of the Flowing Blade, and evidently threw herself into conflict as a way of managing the rot within, or at least taking her mind off it. Miquella, meanwhile, would develop into an Empyrean that possessed more esoteric powers, and become a being of a singular, brilliant mind. We can see his brilliance from the various exchanges of ideas and ideology he has with his father, Radagon. A quick note here, as I am sure it will come up in the comments if I do not address it now. I just want to cover this briefly, but I believe that Malenia and Miquella's birth occurred before the shattering of the Elden Ring and the shattering conflict. There are a number of factors, and I will show this naturally throughout my video. However, to name a few factors, one of them being Radagon was married to Marika since Godfrey was banished from the Lands Between, so in my mind there's a good amount of time prior to the shattering and after Godfrey where Marika and Radagon could have had children. Secondly, I believe that Marika and Radagon were imprisoned immediately following the shattering of the Elden Ring, given the way the two fingers that we talked to within Roundtable Hall described the severity and punishment needed for the crime committed. I doubt they would have let Marika and Radagon kind of gallivant about and have their own children in this period. And finally, there is evidence that Miquella interacted with Godwyn prior to his death, which itself occurs before the shattering of the Elden Ring. However, as I've said, this will naturally become apparent throughout the video and the way I describe events and items, but I just wanted to address it now at the onset of the video. Returning to Miquella's relationship with his father and the development of his powers, we know from the bewitching Brant's description that Miquella was well loved, and the precise language implies one of the very few sinister aspects to Miquella, for it reads, "Tree branch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." So Miquella is well loved, and we see this throughout the game with everyone who's obsessed and loyal to him. And yet with the reading of this item description as well as the actual use of the item, the obscene amount of adoration he enjoys makes sense, as it suggests that it is through the application of unalloyed gold, and he has developed some power through this to compel loyalty. Though I would argue his aims and actions are sympathetic regardless, it is something to keep in mind as we repeatedly examine the unnatural magnetism that Miquella seems to exude. We see that his father, despite being a legend himself, respected his young Empyrean son, and it seems as though Miquella was already skilled enough to help his father develop the incantations that would be wielded by the Golden Fundamentalists themselves, of which Radagon would be the head figure of. Let us at this moment take a quick look at the Golden Order seal to get a grasp on what fundamentalism is, for the talisman gives a succinct description. It reads, "Fundamentalism is scholarship in all but name, scales incantation using both intelligence and faith." Fundamentalism is the bridge between knowledge and faith, the talisman saying it's essentially scholarship dressed up as faith, that draws upon both disciplines. Indeed, this is a perfect reflection of Radagon of the Golden Order himself, a man who bridged the gap between faith and intelligence, as described by the Radagon talisman, which reads, "A legendary talisman depicting Elden Lord Radagon, shortens the casting time of sorceries and incantations. As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete." So fundamentalism is the extrapolation of Radagon's own life experience and own ideology, the intersection of both sides of the coin, and this ideology would evidently become extremely popular and powerful under Radagon's tenure as Elden Lord. And we see Miquella was crucial in aspects of this development, for if we look at the Discus of Light, or the Triple Rings of Light incantations, we can see that these were actually developed by Miquella and given as a gift to his father. Miquella literally helped build the foundations of the Fundamentalists, and the source of their incantations was originally Miquella, not Radagon. This does show the remarkable talent and intelligence of the young Empyrean. He was teaching the figurehead of a movement how it was actually done. Indeed, it seems Radagon was incredibly grateful for his son's remarkable contributions, as he would give Miquella a gift of his own, his Rings of Light, no doubt an extrapolation or improvement of Miquella's original works. Yet despite his early association with the Golden Order, Miquella would quickly disassociate himself from his father's philosophies, as we learn from the description of Radagon's Rings of Light, which reads, "One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, a gift of gratitude to the young Miquella from his father, Radagon. And yet, the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold." So here we see that Miquella rejects the teachings and order of his father, because he sees it as something that did nothing for what he truly cared about, his sister. His motivation discussed in this item description, in my opinion, implies that this was the reason that he was involved in fundamentalism at all, and why he developed these incantations. He was seeking for a cure to his dear sister's affliction, for the bond between the twins was special and remarkable. Miquella and Malenia seem to do everything to lift each other up and cover their respective weaknesses. We even get an artistic representation of their incredible bond through the statuary that is dotted around Haligtree town. We also get evidence of their tight bond through Malenia's armour's item description, which quotes Malenia, and it reads as follows. Malenia awaited Miquella at the foot of the husk. "My brother will keep his promise. He possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all." Firstly, it shows Malenia's loyalty to her brother. She would don the moniker of the Blade of Miquella, suggesting she would act as his defender, and therefore cover his physical shortcomings, given he is eternally a child, with her battle prowess. But it also suggests that she had decided to accept her brother's leadership and authority, despite them both being equal by birth. Was this a natural decision based on her brother's intelligence and vision? Or was it the result of his bewitching power? Regardless, she was so loyal to her brother that she waited patiently for years by the side of the Haligtree husk, essentially as his protector, no longer seeing herself as the leader. She would acquiesce to her brother's leadership. She believes fervently in her brother's trustworthiness that she would wait by the Haligtree husk for years. Yet this love does not go one way. Miquella clearly loves his sister as well, whether she is bewitched or not. We have already seen that he seems concerned with curing his sister's affliction, having plumbed the depths of fundamentalism in a desperate attempt to find an answer to her rot. However, at some point it became clear to him that the answer to his sister's affliction did not lie with his father, nor even with the Golden Order, or the Greater Will itself. The description of Radagon's Rings of Light tells us that he came to this conclusion, and he turned away from fundamentalism, and it was at this point that unalloyed gold began. The unalloyed gold that would not only symbolise Miquella himself, but symbolise his attempts at growing a new order free from the meddling of the Outer Gods. By the time of the game, we can see that Miquella very much attempted to set up his own order, an order that was meant to herald a new age led by the unalloyed. As we know, Empyreans are beings who have the potential to usher in a new age and become a god, as described by Ranni. This is a sentiment shared by Malenia, who believed that Miquella was the greatest candidate amongst the Empyreans to be a god, that he already possessed the qualities of a god. This isn't just opinion. Miquella truly was one of the closest to ushering in a new age and rising as a new god, and this is evidenced by the presence of the Oracle envoys at the Haligtree. These are unusual beings that appear in both Lindell and in the Haligtree. Indeed, these beings are not only unusual to us, but also appear alien to the people of the lands between, for the description of the envoy crown, the headpiece worn by the envoys, reads as follows. "No one knows what the cloth hides, but some claim to have heard faint whimpering from inside." So no one knows what these creatures actually are. They don't know what is beneath the envoy crowns. We know from their bubble spells that these are clay men who once served in an ancient dynasty, yet clearly in the current era, they are not attached to any of the main factions that they find in-game, and instead follow the prophecies within their bubbles. The Oracle Envoy Ashes can give us a reason as to why these beings appear at locations that they do. It reads, "Spirits of a monstrous band of musicians who employ sacred arts. It is said when Oracle Envoys appear, playing their pipes, They do so to herald the arrival of a new god, or age. This is a huge piece of lore, and it really illuminates their in-game positioning and huge implications for their presence at the Haligtree. This is also backed up by the description of the Great Oracle Bubble, which reads, "The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles." This suggests that the oracles see potential futures in their bubble spells, futures of new gods, new ages arising. At Lindell, it can be clearly understood as to why we find these clay prophets here. Each of the endings of the Elden Ring take place at Lindell and always usher in a new age in one form or the other. However, their presence at the Haligtree suggests the oracles anticipate Miquella's ascension to godhood, or at the very least that he will begin a new age. This is massive, and so if you had any doubt about Miquella's potential, put them to one side. Malenia is right, Miquella is the most fierce Empyrean of all. Yet let us backtrack slightly and go back to the core element that distinguishes Miquella and ultimately becomes the source of his title, the unalloyed gold. We have already touched on Radagon's Rings of Light, but let's look at it again when we're looking at the unalloyed gold. It says that Miquella created the unalloyed gold because he realised that the Golden Order, and therefore the Elden Ring, could not cure his sister. Telling us that he created this unalloyed gold as a direct response to his dissatisfaction with the current existing order, and it would in turn symbolise his new order and mark his separation from the Order of Grace. Now let us analyse the word unalloyed itself. That will be the most important word when it symbolises Miquella himself and the material that he uses. The word alloy means a mixed material, i.e. something that is not pure and is a combination. Therefore the unalloyed means pure, it is a symbol of purity. Again, to really hammer this home, the creation of the unalloyed gold was a direct result of his dissatisfaction with the Golden Order, that it did not possess the answers that he was needing. So not only is it an actual material name, but I see it as a slight against the Golden Order itself. Miquella's is the pure order, one free from the impurities of the greater will that pollutes the Golden Order. We will see this as we cover more subjects in the video, that while Miquella is creating his own order, he is basically taking what he knows from the Golden Order and purifying it. And by purifying it, we mean purifying it from the taint of an outer god, in this case the greater will. For example, his sister's clean-wrought knights still wield the gold discs of light, showing he has implemented some of what he developed under the Golden Order. He even builds his own Erdtree and builds his own capital surrounding it, a reflection of the Erdtree in Lindell. While we see the likes of Ranni establishing her own order that differs immensely from the Golden Order, Miquella sticks to what he knows and purifies it. It is a pure mirror reflection of what he sees in the Golden Order. As I've said, it will become naturally apparent in this video that this is what Miquella is doing. He is taking what he knows from the Golden Order and purifying it and making his own clean reflection of it in his mind. It will become naturally apparent in the video, but just bear in mind that one of the reasons it is called unalloyed gold is because it's an unalloyed version of the Golden Order. However, let us return to the material itself now. The use of a pure metal or mineral makes sense as we learn the point of the unalloyed gold is to remove the impurities of the outer god. And we see this quite clearly in the use of the unalloyed gold needles in-game, as well as the protection that the Haligtree crest shield gives, which is against holy damage types associated with gods. While clearly the unalloyed gold works on all outer gods, his main aim is to harness this technology and development to cleanse his sister of the outer god of rot, for which she has suffered greatly. So how and when did he develop such gold and harness its properties to be used for this purpose? Well, it seems that Miquella was aware of the powers and properties of unalloyed gold from a very young age, for if we look at the description of Miquella's lily, it says the following: a delicate water lily of unalloyed gold that has started to fade and wilt, thought to be beloved by the Empyrean Miquella in his youth. So while the English might be a little unclear here, it seems that Miquella's use of unalloyed gold stemmed from his love of this plant that he adored in his youth. So when understanding what this lily's description actually means and where the unalloyed came from, there are three possibilities. One is that the lily is a naturally occurring source of the unalloyed gold. Number two, this is a naturally occurring lily, or even a Trina's lily that has been affected by unalloyed gold through Miquella's manipulation. Or 3, it is a lily created completely from scratch by Miquella's powers. I can't accept any of these explanations, but personally, my opinion, I believe it's the third, where it is a lily that has been created from Miquella's power, and I think this becomes more clear when we look at the comparisons between Miquella and Cintrina later, and her own lilies. Either way, what makes it clear is that Miquella was familiar with the unalloyed gold even from youth. Furthermore, the bewitching branch possibly illustrates an early application of the unalloyed gold, for it tells us that such branches are empowered by unalloyed gold. We learn from the Blue Dancer charm that the rot that is afflicting Malenia is the result of an outer god, and that this outer god was once sealed away by Malenia's own mentor, the swordsman of the flowing blade, and it is possible that the techniques he taught her is somehow able to seal away or push back the rot that's within her body. Regardless, we can see that Miquella came to the same conclusion, that Malenia's rot was due to the meddling of an outer god, and it seemed he started to harness the power that was found within unalloyed gold to remove the meddling of the outer gods and help his sister therefore. And we learn this from the needle of the unalloyed gold, which says as follows: a intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold snapped in half, a ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of the outer gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. So the word forestalling here is pretty critical. It shows that while Miquella was unable to actually cure his sister, he was actually able to push back the scarlet rot at least to a degree, or hold it back, which now makes sense if you see her equipped with all this unalloyed gold. It no doubt was an attempt to keep her from being consumed fully by the rot by having this unalloyed gold on her skin. The needle in-game can actually be used to push back the scarlet rot from Millicent, who is one of the Valkyries born of the Aeonian rot, and this is showing that Miquella was on the right track and he was able to at least halt the power of this outer god of rot. Yet given that Malenia is still afflicted, we can only assume that the needle and the unalloyed gold was not enough to cure her completely, only forestall this event. And then using a combination of armour and prosthetics to arm her with, it is no doubt a hope to forestall the advance of the rot, which is no doubt the reason that she needs prosthetics in the first place, but having the unalloyed gold resting against her skin will have no doubt helped to hold back the rot to some degree. Her prosthetics and armaments are clearly an attempt to buy her as much time as possible, for it is hard to deny that Malenia is running out of time. She has bloomed twice already, once in the base of the Halig tree for some unknown reason, and once during her battle with General Radahn, which is what we see in the story trailer. And we know from the description of the Scarlet Aeonia incantation that it would only take one more bitter conflict to transform her irreparably into a scarlet rot if she was to bloom one more time. And in fact, tragically, this is what happens in her fight with us. One more reason not to fight Malenia. Yet for now, let us stick on the subject of the unalloyed gold, and return later to Miquella's final solution to the rot problem. While he no doubt pioneered unalloyed gold to help his sister in the first place, the application of its qualities are universal when it comes to the outer gods, and I therefore think his title of unalloyed and his use of unalloyed gold adorning his soldiers is a symbol of his desire to have a world separate from the outer gods in general. First, I would argue that it works equally well against the scions of the Greater Will, for the Halig Tree Great Shield is highly effective at negating holy damage, a damage type most typically associated with the Golden Order. And of course we see another successful application of the Unalloyed's power, for if the Tarnished meets with the Three Fingers, then they become infected with the Frenzied Flame, which we know to be the power of an outer god, due to the interaction that it has with Miquella's needle. As it says, it was designed to remove the influence of an outer god, and it does successfully remove the influence of the Frenzied Flame. This shows that Miquella's unalloyed gold is powerful enough to even remove the taint of the outer god of chaos. This shows how truly remarkable Miquella's unalloyed gold actually is. It has the power to literally banish and push back the influence of an outer god, a feat we see no other god or demigod able to replicate, and in fact I'd argue that the gods and demigods in-game are actually the puppets of outer gods, so seeing one actively fighting back and actually having the power to push back these incredible beings is unmatched. It is a testament to the young Empyrean's true strength. It is therefore little wonder that the purity of the unalloyed becomes a symbol of his people and his followers. It is a symbol of a world without tyranny, a world without the designs of selfish and single-minded gods. It is a world of purity, and it is this ideology that would be supported by diverse factions that gather beneath the flag of the Haligtree, and it is to these followers and Miquella's tree itself that we turn to next. With the linchpin of his new beliefs in hand, Miquella would create the foundations of an order that completely mirrored but opposed the order of the Erdtree. As already discussed, the unalloyed gold is most assuredly a play on words, as a slight against the tainted and unpurified Golden Order, tainted by the influence of an outer god, and I truly believe that Miquella's use of the unalloyed gold, alongside the failure of the Golden Order, and his despair at seeing his sister suffer at the hands of an outer god, has led Miquella to believe that the world would be better without the influence of the outer gods. And to cement this as a wholly new order from that of the Golden Order, he would attempt to grow his own Erdtree. Again, this demonstrates the sheer will of Miquella, and he is truly unequalled in this respect. He literally attempted to grow his own Erdtree, the vessel that houses the Elden Ring itself, and marks the Golden Order's dominion over the lands between. We learn of Miquella's cultivation of the Haligtree from the Haligtree Knight Armour, which states, though watered with Miquella's own blood since it was a sapling, the Haligtree ultimately failed to grow into an Erdtree. So Miquella actually grew the tree from scratch from a sapling. Yet what sapling? So I believe the answer to this can be found by the placement of a particular enemy that we find in Ephael. So despite the fact the lore makes it clear that the Haligtree failed to become an Erdtree, we still find Erdtree avatars here, defending the Haligtree. Now let us look at the staff of the avatar, the weapon that the avatars wield. It reads as follows: ceremonial staff depicting the Erdtree in its historic radiance, wielded by the avatars who protect the minor Erdtrees. The avatars emerging in the wake of the Elden Ring shattering were determined to protect the withering Erdtree's offspring. This makes it clear to me that the Haligtree is the sapling or the offspring of the Erdtree, that the sapling that Miquella watered from birth was that of an Erdtree. In the hopes of growing it into his own version of an Erdtree, he took the sapling, the offspring of an Erdtree, and watered it with his own blood to make his own version of an Erdtree. So with that said, let us return to the item description of the Haligtree Knight Armour, which describes the fact that Miquella seems to have watered it with his own blood, his Empyrean blood, and this is no doubt what will have made it divine, or at least in the eyes of Miquella's followers, that is, for the word Halig means holy or sacred, so this is the holy or sacred tree, language that we quite often see associated with Miquella. So we also learn from the description of the Haligtree Knight Armour that the symbol emblazoned on their tabards and on their chestpiece is the symbol of the Haligtree. Likewise, the great shields of the knights and the flags and banners that we find around the place, as well as the tabards of the Haligtree soldiers, is of course the idealised version of the Haligtree. This, in combination with unalloyed gold, would become the symbols of Miquella's rule and of his people. The shield, however, has something interesting to say about the current appearance of the Haligtree, for it says, "Yet now, with the Haligtree misshapen, this wondrous rendition is a fleeting fantasy." So clearly Miquella had a vision of a new Erdtree when he began growing it, and this is the stylized coat of arms that we have on the heraldry of his warriors and his people. Yet the shield makes it clear that this is not the Haligtree that we see today. It is now twisted, dying and rotten, but we will talk more about the fall of the Haligtree near the end of this video. So we know that Miquella raised the Haligtree from its sapling years, meaning that he most likely moved it and chose the position of the Haligtree itself. We can see that this is in a straight line opposition to the Erdtree, so that is fairly symbolic, but more importantly it is very far away, so let's look at the position of it. No doubt Miquella intended that only those in the know would be able to reach it, as the path to the Haligtree is obscured. In fact, it's actually over leagues of dangerous territory and then in the middle of the ocean. So it would only have been accessible to those in the know, or those that have been told the way. I feel this is reinforced by the consecrated Snowfield map item description, which essentially says that it is a harsh route through the blizzards and it is a route taken by the unchosen, meaning that you would be unlikely to make it here by conventional means, and only being chosen by Miquella, you would have your passage guaranteed to the Haligtree. This means that it is fairly unlikely you would ever have made it to the Haligtree had you bad intentions or you were not invited by Miquella himself, and this was obviously by design so he could shelter his new order. However, even then, the desperate and the faithful, those who love Miquella from far and wide, and again, this shows the bewitching nature of Miquella, still come through these dangerous territories, through the consecrated snowfields, in a desperate attempt to find holy Miquella. Indeed, it almost feels like a rite of passage, a pilgrimage, as we activate the secret lift, pass through the secret catacombs, and pass through the snow-blasted desolation of the consecrated snowfields. In fact, the word consecrated means lands that have been declared sacred or holy, suggesting this really is the purpose of this part of the journey for some people. The path for the faithful is guided by magical lights, and one pilgrim ghost confirms that the lights are meant to lead the way to those who would seek the sanctuary of the Halig Tree. The final step in this journey is passing through Ordina Liturgical Town, liturgical meaning that this is a place of worship, no doubt for Miquella and the Halig Tree. The fact this is a path for the unchosen and people are still willing to take this path to find the Halig Tree and treat it as almost a holy rite really does, again, like I've said, reinforce the nature that Miquella has this bewitching allure around him. The positioning and difficulty in reaching the Halig Tree, in my opinion, was primarily chosen by Miquella to make it very separate from the jurisdiction of the Erd Tree, and this is clear given it sits in the sea north of a forbidden area. Indeed, we only need look at the desperate attempts of Ofnir, the supposed all-knowing, to claim the Halig Tree medallion, to realise that a man as powerful as him is struggling to gain access to this area, then it must be truly difficult for regular people. For me, the intent of the planting of the Halig Tree was pretty clear. It was to become his centre of power, as made clear by the prominence of the architecture that surrounds it. The Halig Tree and the Epheal Brace of the Halig Tree, these are townships that stand as proof that Miquella intended to raise a new order, a new society, that would rival that of Erd Tree. For Epheal stands as a stark reflection to Lindell and the Halig Tree, that of the Erd Tree. The Halig Tree would become a beacon for those who had no place among the lands ruled by the Erd Tree. The sacred crown helm worn by his foot soldiers tells us that Miquella is the defender of the weak, for it reads, "Who is it that Miquella shall bless, if not the low and the meek?" So Miquella is the defender of the lost and the oppressed, a stark reflection of the Erd Tree society that brutally rejects anyone that doesn't fit in with their ideals and idea of purity. And once again it proves that Miquella believes he is a mirror, the pure reflection of the Golden Order. He will take in those that they reject. The greatest example of an exiled people who would see the Halig Tree as the Promised Lands are of course the Albinaurics. Once again, the Albinaurics find themselves in one of my lore videos. 4 for 4. So once again, let's look at the greatest lore item of all, the Albinauric blood clot, which tells us that the Albinaurics are an artificial race, and many see them to be impure. Indeed, there seems to be a lot of people who treat the Albinaurics as no better than cattle, being hunted down like dogs. Rykard abducts and experiments on them, for example, seeing them as no better than science experiments. And we get evidence that they are hunted by those of Raya Lucaria, as items such as the Albinauric shield and Albinauric blood pots suggest. Most relevant to our current topic, however, is the brutal treatment that they receive at the hands of Sir Gideon Ofnir, simply because he desires knowledge of Miquella. That is all he wants. He is willing to send his goons to burn down and slaughter the people of the Albinauric village. He will also brutally interrogate Latenna for the location of the Halig Tree seals, going so far as to essentially render her immobile by destroying her bonded dog. Looking at the horror of the genocide of the village of the Albinaurics and the brutality of Latenna being left crippled, this alone is a perfect illustration of the brutality the Albinaurics face in the lands between, and this is just the suffering they experienced at the hands of one man, Sir Gideon Ofnir. Never mind the other injustices they face at the hand of other people within the lands between. They are a displaced people who have no set place in the order of the Erd Tree. We saw this in my Mohg video, which I will link in the description below. In that we discussed the fact that some Albinaurics are so out of place and so lost that they fall under the sway of Mohg and become bloodied soldiers for his Mohgwyn dynasty, as a better alternative to living within the lands between. Yet not all look upon the Albinaurics with scorn or indifference. One looks upon them with sympathy. They have one ally in the form of Loretta, Knight of the Carian royal family. We learn from Loretta's war sickle that she once served as a guard to Carian royalty, and as such she most likely saw the atrocities committed against the Albinaurics at the hands of Limnaria firsthand. The spell, Loretta's Mastery, describes how Loretta, moved by the plight of the Albinaurics, abandoned her post within Carian royalty and dedicated her life to helping the Albinauric people, for it reads, "Developed by Loretta after her long bloody journey to seek out a place where the Albinaurics could live in peace." This shows that Loretta obviously searched far and wide to find a haven for the Albinaurics. We know the path to the Haligtree is long and dangerous, and it is likely she didn't beeline there first of all, as she would probably not have known it, and in fact probably searched far and wide all over the lands between. Ultimately, the description of this spell shows her commitment to helping the Albinauric people to help them escape the injustices of this world. Her helm then confirms that she determined that the Haligtree was the best chance for the Albinauric salvation. This is no doubt due to a combination of Miquella's status as a defender of the lost, and the fact that the Haligtree is located so far away from those who would do the Albinaurics harm. It is no surprise therefore that Loretta would soon after become a Knight of the Haligtree, fully embracing Miquella as her liege, and abandoning her original ties to the Carian royal family. We can see from Loretta's war sickle that she would in fact have the glintstone replaced with the unalloyed gold of Miquella, and one can't help but notice her helm. Now from the top of her helmet an ornate tree is sprouting, and in my opinion this ornate tree is meant to represent the Haligtree, for what other tree is she meant to be possibly aligned to? In addition, it looks like a different material from the rest of her armour, possibly suggesting it is a later alteration like when she swore herself to the Haligtree. But then why would the spirit of her at Carian Manor, a representation of her as a Carian Knight, also have a symbol of the Haligtree? So this, in my opinion, is where I believe the Blue Phantom version of Loretta can be easily explained, making her a phantom that is either her projection, or a creation of Ranni, or is in fact a mirror or a echo kept in Carian Manor given all the ghosts that we see there. Long story short, I believe the tree adorning her helm is most likely associated with the Haligtree, given she is now, currently, the Knight of the Haligtree, and I don't put a lot of stock into the reflection that we see at the Carian Manor. So it is clear that, given her armaments and her new symbolism, she clearly embraced her role as the Knight of the Haligtree, really showing loyalty to her new liege, no doubt brought about by the fact that he finally offered sanctuary and kindness where the rest of the world did not. And while it is clear that the Haligtree and Miquella changed Loretta, I do believe that she did not come empty-handed, and in fact she shared the smithing techniques of the Carian royals with the forces of the Haligtree. I have taken this from the Miquellan Knight's sword, which reads as follows: "Sword forged by the servants of Miquella of the Haligtree, with a design modelled after those carried by Carian knights." Instead of glintstone, however, amber from the Haligtree is embedded within the blade. A sumptuous piece, yet has never been offered to any knight, an ill-starred sword with no master. So this sword is forged by the followers of Miquella, swapping out the glintstone for the amber of the Haligtree, much like the customization of Loretta's sickle. Given it is modelled after Carian knight armaments, there is only one Carian knight here, so it seems like a logical conclusion that Loretta oversaw the design of this new weapon. She brought new techniques and ideas into the Haligtree. Overall, I see Loretta as a pretty incredible character. For a character of such position and power to risk so much for the Albinauric people, who everyone else essentially despises, makes her character worthy of praise and admiration, and it is fairly sad when we are forced to kill her on our journey to the bottom of the Haligtree. Once established here, Loretta clearly sent word to the Albinauric people that she'd found a safe haven for them, the Promised Land, and that under the protection of Lord Miquella they would finally escape persecution. We get word of this spreading through the Albinauric people and their society, almost coming mythological in a way, from the dialogue that we get from Old Albus, who says this about the Promised Land.
"A chosen land awaits us, Albinaurics. The medallion is the key that leads to the city. It's only a quaint treasure for we who cannot make the journey, but for dear Latenna, it is needed to fulfill her purpose. My legs will soon fade, and with them my life. Alas, this is the immovable fate of all Albinaurics."
While old Albus accepts that some elderly Albinaurics like him who are losing their legs could never make it, young Albinaurics like Latenna are destined to have travelled to the unalloyed side. Indeed, we see young Albinaurics that have bonded with wolves to compensate for their faded legs, guarding the consecrated snowfield and the liturgical town beyond, and ultimately guarding the Halig Tree. In my opinion, this is the best situation that the Albinaurics find themselves in the entire game. In Miquella's service and in his lands of the consecrated snowfields, they have found sanctuary and purpose, far from those who would see them butchered and exploited. And in fact, in the consecrated snowfields, under the aegis of the Halig Tree and Lord Miquella, a new hope blossoms for the Albinaurics. For if you assist Latenna in her quest, you witness a beautiful scene and a possible bright new future for the Albinauric people.
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life for us, for all the Albinaurics. Our young yet towering sister will give us hope. Now that nothing is left unfinished, I will join you in battle to the bitter end. And when the fighting is done, then you may lay me to rest. Beside Lobo, my dear wolf.
Indeed, it is not only the Albinauric people that would find sanctuary here. As we can see, the reviled and indentured misbegotten would too find themselves pushed towards the Halig Tree, and they find a measure of dignity, safety, and peace that was simply not possible for them in the realm of the Erd Tree, where we see they are treated no better as slaves. And we know from Perfumer Tricia's ashes that the misbegotten are simply seen as impure by the Golden Order, and they will never have a place as anything more than slaves. However, no such labels apply in Miquella's realm, for the weak and the rejected can all find safety in the embrace of the Halig Tree. Yet there is another persecuted group that suffer under the rule of the Golden Order, those that live in death. But again, Miquella, as the protector of the weak and the lost, reaches out to them, and there is evidence that he tries to assist his crumbling half-brother, Godwyn, the Prince of Death. So let's start with the most obvious source for the connection between Godwyn and Miquella, the Golden Epitaph. This sword is a commemorative sword, commissioned to memorialise the death of Godwyn, and it reads, "Infused with the humble prayer of a young boy, O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death." Now this is clearly a brother of Godwyn, and it is a young boy praying for Godwyn. It's quite clearly Miquella. Miquella was always described as young, and he is a brother to Godwyn. And aside from that, we've clearly established at this point that Miquella is an extremely empathetic being. And if you're still not having it and you still don't believe it's Miquella, use the weapon art on it, and you will see that when you use the miracle attached to it, it in fact casts the sign of the Halig Tree, the symbol of Miquella himself. So the young boy that infused the prayer in this is quite clearly Miquella. The in-game evidence is there. And of course, we will explore some other links between Godwyn and Miquella now that will cement this further. So again, even in his youth, we see that Miquella was an extremely empathetic being, and that the fate of Godwyn pained the young Empyrean. When he became the Unalloyed, free from the Golden Order's presidential stance on those who live in death, Miquella would take action. For in the north, past the boundaries of the Forbidden Lands, deep in the mountains of the Giants, lies a hidden castle, Castle Sol. Castle Sol seems to be a location dedicated to a people who are encouraging the sun to be subsumed and drained by the eclipse. We learn this from the legendary armament of the castle, the Eclipse Shotel, which reads, "Storied sword and treasure of Castle Sol, that depicts an eclipse sun drained of colour." One of the legendary armaments. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. This tells us the basic outline of the beliefs of this cult. They worship a sun eclipse, and indeed, we will learn in a second that this cult is here to beckon such events. The eclipse is relevant to Godwyn and the Demi-Gods without a soul, and we learn this connection from both the Eclipse Heater Shield and the Eclipse Great Shield. And the belief behind such iconography that is wielded by the Mausoleum Knights, for example, is that it seemingly protects these soulless demigods from destined death, i.e. from dying completely. So what is the purpose of the Cult of Sol? What have they got to do with the eclipse? Well, we get evidence of the beliefs from a ghost who exists in the entrance to the Castle Sol, and he says, "O great sun, frigid son of Sol, surrender yourself to the eclipse, grant life to the soulless bones. So we can see from the shields of the Mausoleum Knights that the eclipse apparently protects the gods from destined death, and yet according to the inhabitants of the Castle Sol, there's another flip side to the symbolism of the eclipse. Not only does it protect them from death, but it can actually grant to them full life, restoring their full life, giving them a soul. Okay, so that makes sense, but why does this connect to Miquella? Well, this is where the other half of the Haligtree seal can be found, and you will need to come here if you do want to visit the lands of the Haligtree. The Haligtree seal is defended here by Commander Neil and his ghosts, and we learn from Commander Neil's armour that he is here defending his master, even though his master is long dead. Yet who is his master? So to me, his master, quite clearly, is the ghost that we find behind the commander that is being guarded by the commander. He is up the lift at the top of the castle after we defeat the commander. And this ghost is in possession of an extremely important item, in possession of the Haligtree seal. And this ghost has an extremely important dialogue, and let's read that dialogue now. It says, "Lord Miquella, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Haligtree." So for me, this is pretty clear definitive proof that Miquella was working with these people at Sol, even seemingly proposing to reward the leader of the castle, this ghost that the commander was guarding, with the other half of a Haligtree seal, so he could get passage to the Haligtree. For the ghost seems to lament that because he has failed, he will now no longer be rewarded in coming to the Haligtree. The ghost also says, "Your comrade will remain soulless," and this is most likely referring to Godwyn, who is Miquella's quote-unquote comrade. So, quite clearly to me, Miquella not only cares about the broken people of the world, but also still cares about his brother that he wrote a prayer for a long time ago. And he proposed to work with the people of Sol, going to reward them if they could bring life back into Godwyn's soulless bones. Yet sadly, this was not to be, and Godwyn remained soulless, and the leader of Sol died grasping only half of a Haligtree seal, dreaming of the Haligtree and his lord Miquella. So again, his connection to the people of Castle Sol reinforces the fact that Miquella cares for those that are rejected by the current order. Yet before we talk about Miquella's fall and why this utopia that he dreamed of didn't come to be, we do need to talk about another facet of Miquella that is becoming a little bit of an elephant in the room, and that is St. Trina. So let's move on to that subject now. So there's no easy segue into this subject, but talk about it we must, and that is the connection between Miquella and St. Trina. As I'm sure a lot of you are aware at this point, multiple Tarnished have been able to find cut and unused content in the game's text files. Pertinent to this video is the cut content from an NPC called Rico, who was a follower of St. Trina and Miquella, who he eventually reveals to be one and the same with this dialogue. So of course it goes without saying that we aren't to take anything found in cut content without taking it with a massive pinch of salt. Cut content is cut content for a reason, most often because the developers don't feel like it fits in with the finished game. However, in this case I do believe there are some strong pieces of evidence still in the game that St. Trina is an aspect of Miquella, or at the very least, is someone closely associated to Miquella. So let's examine the actual in-game references to St. Trina now, and I feel a good starting point for this is the St. Trina sword, which reads as follows. St. Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a comely young girl, others say he is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. So straight off, what is evidence is it's made clear that St. Trina is venerated, but there's no clear agreement into who they are, or what they look like, or what their gender even is. So this immediately leaves open the door that Miquella could be St. Trina, since no one knows what they actually look like, and there's a disagreement on what they look like. I also find it interesting that from what we see of Miquella in the opening cinematic, Miquella's appearance is fairly gender fluid, but what I would also say is that as we look at more of St. Trina's evidence, I believe that there are two aspects of Miquella, St. Trina, the feminine aspect, and Miquella, the male aspect, but we'll look at that again in a moment. Finally, I find the sword also interesting because it mentions the fact that St. Trina has disappeared quite suddenly, and this is also in line with Miquella having disappeared quite suddenly. They're already starting to share a lot of aspects. Earlier in the video we mentioned how Miquella's lily was important to Miquella in his youth, but however there is also another lily called St. Trina lily. The two lilies to me are symbolic of what I believe to be the case here, that Miquella and Citrina are two different aspects of the same god. Miquella's lily description uses the pronoun for he, him, his, and when we look at the Fervor's cookbook in a minute, you'll see that it uses the pronoun her. And the fact there are two lilies and these two different aspects of very similar gods, to me, feels like they are the same god, they just have two different aspects. The feminine Citrina and the male Miquella. And indeed, both of these lilies drop from people associated with Miquella. The Miquella lily drop from his soldiers and knights, whereas the Trina lilies drop from the Cleanrot knights of his sister Malenia. Of course, another really important item linked to Citrina is the Citrina's torch, which we tellingly find in the consecrated snowfield, an area of land that is clearly linked to the worship of Miquella. And it reads the following: Candle stand torch that burns with light purple flame. The carvings depict Citrina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. So I feel like this is one of the strongest pieces of evidence that Citrina is another aspect of Miquella, for it implies it is disturbing to see Citrina in adult form. The sword also explains that Citrina is either depicted as a young child boy or a young child girl, much like the eternally youthful Miquella. So we can see these similarities, that they're both considered to be young, Citrina and Miquella, and that it would be unusual and actually disturbing to see them in their adult form. And indeed, when we do see Miquella on the precipice of becoming his adult form in his cocoon, so maybe this piece of lore is a little bit of foreshadowing of what we do finally see. The final nail in the coffin for me personally is the Fervor's Cookbook 3, the item description of which describes the actions of an adherent of Citrina, who is searching for Citrina. Yet despite being clearly linked with Citrina in the description, it is used to make an item very firmly associated with Miquella, the Bewitching Branch. This item is actually also a reward from Gideon Ofnir when you reach Mohg Palace as part of your quest to find Miquella for Ofnir, another further link between Miquella and Citrina. So to conclude, I do think there's plenty of evidence to conclude that Citrina is another aspect of Miquella. In Greek mythology, for example, gods are not immutable, and they fairly often appear in different forms or have different aspects. They had different guises and were not the gods of a sole domain. For example, there is Athena, and then there is Athena Nike, which is Athena as the goddess of victory, two depictions of the same god, who herself is a goddess of multiple domains, i.e. war, wisdom, handicrafts, and more. For me, Citrina is Miquella's other aspect. She is the feminine aspect of him, associated with sleep, while he is the masculine aspect associated with the unalloyed gold. For their lives are described as very similar, and there does seem to be confusion, as we saw in the Citrina swords, about the actual gender of this being. And in fact, if we are really looking at this, if we are looking deeply for signs of this to be true, one could view the reliefs in Ithil in a different light. Look at it, two children surrounding the Halig Tree, two youthful children, two youthful Empyreans perhaps, two versions of the same eternally youthful Empyrean surrounding the Halig Tree. This is my hypothesis, of course, and I could well be wrong, yet I do believe it to be a fairly logical conclusion backed up by content of Rico, and we already have examples of Miquella's own parent being someone who is split between a male half and a feminine half, so it isn't a massive leap. Regardless, let us return to the fate of Miquella, because despite his great wisdom and abundance of followers, his allure would attract the predation of a very dangerous individual, Mohg, the Lord of Blood, and it is Mohg's actions that would lead to the fall and collapse of Miquella's Halig Tree order. So before we begin this chapter, for those who don't know, I have already done a fairly comprehensive video on Mohg, which I will link below. This video will cover the events from Miquella's abduction with a focus on Miquella and the effects it has on his people and the Halig Tree. We had already discussed that the Halig Tree not only failed to become an Ur-Tree, but also failed to live up to the ideal that Miquella had dreamed of it, i.e. the idealised version that we see on his people's heraldry. We can even see the term misshapen is used to describe it when we look at the Halig Tree crest great shield. Indeed, by the time we finally do reach the tree, it is very misshapen, dead and rotten. A dialogue of Ofnir essentially lets slip the reasoning for this, for upon reaching the Halig Tree and reporting it to Ofnir, he says the following.
Ah, so the secret medallions led you to the land of the Halig Tree. I'd expect to find Malenia there. She who fought Radahn to a standstill. Well, if the Scarlet Rot hasn't eaten her away completely. But with the Halig tree as it is, I suppose Miquella must already be.
So Ofnir implies the tree is dying because Miquella is no longer present at it. Indeed, Ofnir is again the main source for Miquella's actions, as after we defeat Malenia and lay eyes upon the husk, Ofnir says the following.
I heard speculation Miquella embedded himself in the Halig tree. But before he could finish, someone cut the tree open and absconded with his infant form. Indeed, it seems those words held weight. How vexing that the All-Knowing didn't have the full story. Perhaps the Queen's sorrow was justified.
So the tree is now a husk, and Ofnir had heard that Miquella embedded himself in the Halig tree before being cut out and taken away. Now I believe it is logical to assume that Ofnir calls it a husk, meaning it is essentially dead and empty and was meant to contain something before. This to me implies that the entire point of the tree was to host Miquella inside of it, and with him cut out, it has began to die. And this marries up with the prior dialogue Ofnir had shared with us. In Miquella's boss room we see a face within the tree, almost a body growing out of it. And if we look at it from above, this seems to be its own separate growth, growing from where this body is in the tree, signifying that this is where Miquella was once embedded, and it was growing him into a new form attached to the tree. That is of course my speculation from the environmental storytelling, and what I'm about to say is also my speculation. I believe this face and body in the tree was an extension of Miquella, who was once embedded within the tree, as if he was growing onto the Halig tree and becoming a greater being as a part of it. Malenia's armour description reveals that Miquella had made a promise to her, and again this is just my belief, but his promise is no doubt his help to cure her of her rot. As we find Malenia and the Halig tree, Miquella is already gone, and Malenia is in slumber. She is resting her rot-infested hand upon the tree. Malenia is in slumber because, as we learn from Clean Rot Knight Finley's ashes, it was a result of her exertion of unleashing the Scarlet Rot upon Radahn at the climax of the Aeonian War. This is why the tree is as we see it now. Without Miquella embedded inside, it has begun to die, and with Malenia's rot returning from her war and her soldiers, the rot has taken control and infested the once pure Halig tree. The rot not only shows itself in the rotting boughs and branches of the tree, but is also literally pulling at the base of the Halig tree. So much of it is overflowing, there's literally waterfalls of rot within the once pure Halig tree, a far cry from the original vision that Miquella had. Even the avatars of this Halig tree have become putrid and infected by the scarlet rot that Malenia and her troops brought back from their war with Radahn. It is tragic seeing this noble dream of Miquella rotting away. The misbegotten are abandoned, and almost in mockery to Miquella's purity, we see the shambling hordes of Clean Rot Knights lurching around the halls of the once pure Athale, while the pests spawn and grow within the rot-infested pools deep within the base of the Halig tree. Yet how did this happen? Why did Miquella leave himself undefended? Well, again, what follows is my speculation from what we know so far of the story, the environmental storytelling, and my own conjecture, so take it as you want. As we already mentioned, Miquella most likely promised to his sister that he would cure her rot, and we know that he had developed unalloyed gold for warding away the rot, but it was only a temporary solution, so he needed a new plan to cure her fully. I therefore believe he embedded himself into his Halig tree to somehow ascend to godhood, and use his newfound godly powers to purge his sister of her sickness once more. Given we know that Miquella is now associated with purity, it is fair to say that he would probably ascend to a god of purity, and no doubt be able to cleanse his sister of her rot. At least that would have been the theory and the plan behind his actions. Ofnir specifically uses the term that he was cut out before he could finish, suggesting that it was a process of some kind that was never able to reach fruition. We know from the remembrance of the Bloodlord that Miquella is slumbering, as if he is in some kind of hibernation, and even in the opening intro, he does look like he's asleep when cradled in Mohg's arm. To me, he was in a transformative slumber, much when a butterfly cocoons itself between its transformation from grub to butterfly. This to me explains his cocoon. It is his cocoon that houses his transition into godhood. I 100% believe that the cocoon we find him in is of Miquella's creation, as we see similar cocoons all over the Halig tree, with human-like forms emerging from the cocoons. Could this possibly be the followers undergoing sympathetic transformation? We can't be sure on that, but what it makes it clear to me is that this is Miquella's cocoon rather than that of Mohg. Indeed, even in the opening cinematic, to me it looks as if Miquella is covered in a viscous fluid, as if it is something that has been cut out of one of these cocoons, and we can see these kind of viscid fluids and tendrils coming from Miquella's cocoon and the cocoons within the Haligtree. So again, I think this is further evidence of Miquella being cut freshly from a cocoon as we see him in the intro cinematic. And then I would therefore suggest that he then developed a new one as he was brought to his new home in the Mohgwyn Palace. This is why the oracles are at the Haligtree. Miquella was on the cusp of claiming his godhood by cocooning himself into his own Haligtree and undergoing a transformation that we can't really be sure of how it was meant to go and what the end result would have been, but ultimately the presence of the oracles and the promise that he kept to his sister and the dialogues of Ofnir that it wasn't finished suggest to me that he was transforming himself into a god by cocooning himself in the Haligtree. Yet Mohg and his formless mother Patron evidently sensed the same potential, and Mohg has perverted Miquella's transformation by breaking open his cocoon before it is ready and filling it and tainting Miquella with blood in order to alter his intended transformation. As I discussed at length in my Mohg video, the end goal of this is to transform Miquella, instead of a god of purity, into a god of blood that Mohg will be consort to and herald a new age, the Age of Blood. We don't have a specific on when Mohg kidnapped Miquella, but there are plenty of opportunities for Mohg to have done it. It could have been when Malenia was at war in Aeonia, or it could have been when Malenia was in slumber after returning from the Aeonian War. It could have been her cause for going to war in the first place, given that she fights a Ward Caelid, a place directly above the Mohgwyn Palace. Perhaps she led this war as an expedition to find him. What I would say is the only thing we know with clarity is that this would have come after the Shattering, for we know that Miquella is a rune bearer, meaning that he has claimed a great rune of the Elden Ring, which only occurred after it was shattered. And we know that he bears such a rune because Ofnir tells us that he is one of the missing demigods that has one of the great runes. Ultimately, Mohg caught Miquella at a really good time. Miquella had obviously entered a transformative state, and Malenia, as we can see from the events of the Shattering, was clearly distracted or incapacitated. And in fact, Miquella now finds himself in a very precarious position. We don't know what's happening within the mind of the Unalloyed, but what is clear is that he is clearly caught in a slumber. In my opinion, he's been caught in a transformative stage, which means he can't defend himself. He is in a slumber for as long as this transformation takes place, and so he's effectively defenseless against Mohg poisoning him with tainted blood. Yet love for Miquella is strong, and those that follow him have not given up. His soldiers still patrol the walls of Efale. The foot soldiers of his army seem to hold on to the light of their lord within themselves, for the Haligtree soldier ashes read, "Spirits of common soldiers who carry this sacred light, when weakened they explode to deliver a last-ditch attack." This was their bitter revelation discovered by the desperate soldiers who awaited the return of their lord to the rotted Haligtree. May the flash of our deaths guide Miquella's return. And maybe there is something to this. It says that they didn't discover this light or have this bitter light revelation until they had lost their lord. So maybe this is the power of Miquella reaching out and acting through his followers. Perhaps a manifestation of the bewitching love that his followers have for him. Even as things as they are, these soldiers are fervently loyal to their master, even detonating themselves in a show of spectacular pale gold light, in the hopes of acting as a suicidal golden light that will guide Miquella's return. Malenia herself still has faith that even after everything that has happened, her brother will still return to deliver her. Loretta remains as the defender of the Haligtree despite its degradation and the absence of her lord. The Misbegotten and the Albinauric still shelter in the shadow of the Haligtree, as life here is still far kinder to their kind, even as the tree withers and crumbles around them. This is what I find so remarkable at Miquella. We know that Miquella has this allure and this ability to make people love him, but the extent to which this power is real is massive. Even Mohg, who has kidnapped him, for his own selfish reasons, becomes obsessed and almost in love with him, far beyond that which would be if he saw him purely as a means to an end. Miquella is an extraordinary being, and I say that of my own free will, having not been bewitched by him at all. And many in the lands between evidently saw him as the most likely to assume the role of God and claim a new age, and it is easy to see why. His power, his wisdom, and his vision is far grander than those of the selfish, narrow-minded shard-bearers that we find within the game. Yet, talking of runes, there is one final aspect of Miquella that we haven't spoken about, his Great Rune. We don't get access to Miquella's Great Rune in-game, but we know that the Great Runes would form themselves around the bearer that picks them up. We know this from the fact that Mohg and More runes are similar, and their runes have coalesced in a certain way, the same way because they are extremely similar genetically. The runes' shape to their wielder, and the properties and abilities that they grant us, reflect the powers and behaviours of their original owners. So what about Miquella's then? Well, again, there's cut content that helps describe this, and it is described very well in a video by Garden of Eyes, and I will link that video below. This video by Garden of Eyes shows that Miquella was meant to represent abundance, i.e. abundance of life. Yet, unlike the cut content I looked at for Centrina, I think that this was cut because it didn't fit in lore-wise with what they wanted Miquella to be anymore. To me, Miquella is more a god of purity, allure, and empathy, and through Centrina, sleep. He absolutely did everything to prevent Malenia from giving into her rot in-game, whereas in the cut content, it would have suggested that Miquella would have used his power of abundance to encourage Malenia's rot to grow to the point where she would become the goddess of rot during her fight with us, that he was kind of tangentially involved in the fight, and he would give her the power of abundance to sprout into the goddess of rot. And this simply isn't in line with the Miquella that we know at all in the game. Miquella's against the influence of the outer gods, and so I do think this was cut for lore reasons, in particular this abundance aspect of Miquella. In summary, I don't think Miquella is a god of abundance, and I wouldn't put any stock into the cut content in this regard. Rather, I believe he is one of purity, and I imagine his great rune would have been the rune of purity. To me, Miquella is truly the greatest of all of Marika's children. Malenia could have been, but her rot was far too crippling and limiting, and dominated her entire life. In contrast, Miquella's childlike form did nothing to halt his wisdom, his kindness, and his power. While it is sinister that Miquella compels people's love, he does repay that love tenfold by protecting those who would otherwise be left to suffer under the Golden Rule. He saw the flaws in the Golden Order and he purified it, making his own version of a new unalloyed society, the towering Halig Tree meant to stand tall in opposition of the Erd Tree. Yet sadly this dream has all but collapsed. Malenia failed at his blade, and Miquella in turn failed to save her. His tree is dying and his people are abandoned and alone. And yet, Miquella's story isn't finished. We don't know if Miquella himself is finished. While obviously things aren't great, we have to consider that Miquella compels all of those around him to love him, and it appears that Mohg is no different. Mohg isn't immune to his effects, and we see how much he seems to, in his own psychotic mindset, love and care for Miquella. Is it possible that deep within his slumber, Miquella is still pulling the strings? Will he be able to purify himself from the Formless Mother's corruption? Or does he see another route to power, another route to cure his sister from the rot that he so desperately dedicated his life to curing, for he loves none more than his dear sister, Malenia. The people of the Halig Tree have not given up, and neither have I. On our journey to ascend the throne, we have an abundance of choice when it comes to how we wish to rebuild the crumbling world around us. We have the power to implement a number of new orders that will replace the crumbling rule of Marika and the Erd Tree. We can choose to mend the Elden Ring, alter it, or replace it with something completely new. However, we are not the only ones who are seeking to rebuild the world, for the outer gods and their chosen champions vie with us for control of this world. Mohg and his Formless Mother seek to supplant Marika with an order of blood, and a god of blood in the form of Miquella. And yet, as dangerous as Mohg is, there is something eating away at the very lands themselves, an unstoppable, plague-like substance known as the Scarlet Rot. Beguiled by its crimson power, there are those who have foreseen the Order of Rot, a cycle of death and rebirth, physically represented by the potent Aeonian bloom and the pests that are born from it. There's almost nothing as powerful in the lands between as the corrosive and corrupting power of the Rot. Even the mightiest of the Demi-Gods fell victim to its power, and the most fearsome Empyrean of them all has dedicated his life to repelling its power. In our era, we find that this order is unwillingly championed by Malenia, who has spent her entire life trying to deny the goddess of rot within her. Yet the inevitability of her fate becomes tragically clear as Malenia is pushed to the limit by conflict, and she ultimately loses herself to the Scarlet Rot, while those who worship her do everything in their power to prepare for her ascension. Yet the root of the Scarlet Rot has a far more expansive history, making it clear that Malenia is only the latest vessel in a play for power by an exceptionally powerful and patient outer god. So grab your hazmat suits and join me as we dive right into the depths of the Scarlet Rot and Malenia, the Goddess of Rot. I think that before we get into the video proper, it would be worthwhile to understand what the adherents of Scarlet Rot expect to achieve, as well as getting an understanding of the Rot itself. Gowry, an important figure in all of this, who we will return to later, says the following regarding the foreseen Order of Rot.
Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
So the Scarlet Rot, to those who venerate it, is a vehicle for a cycle of decay and rebirth. Much like Nurgle from Warhammer, disease brings death, but from the carcass of the dead comes new life, and so the cycle continues. As you will see as we go through the video, a lot of the ideas associated with the Scarlet Rot, such as butterflies, fungus, and blooming flowers, are symbolic of these ideas of rebirth and decay. The death-bringing aspect of the Scarlet Rot is especially clear when we see the wasting properties of the rot in-game. The Rot Pot item aptly describes the effects of this, as it reads, "The rot bubbles up from the swamp of Aeonia and eats away at life like a vicious plague. It is a plague that eats away at life and flesh." As we see from Malenia and Millicent, both infection vectors, they have lost their limbs, which have been consumed by the Scarlet Rot, and when we are ourselves infected with it, we are devoured until we die. We can also see how the infection can devour someone else's brain, corroding their organs from the inside out until they are little more than a rabid beast. Such is the fate of both Radahn and Ezekiel, both of whom have their minds wasted by the rot that writhes within them. This is not a natural disease, it is an aspect of the cosmic being known as the Outer God of Rot, and as such it cannot be easily cured or repelled as a regular plague. Gowry comments on the fact that the gods could not even stop it, for he says,
"The rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the Erd Tree flourished, even the Demi-Gods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood."
The only things that appear to have had any forestalling effect on it is fire and Miquella's unalloyed gold. And even then, fire only seems to have limited utility, as unless the infected are completely burned away, they can still be animated by the living plague, as seen by the plague zombies who still animate even when they're on fire and most of their bodies have been rotted away. I think we can see how unnatural this infection is by looking at the fact it can affect essentially every form of life imaginable. Dragons, halig trees, and even crystallians, inhuman life forms that don't even have fleshy bodies, and yet they can still become riddled with the Scarlet Rot. In fact, it even appears as some that have been infected, crystallians that is, have come to the halig tree for whatever reason, as if they are being made to serve Malenia, the goddess of rot, as if the Scarlet of Rot somehow controls even these unusual life forms. And then there is the other facet of the cycle of rot, the rebirth half, i.e. the rebirth that happens in the wake of all of this death. This aspect is fittingly represented by the various fungi and mushrooms we see in areas afflicted by the Scarlet Rot. Mushrooms themselves are forms of life that grow out of decay, until we can see in truth what Gary purports. New life is springing from that which has been broken down by the scarlet rot. With the death that it brings, so does it bring new life. Even Miquella's revered Haligtree was no match for the overwhelming influence of the rot. With Malenia returned from her conflicts, she has brought the wasting sickness itself to the tree. In my Miquella lore video, I argued that the presence of an Erdtree avatar at Aphale implies that the Haligtree itself is a sapling offshoot of the Erdtree, and I take this from the description of the staff of the avatar, the weapons wielded by the avatars, and it reads the following. The avatars, emerging in the wake of the Elden Ring shattering, were determined to protect the withering Erdtree's offspring. Therefore, why else would this avatar be here, if not to defend the Haligtree, leading us to conclude it is an offshoot of the Erdtree. So the very fact that the Scarlet Rot has infested not only this avatar, but this offshoot of the Erdtree itself, is a testament to the potent and devastating nature of the Scarlet Rot. The rot has hollowed out the Haligtree and taken over its carcass completely. The Scarlet Rot mushrooms are growing from its bark and boughs, and literal waterfalls of the Scarlet Rot itself flow through the hollowed out centre of the Haligtree itself, showing how overrun and saturated the tree is with the Scarlet Rot. Indeed, by the time we get to the tree, it is barely a husk for the Scarlet Rot, a far cry from the idealised tree that we see represented in the symbolism of Miquella's people and warriors. Aside from fungi, there are other examples of life that appear to form in the Scarlet Rot's wake, such as the pests and the giant ants, the latter of which is implied to be connected to the rot through the ant spur rapier, and this would explain why they infest the underground areas and the Haligtree, as these are areas both connected to an infection of Scarlet Rot. And whether they are born from the rot or just thrive in it is up for debate. The giant ants are not the only misproportioned and giant animals that we see surviving in areas with Scarlet Rot, and we will return to that when we get to Caelid shortly. But suffice it to say, whilst others die in the wake of the Scarlet Rot, clearly there are some life forms that benefit from the decay that it brings. Of course, the pests themselves are the most connected to the rot, especially since they are referred to as the kindred of rot, suggesting they are themselves actually creatures of the rot rather than creatures that just survive in the rot. Interestingly, however, these pests were not born of the Laker Rot, nor the outer god of rot directly, but they seem to be connected to Malenia more specifically. As such, they are often referred to as the children of the goddess, such as in the Kindred of Rot's Ashes, and specifically the pest's glaive, which is where it is stated they come from the Aeonian swamp directly, and its description reads as follows. Glaive made from a hard, sharpened shell, wielded by the pests who emerged from the swamp of Aeonia. So while the Scarlet Rot is a vicious and cleansing form of death, new life springs eternal from the decaying remains of the old. One needs only look at the real world to see that this is a reality of life. In the corpse of any decaying animal, one will find new life incubating, like maggots, as well as it providing great sustenance for other larval insects. I would suggest that these pests are evocative of this type of carrion life, an insectoid form that flourishes in the decaying remains of other life, especially given their appearance, which to me is something between a cockroach, a silverfish, and a centipede. Yet these creatures are not completely mindless beasts, as we learn from the item description again of the pest glaives, which reads as follows. Though men might recognise the keen intellect of the pests, evidenced by this scare's uncanny design, it will never be understood by them. Indeed, we see them participating in behaviour only exhibited by sentient life, such as guarding Millicent, who they see as a holy vessel for the Scarlet Rot. They of course are wielding weapons that they have themselves constructed, and they worship, such as the worshipping we see of the holy relic of the Scorpion Stinger in the Grand Cloister, and at the cult site within Celia Crystal Cave. And in addition, we see them serving beside peacefully their allies, such as the warriors at the Haligtree, showing that they do have some sort of semblance of consciousness, that they don't just mindlessly attack everyone around them. Regardless, I see them as the beings that are most at peace and most connected to the Scarlet Rot, We know from the description of the Pest Threads incantation that these pale pests crawl through the lands afflicted by scarlet rot. It does not affect their bodies, and in fact they thrive in it, whereas other life is completely devoured by it. They are intimately linked to the scarlet rot and Malenia, goddess of rot herself. They are the true children of the rot. One of the constant indicators of the rot's presence that we see in game is of course butterflies, i.e. we see them in the depths of the rotten Haligtree, and of course in the Aeonian swamp there are butterflies aplenty. The imagery here is once again pretty clear. Butterflies are symbolic for rebirth, again in keeping with what the scarlet rot represents, a cycle of transformative life. A piece of imagery that is bluntly hammered home with Malenia's transformation into a goddess of rot, when she emerges from a cocoon as a butterfly-esque being with butterfly wings made of butterflies. So that being said, yes, it looks like the Aeonian butterflies seem to be part of Malenia herself, for their description reads, "According to myth, these butterflies were once the wings of the goddess of rot herself." And indeed, as mentioned, when Malenia does transform into the goddess of rot, her wings do appear to be made of lots of these butterflies pressed together. Now, you'll realise that this poses a difficult lore quandary, and one that I will seek to explain in the course of this video. The problem is that most people assume that in her fight with us, this is the only time she has transformed into the goddess of rot. Yet this would not make sense, because given these butterflies exist already before we force Malenia to transform, it means she must have already transformed before, so that these butterflies could break off and infest the lands between. I would therefore suggest that each time she blooms, a facet of her god form comes into being as much as it does with her fight with us. I ultimately believe that her transformation during our battle is actually only the second bloom, rather than the final third bloom that most people seem to believe. I will explain this in depth and give you the answers you seek when we revisit Malenia in the Goddess of Rot chapter of this video. But more on that later. The Aeonian swamp is a great example of what one would expect from the Age of Rot. The Aeonian bloom that bloomed during the battle between Malenia and Radahn has literally grown to wrap its tendrils through all of Caelid, spreading death and disease, but also new forms of life growing from that death. This is the vision of the world that the servants of Rot would have brought about, a world of constant death and rebirth. It is an ideal encapsulated well by the description of poison armament, and it reads as follows. Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life, that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. Death begets life, and death comes to all equally. This is the promise and purpose of the Scarlet Rot. While Caelid to our eyes, and to the eyes of those who serve the Redmane, may look like a realm of utter hell and torment, one cannot deny that from the death is an abundance of new life that is growing. Yet the Scarlet Rot is not a natural phenomena. There is a hand behind the power of this rot, an outer god that once had a physical presence within these lands, inspiring the so-called Lords of Rot to champion its cause long ago, long before Malenia. So I would like to turn to the history of the Scarlet Rot that predates even Malenia's birth. The outer god of Rot is directly mentioned in the item of the Blue Dancer charm, and it reads as follows. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blade swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was Rot itself. We will of course return to the blind swordsman later, but an important aspect to remember for now is the outer god of Rot is explicitly mentioned, so we know of their existence, as well as them being termed ancient, and again I would suggest that most of the events we're going to talk about in this chapter happened a long time before the current events of the game. This outer god is also then mentioned in the Scorpion Stinger's item description, an item we know relates to this being, due to its location deep within the Lake of Rot, and surrounded by the Kindred of Rot, It is also a weapon that inflicts scarlet rot itself, and so with that association in mind, let's read the description. Dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot. A ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. This stinger knife was fashioned from a large scorpion. Simultaneously, this is described as a relic of an outer god, implying that this great scorpion and the outer god are one and the same, that the outer god of rot once had a physical form, or an aspect of him did have a physical form, that took the shape of a great scorpion, and given scorpions association with venom, as well as being heavily associated with death imagery, it makes sense that the outer god of rot would have this as their physical form. But the physical presence of the scorpion stinger and the scorpion that it came from seems to go against what we see as normal for these outer gods. It has an implied physical form. If this relic is of the outer god, then it implies the stinger is made from the remains of a physical form, much as the bastard stars are crafted from the remains of Astel, and it is also termed a relic. This relic is now of course a holy medium for the pests who worship it, no doubt as an aspect of their ultimate creator, deep within the Grand Cloister. This is once again an ancient ruin built by the same people who built the Palace of Ul and Ald, something I talk about in detail on my Nox and Nocron video, and I would highly recommend you check that out if you want more information. But it is now being completely engulfed by the Lake of Rot, a pure scarlet rot lake that exists beneath the surface of the lands between. Malenia is responsible for the Scarlet Aeonia in Caelid, but the Lake of Rot seems to have zero ties with her, as it is nowhere near any of the sites where she has bloomed or visited, and it also seems far more advanced, as if it is a more advanced progression of Scarlet Rot, as if it has been around for a long time. What follows is my speculation, but I would suggest that the Lake of Rot is an earlier manifestation of the Scarlet Rot than the Swamp of Aeonia, no doubt gestated by the presence of this scorpion outer god itself, given we find the relic in the same area. And I also believe that due to another item we find in the area, a community or even a civilization propped up around the Lake of Rot, entranced by its power, and would serve as the first servants of Rot. For in this area we also find the mushroom crown item, and the description of the item reads as follows. Mushrooms found growing all over the body. These overgrown mushrooms form a towering headpiece. Long ago, great lords served the Scarlet Rot. Perhaps such fungal bodies served as their crowns. This, for me, is one of those item descriptions that just has massive implications for the game's lore as a whole. So it does say what I just suggested. There is a civilization of people who worshipped and served the Rot, and it happened long ago. These people had hierarchy and numbers enough to give rise to great lords, who wore these mushroom crowns as a symbol of their allegiance. One can't help but imagine what this community would have been like, people infected by the mushrooms, much like the servants of Rot we see today, led by these great lords of Rot, all in the presence of their scorpion god. Of course, as I mentioned in the prior chapter, this Rot Empire would probably not have had Kindred of Rot with them, as we see all the lore pointing to the fact that the Kindred of Rot would be born in the Caelid Swamp specifically, and be the children of Malenia specifically. Their presence here now can easily be explained away by the fact that they are intimately connected to the Rot, and so would of course be drawn here by the presence of the lake and the relic beyond. To me, the location of the mushroom crown, the scorpion stinger, and this massive body of Rot itself suggests to me that this was the centre of an old Rot kingdom and lords. When it comes to a timeline, I do see this as taking place quite a bit before the events of game, and before Malenia was probably born. In the Mushroom Crown, we see it's referred to as happening long ago, and secondly, the outer god of Rot is called Ancient. Indeed, reinforcing the idea that the Scarlet Rot predates Malenia's involvement is in the lore found in the item description of the Antspur Rapier, and it reads as follows. Scarlet Rot is an old legend, of which Marley Murray of the Shaded Castle was a private believer. It is an old legend. The events in Aeonia are far more recent, and to me it implies that the Scarlet Rot has long predated Malenia, and that this Lake of Rot and the Lords of Rot that came before are a long time past. So bringing this all together, deep underground we see that there was once a presence of the outer god of Rot physically manifested. From this would blossom what we now know as the Lake of Rot, and worshippers of this early Scarlet Rot would become great lords, leading the followers and faithful of the Scarlet Rot. And for these people it must have seemed as though the ascension of their order was inevitable, given the power of the Rot and the physical presence of this great scorpion. Alas, this was something that would soon be snatched away from them. Unfortunately for those of the Rot, agents of the flowing waters were moving against them. From the Scorpion Stinger item description, we learn that the outer god would become sealed, and we can learn more of this event if we reread the Blue Dancer charm, which again reads as follows. The dancer in blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was Rot itself. So let's unpack this one piece at a time. Firstly, we see it was the swordsman of the flowing blade who would defeat the outer god, sealing them away, which I take to mean that he removed the outer god's physical form, the scorpion one, from the mortal plane, leaving behind only the stinger relic. Significantly, the swordsman also seems to be the same warrior who would go on to be Malenia's mentor, as we learn from the prosthesis heirloom. But we will return to that subject in more detail later. However, we can see this warrior's technique in Malenia's own style, most clearly her waterfowl dance. What is interesting is that this dancer's technique, a flowing technique, seems to have some sort of power over the Rot, as well as a connection to flowing waters. We can learn more of this from the Blue Cloth set, the set for the warrior starting class, but it also seems to refer to the warrior of the flowing blade, due to the language used and the colour blue, and the description reads as follows. The blue colour of its fabric symbolises brisk waters, as fluid and flowing as the sword in hand of its wearer. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. So blue is representative of flowing waters, a colour used in reference to the fairy as we saw by the Blue Dancer charm, and the warrior of the flowing blade. Flowing sword movements are therefore evocative of fresh moving waters, in opposition to stagnant still water, and in turn decay. The idea of movement being related to purity, and stillness being related to stagnation, is nothing new in From Software games, and the purity of water, or the stagnation of it, plays a massive role in Sekiro's storyline. This concept will also be grasped more quickly by those who are familiar with Japanese culture, but in short, in Shintoism, the ever-continuing cycle of life is represented as flowing water. Stagnation of water is seen as a corruption of this natural flow. This is a grossly oversimplified explanation, but you get the gist. So from this, we get the idea that flowing movements and blue, symbolising flowing water, is an important opposing force of the scarlet stagnant Rot, and it has some power over it. It now makes sense that this warrior was able to ward away and defeat the outer god of decay, of stagnation, by using the purifying techniques of his flowing blade. This clearly means that the fairy mentioned in the Blue Dancer charm, who gives this power to the blind swordsman, must also be connected to flowing water, and is in opposition to the power of decay and stagnation found in the Scarlet Rot. But who is this fairy, as they are never mentioned again in any other in-game lore? Well, thanks to a really perceptive Reddit user called Nameless Singer, we may well have an answer, and I would highly recommend you check out this thoughtful post, which I will link below. In this Reddit post on this very subject, they suggest that the fairy is none other than an embodiment of Shifra River itself. This already fits in with the flowing water themes we've picked up on, But more importantly, the reason they link this is because Shifra is Gaelic for fairy. Nameless Singer goes into further detail about how Ainsel could also be linked to fairies as well, giving this a full circle picture. So I would highly recommend you read that post in full, and again I commend Nameless Singer for making this important connection. This does tie up to me and makes perfect sense when I read it, because in various European folklore, especially in Celtic mythology, fairies are often seen as metaphysically tied to the water, sometimes the water folk. And so I do believe that it was Shifra River itself that gave the dancer his flowing techniques that drove away the outer god of rot, the flowing natural water versus the stagnant decaying rot. With the outer god sealed and the rot forestalled for now, the blind swordsman would keep his vigilance until the rot would surface again, which it would, and this time in the form of Malenia. Malenia's birth should have been an auspicious birth, due to the nature of her and her twins' births, as described by Malenia's great rune, which states the fact that her rune should have been the most sacred of all, due to her unique parentage. The special nature of this birth is further elaborated on by the remembrance of the rock goddess, which reads as follows. Miquella and Malenia are both the children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. One was cursed with eternal childhood, and the other harboured rot within. So in my Miquella video, I extensively went over the semantics of this remembrance in regards to their birth, even including a Japanese translation of this text by Last Protagonist, which I will show again on the screen, and again thanks to Last Protagonist, and I would recommend that you check out their really insightful content on their YouTube channel, which I will link below. Long story short, what we concluded in that video is that these children were born of a single god, a single-bodied being, the Marika and Radagon Rebus, who were at this point a single being. This single being essentially mated with itself to produce these children, an extraordinary event that would lead to the birth of these incredible twins. And the semantics used in the Remembrance of Rot that says, as such, they are both Empyreans, clearly implies that this birth, their nature of their birth from a single being, is the reason why they became Empyreans. And we know from Ranni's dialogue that it is the two fingers who choose who become Empyrean, meaning that because of their birth, the two fingers realised how special these children were and chose them to be Empyrean. So we can conclude that the two fingers saw how special these children would be and elected them as potential replacement gods. And I think the importance and celebrated nature of these twins is well represented by a statue found in Haligtree Town, which appears to show Marika cradling her two special children. Now, the importance of her birth and what it has to do with her relationship to Scarlet Rot is further elaborated on by Gowrie, who says the following of Malenia's birth and upbringing.
She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rot. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Manica, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god, to forge a new order. Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
So as already stated by Malenia's remembrance, Gowrie confirms that from the moment she was born, Malenia already carried the Scarlet Rot within her, meaning that at some point between conception and her birth, the outer god of Rot chose her to be its vessel. The fact that she is chosen as a vessel by the outer god of Rot makes perfect sense. Given the outer god of Rot's defeat at the swordsman of the flowing blade, this outer god would need a god or a vessel to rule on its behalf, much like Marika does for the Greater Well currently, and the outer god of Rot no doubt saw the potential in these twins. Being the vessel for such a potent substance was clearly a massive burden. We can see the effect of Rot upon Malenia's very body. She is covered in scars, scaled skin, and has even lost limbs to the advancing rot. This is why I find Malenia to be one of the most extraordinary, heroic, and tragic figures in all of Elden Ring. She suffers so much right from birth, and yet still manages to rise as one of the most powerful beings in an age, whilst bravely containing the rot within herself. And Malenia's courage is something that transcends the ordinary. We can see that she is so infused with the Scarlet Rot that even her Great Rune becomes afflicted by it, and we can see this from the actual image itself and the description of the Great Rune. However, her Great Rune also tells us more about her character, for it reads, "The blessing of this half-rotted rune reduces the healing power of Flask of Crimson Tears, and yet, due to the infusion of Malenia's Spirit of Resistance, attacks made immediately after receiving damage will partially recover HP." So Malenia's ability during her fight with us to recover health from attacking is actually the product of her own courage, her courageous resistance against the life-sapping rot. This is so powerful that it actually manifests itself as an actual power through her Great Rune. The one joy she would find within her life was the pride that she felt in her skill with a blade. For her brother, it would become a fixation for most of Miquella's life to find a cure for his beloved sister's plight. And at this point I would of course recommend you watch my lore video on Miquella, as it goes into far more detail on these events and in a way is a companion piece to this one. But anyway, Miquella first looked for answers within the tenets of the Golden Order, but in time Miquella determined that the answer lay not with his father's order nor with the Greater Will. Something we learn from Radagon's Rings of Light, which reads, "One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, a gift of gratitude to the young Miquella from his father Radagon, and yet the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rot." This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. And so he would establish his own order of unalloyed gold with his Haligtree. This was a movement dedicated to eradicating the meddling influence of the Outer Gods, but of course his primary focus would be on pushing out the Scarlet Rot from his sister Malenia. In the course of his work, Miquella would develop his unalloyed gold, a purified material that has the power to repel Outer Gods, a fact which is confirmed by the item description of the needle itself, which reads, "An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold snapped in half. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of Outer Gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Sage Gowry has designs for this needle." This of course isn't capable of curing the Scarlet Rot completely, especially for those who act as its vessel, such as Malenia and her offshoot Valkyries, but it is effective in holding back its advances and effects. We of course see the power of the unalloyed gold on Millicent firsthand, as when we first meet her she is barely able to function, as the rot eats away at her insides. However, when she inserts the unalloyed gold needle into her flesh, we can see that she is given immediate relief from its advances, and can function as well as any normal human. How Miquella has the understanding to actually be able to do this is in part explained by Gowry himself, who says the following.
"The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life."
Miquella understands the essence of life, and how it can be affected by the powers of the Outer Gods. As discussed in the opening chapter, the Scarlet Rot is no ordinary disease as we would understand it, and it cannot be treated in a medicinal way. It is the essence of an Outer God, and so by using the unalloyed gold as a tinfoil that blocks the Outer God's influence, one is able to forestall its corroding effects. At least that is my interpretation of it. It is severing or halting the connection of the Outer God onto the Scarlet Rot. Like Millicent, Malenia was clearly treated with the unalloyed gold to allow her to live a more normal life without being eaten away by the pain completely. We see proof of this in her prosthesis and armour, the item descriptions for each informing us that these too are made from the unalloyed gold, so not only serving as armour, but as medicinal aids. As I will discuss at a number of points in this video, I do also believe that the unalloyed gold needle that we present to Millicent was actually once Malenia's, and was the main object that held back the power of her scarlet bloom. This is all, of course, to buy Malenia more time while Miquella searches for a permanent solution, as this is of course not permanent. I believe that Miquella's hunt for a greater cure is hinted at in the item description found within Malenia's armour, as it reads the following. Malenia awaited Miquella at the foot of the husk. My brother will keep his promise. He possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. So here we see mention of a promise, and to me it is quite clearly implied that Miquella's promise is to search for a true and complete cure of her sickness. Most likely why he embedded himself in the Halig tree, again something I speculate on in my Miquella video. But sadly it is a promise he is unable to keep, due to the interference of Mohg. But at the very least, the unalloyed gold needle helped keep these scarlet blooms held back, and therefore halted her transformation into a goddess of rock proper. That is of course until she chose to remove it, but again we'll get to that soon. What I think all of this highlights is the incredible bond shared by the two twins. In Elden Ring, twins are often used as a sort of yin and yang, two opposites in balance, much as Mohg and More go. Miquella is purity and Malenia is decay, and in cut content, in fact, Miquella was once meant to represent abundance, in balance to Malenia's decay, and I would again refer you to the Garden of Eyes video on this subject. Yet the opposing nature of these two siblings just seems to bring them closer together, and we see this as an incredible bond. Their devotion to one another is celebrated throughout the Halig tree in the form of these rather moving statues of them both embracing one another. They were both born with afflictions, and they came together to lift each other up. Miquella would use his fearsome intellect to help cure Malenia's sickness and give her some temporary relief, and Malenia would repay his devotion by compensating for his physical frailty and becoming his blade. And actually talking about this relationship is almost bringing a tear to the eye. It's one of the more moving stories in the game in my opinion. These two broken and afflicted children, doomed from birth, and yet that did not stop them from loving each other and supporting each other the best way that they could. Yet it would not only be Miquella who would watch out for Malenia. There was clearly another important influence in her early life, and we now return to the swordsman of the flowing blade. The Prothesis Wearer's Heirloom talisman tells us about this relationship, as it reads the following. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. So I think that we can clearly determine that this meeting was not a coincidence. Rather, the flowing swordsman once again finds himself tracking down the source of scarlet rot. In this case it happens to be a young girl, and so he becomes her mentor, teaching her his combat techniques, and the image of the talisman itself seems to show them both in sparring gear, which is a nice detail I think. We already know that the blind swordsman was a warrior of exceptional and unique skill, and this is reinforced by the curved sword talisman, which reads as follows. It is said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique, the art of allowing one's opponent to strike, so to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. This would explain why Malenia would go on to be the greatest swordsman of all the Demi-Gods, having been trained from birth by a superlative swordsman. Indeed, the wings mentioned in the Prosthesis Wearer Heirloom are meant to symbolise her combat prowess, a fact we have ratified by the winged sword insignia, which reads the following. The wings symbolise Malenia and her undefeated prowess. Though she never knew relief from the accursed rot she was born into, her blade was forever beautiful and relentless. Yet while clearly symbolic of her power, the wings I mean, I also believe that in the heat of combat people may have actually caught glimpses of her true winged form, especially if we look at the description of the hand of Malenia, her sword, and it reads as follows. Malenia's war prosthesis symbolised her victories. Some claim to have seen wings when the weapon was raised aloft, wings of fierce determination that have never known defeat. So I believe that Malenia's winged goddess form is always close to the surface, and incidentally these wings also explain the winged symbolism associated with Malenia, such as the wings on her helmet and those of the helmets of her clean-wrought knights. These wings are a symbol of her power, both figuratively and literally. The unmatched swordsmanship of Malenia would lead to her becoming a well-renowned and feared hero. Exploits like making Godric the Golden beg for his life would only increase her fame. Her fame and regard as a warrior would give her a measure of pride and self-worth, something to focus on rather than letting the rot eat her away, and it gives her a reason not to give in to the rot. The blind swordsman tutelage, to my mind, is also more than just making Malenia a skilled swordsman. It was also about teaching her the rot-warding techniques of the flowing blade. As already mentioned, Malenia's style and technique is representative of the blind swordsman's style, the water-flowing style. It is almost that he believed that by teaching her his rot-warding techniques of the flowing blade, that this would help contain the rot within her. This is of course my speculation, but I can't see any other reason why the blind swordsman would involve himself in her life and why he would teach her these techniques. Regardless, thanks to Miquella's treatments and her focus on becoming a warrior, she was able to have some semblance of a normal life and a noble life by becoming Miquella's blade as he began his new movement at the Halig Tree. Yet the Scarlet Rot would have its due, and it would find a new opportunity as conflict and chaos broke across the lands in the event known as the Shattering. When the Elden Ring was broken by Marika, it would eventually trigger the event called the Shattering, a brutal all-out war, where the Demi-Gods claimed the shards of the Elden Ring, and battled each other for ultimate control. Despite Malenia's loyalty to her brother, she too appears to have thrown her hat into the ring, and according to the story trailer for Elden Ring, it was she and Radahn who were the last two contenders standing, the two mightiest remaining. We know from a sword monument that she would also clash, albeit briefly, with Godric the Golden, who she would humble. She would lead her personal warriors, the Cleanwrought Knights, to invade Caelid, and these knights were remarkably brave, as we learn from their sets, which reads, "The Cleanwrought Knights vowed to fight alongside Malenia, despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. Their acceptance of their fate made these battles the fiercest of all." So these warriors are truly remarkable and also completely terrifying. They choose to fight by Malenia's side, despite the fact they are being rotted away, and it would mean their slow, agonizing death. We can even see from the way they stand and the way they walk, it is as if they are being rotten away from the inside. The description of their armour also seems to imply that the inevitability of their death makes them more fierce in battle, and this makes sense because someone who feels that they have nothing to lose makes them all the more dangerous, and as we can see from the armour description, up until the battle with Radahn, they had an undefeated campaign, meaning no one won against these warriors. Indeed, we know that Malenia's warriors must have pushed the Redmane forces to the brink, given the Cleanwrought Knights were able to reach and wound Radahn himself, as we learn from the arrows that he uses, called Radahn's spears, that read the following: "Great arrows used by General Radahn during the Festival of Combat." These are in fact the many spears with which he was stabbed by the Cleanwrought Knights. Indeed, we can see these spears in Radahn's hide during the story trailer, and we can only imagine how brutal this combat was if Radahn himself was able to be wounded several times by Cleanwrought Knights. And indeed we can get an idea of how brutal the fighting was during this particular conflict if we go to the War Dead Catacombs, where the ghosts of each side seem to be stuck in an echo of that war forever. And yet Malenia still had Radahn himself to contend with, no matter how powerful her army was. And at this point it is clear that he is at the height of his power. Given this combat is the last conscious act of Radahn before he's eaten away, we can assume that the Star Scourge conflict, described by a sword memorial, has already taken place, meaning that while he's fighting Malenia, he is already holding back the stars, and he's also using a further portion of his gravity power to make sure Leonard isn't being crushed. and despite these strains on his power, he still measures up to Malenia and fights her to a standstill. And so it is coming against this mighty champion that causes Malenia to become desperate, that she lets go of her pride and herself to unleash the Scarlet Rot just to defeat an enemy. Not being able to defeat him conventionally, Millicent states that Malenia abandons all that she is just to gain victory over Radahn, for when we meet her at the Halig Tree, she says the following:
There is something I must return to Malenia, the will that was once her own, the dignity, the sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot, the pride she abandoned, to meet Radahn's measure.
So what Millicent is actually wanting to return to Malenia physically is the unalloyed gold needle that she currently has within her own flesh. She equates this needle with a sense of self and pride, as if it holds back the rot enough for a person to become their true, normal self. Indeed, prior to having the needle herself, Millicent would actually attack and invade us in the Swamp of Aeonia, something that is not usually within her nature, and you can tell this is pre-cure Millicent due to the fact, if you look at the Invader's model, it's got the unkempt hair that goes over her eyes that she has before she's healed, rather than the pulled back ponytail of cured Millicent. If we then apply this to Malenia, we can determine that she removed the unalloyed gold needle from her flesh at the moment of her conflict with Radahn. She removed her sense of self and pride and gave in to total abandon. She lost her self-control just so she could unleash the power of the Scarlet Rot against this mighty opponent. And if you don't believe that this is the moment she removed this needle, then the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, in that we find this needle right in the centre of the Aeonian swamp, right beneath the bloom itself. And by removing this needle, she was able to unleash the full power of the Scarlet Aeonian bloom. Yet in doing so, she lost her sense of self, and now she is very much at the mercy of the encroaching rot, much as we see Millicent is when we first meet her. And indeed, the story trailer shows us this pivotal moment in real time. Malenia leaps on Radahn, impaling him with her blade, but at the same time she wounds herself, allowing her own afflicted blood to run into his wound, creating a connection between the two. Then it is at this moment that Malenia's flower bloomed, a nuclear-esque reaction which unleashes the Scarlet Rot across Caelid, affecting Radahn himself, and it births the Great Flower, which would in time grow and devour this entire region. We can imagine at this point that Radahn will have stumbled away wounded by the Scarlet Rot and the Aeonian explosion, and Malenia herself falls unconscious and would need to be carried back, and we learn this from the Ashes of Cleanrot Knight Finlay, which reads as follows. Finlay was one of the few survivors of the Battle of Aeonia, who in an unimaginable act of heroism carried the slumbering demigod Malenia all the way back to the Halig Tree. She managed the feat alone, fending off all manners of foes along the way. This event effectively will end the war between Malenia and Radahn. Malenia is passed out, and Radahn begins to suffer from the Scarlet Rot, being eaten away from the inside out. This event is also what makes Caelid what it is today. The taint of the rot has corrupted the land beyond repair, and it is no doubt a preview of what the world would be like under the Order of Rot. Despite the trailer maybe showing that it's the Wailing Dunes where this all happened, the bloom happened, we know for certain that in-game it actually happened on the site of the Swamp of Aeonia. This is confirmed by one of the ghosts that overlooks the Swamp of Aeonia, and I also think it's confirmed by the superb environmental storytelling in this area, as you can see exactly where the flower bloomed, at Commander O'Neill's arena. Even from this far away you can see the great boughs of the plant twisting into the sky. This is in the centre of the swamp, and it is ground zero for this explosion, where the very core of the old Aeonian flower is still spiralling into the sky. And it makes sense that this is where this all went down, because it is the part of the land that is most saturated from the rot. It is the site from where the rot evidently spread throughout the land. And indeed we can see the branches of the flower that is spread throughout all across Caelid. it all originates and goes back to the original plant in the swamp. And if you compare it to the fresh bloom that Malenia conjures when we're fighting, you can see how much it's grown and developed over the years. Its branches reach all over Caelid, and from each of the branches, especially in the centre of the swamp, you can see that new Aeonian buds are growing from it. And it highlights how really dangerous Malenia is. Just one bloom was enough to unleash this flower that would grow and spread to effectively consume an entire region. As we learn from Finlay's ashes, with their general incapacitated, not many Clean Rot Knights actually survived this conflict. We can see that some made it back to the Haligtree, some have survived in the swamp all these years, and some have fled, like to the abandoned cave where there are 2 Clean Rot Knights waiting for us. However, many more of them died, and now serve as carrion for the bestial Radahn to feast upon. Yet for the Redmane warriors, a new war was about to begin, one against the land itself. We learn of the Redmane's struggle to contain the rot from their Knight Set, which reads as follows. When they were driven to defeat by Malenia's Scarlet Rot, the Redmane Knights burned the crest on their left breast of their armour to indicate their resolve. Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again, for our duty is to remain here, a bulwark against the blight. And I think this is a nice bit of storytelling that is reinforced by the actual armour set themselves. As you can see, the symbol on the left hand of their breast has in fact been rubbed off, unlike the other knights of other regions. So we can see here that the Redmane warriors, dutiful to the last, know that they will never return, as they see the battle will never end, and they have taken up fire to contain the spread of Scarlet Rot. We do learn from the Redmane pot that fire does seem to hold back Scarlet Rot to a degree, for the description of that pot reads the following. Even today the survivors of Radahn's battalion employ fire to stave off the Scarlet Rot. We see this throughout the land as the forces of the Redmane employ fire to prune the infection wherever it is, burning the bodies of infected beasts. But they must also do battle against the resilient and dangerous beasts of Caelid. Right near the entrance to the region, we see that a camp and caravan of Redmane warriors has been completely overrun by these monsters, the flesh of these men now being devoured by the time that we arrive. This is the brutal war against a new ecosystem, one built to erode human life, and from the ruined remains, new dangerous life will be sustained. In retaliation, the Redmane warriors hunt, kill, and burn the mutated beasts of the Caelid Wild. These animals, being able to survive and eat in a land polluted by Scarlet Rot, must be part of its ecosystem somehow, much like the giant ants that we looked at before. And, as even suggested by Zuli the Witch on a Twitter thread, giantism could be a symptom of the Scarlet Rot, explaining the unusual proportion of the crows and dogs in Caelid, as well as the giant ants that also seem to be linked to the Scarlet Rot. Regardless, it seems as though the warriors have been at least partially successful in their efforts to isolate the spread of the Scarlet Rot to Caelid. As we can see, the spread of the rot seems to end more or less at the border between Caelid and Limgrave. So how have the Redmanes managed to do this? Well, it simply could be that the rot just hasn't spread that far yet. However, if we look at the environmental storytelling again, we can see that between Caelid and Limgrave there is a smouldering wall, and it seems that these walls are how the Redmane soldiers have been able to slow the rot's advance beyond Caelid. Indeed, in general, they seem to use smouldering walls to hold key positions throughout Caelid. Yet the bloom had more consequences than the immediate devastation and destruction of Caelid. It was an act that brought new life in its wake. Malenia's Aeonian swamp would raise her children, the pests, but it would also birth a more intriguing and complex life form in the form of her Valkyries. In so many ways, these daughters are closer to Malenia than anyone else, and so it is to Millicent and her sisters that I would like to turn us to next. Understanding Malenia's development can be difficult at times. However, fortunately for us, we can witness someone going through a similar process, one of her blood, Millicent, and having been born from the goddess of rot, she too suffers in an equitable fashion. The cultivation and journey of Millicent is perfectly in balance with what we expect from the Order of Rot. Hers is the story of death and rebirth, her final Valkyrie form being born from the death of the original Millicent. At the beginning of her journey, we find Millicent is basically racked with constant bodily pain and barely functions. As we have previously discussed, it also seems to be that her suffering at the hands of the Rot is the reason that she invades us in the Aeonian Swamp, as anyone that knows her knows this is not in line with her usual behaviour. But what do we truly know about Millicent and her sisters? Well, a good point to start is the Rotten Wing Insignia Talisman, which reads as follows: a talisman depicting a raised prosthetic blade, an honour bestowed upon the Valkyries who serve the goddess of Rot. The 4 sisters were born in the swamp of Aeonia, and came to the Halig Tree under the aegis of Gowry, and yet those buds were doomed never to blossom. So these 4 sisters, the 4 that attack Millicent later in her quest, if you choose to assist her, were born of the swamp itself. They are born from Malenia's Aeonian Rot. They are part of the Rot. They are part of Malenia that have grown into their own individuals. Gowry describes both Malenia and these connected daughters as buds getting ready to bloom. Again, another bit of imagery that talks about rebirth, an idea that he espouses if you give Millicent the prosthetic arm. Afterwards he says the following:
So, you gave Millicent a golden arm replacement. This is a wonderful development. Thank you for your kindness. Now, Millicent may fully realize her true warrior's potential, like her beautiful mother. The girl, Millicent, she is a bud, green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
Describing these sisters as buds implies that, like Malenia, Millicent and the sisters have the potential, but haven't reached their final form. They are merely buds instead of a beautiful flower, which is the end product of their life cycle. Millicent herself seems to have more potential than her sisters, a bud of superior quality, meaning she has the potential to be a far more powerful Valkyrie when she blooms. The term Valkyrie can give us a hint as to what we can expect from this sort of transformation. In Norse mythology, Valkyries were not gods, but beings who served the god Odin, as winged maidens who would choose who would die in battle. So this is fitting. Malenia will rise as a winged goddess of Rot, and these daughters, connected to her, transform into her Valkyries, her maidens of Rot. It is implied by Gowry that they are indeed intrinsically linked to her and Malenia's transformation, that their ascension will align with Malenia's, as he says the following:
She is to meet them very soon, her sisters, and when she does, she'll be defeated, surely, and begin to flower. Which is why, if you happen to be present for the girl's fight with her sisters, I ask that you side with the sisters and kill Millicent. It must be done by your hand, no other. Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Malenia ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn, as a scarlet Valkyrie.
Like all flowers, they require cultivation, and in this case it is implied that stress or emotional damage plays a factor in their transformation. Gowry implies that Millicent's heartbreak over your betrayal of her will develop her into a more beautiful bud that will sprout into an incredible Aeonian bloom, and it's from this bloom that her new and true form will arise, that of a Valkyrie. Millicent does also seem aware that she has been prepared for a transformation from herself into something else. If you choose to side with her at the end of her quest, she realises that this transformation would mean the death of who she is now, for she says,
"But this is where things end. I paused to even tell you, but I took out needle myself. Tell whoever put you up to this that if I am to flower into something other than myself, I would rather rot into nothingness as I am.
In the end, Millicent sees the transformation and rebirth as losing herself, becoming something other than she is. And indeed this is true, for if we betray her, she does die, but she blooms, becoming another part of the Scarlet Rot ecosystem, and that innocent girl that we know will be lost forever. By letting her die on her own terms, without betraying her, she just rots away. She dies simply as Millicent, at peace, and breaking the cycle of rebirth. This has some pretty interesting implications for Malenia as well, for if Malenia is reborn fully into the Goddess of Rot, does her own original self die? This would certainly explain her and Miquella's desperation to prevent this from happening, if Malenia the child dies and is replaced by Malenia the Goddess of Rot. Millicent's prosthetic makes it pretty black and white that her original form, her original Millicent, will die, but from her carcass, that being an Aeonian bloom, a new being will be reborn from her. As the prosthetic reads, "The despair of sweet betrayal transformed Millicent from a mere bud into a magnificent flower, and one day she will be reborn as a beautiful scarlet Valkyrie. And if you do betray her and do choose to kill her, as Gary wants you to, then her body will bloom into an Aeonian flower. She is finally transformed from a bud." The assumption being is that from the remains of her old body, she will one day be reborn as a Scarlet Valkyrie. This is the path that you should choose if you yourself are a supporter of the Order of Rot. Indeed, I would also argue that another Valkyrie has already achieved this state, as you can find a bloom outside of Malenia's boss room, with the Valkyrie Traveller set right next to it. So to surmise, for an Aeonian Valkyrie, this part of Malenia, to bloom fully into an ascended form, they must die in the right conditions, birthing an Aeonian bloom, and from this bloom, this carcass of their old body, will be a rebirth of a Valkyrie at the moment of Malenia's ascension to godhood herself. In an ironic twist, the Order of Rot needs the unalloyed gold here, something developed to help defeat the Scarlet Rot.
The Scarlet Rot writhes now, worse than ever. Soon, I won't be more than a mound of flesh.
So if the Rot was allowed to run its natural course in regards to Millicent, then she would eventually have rotted away to nothing. And given that these Valkyries are not the Goddess of Rot, not the vessel of Rot like their mother, they are not made to contain this Rot, and so it is so virulent that it would eventually consume them. And so I see Malenia's relationship to unalloyed gold as something different than the relationship of Millicent and the unalloyed gold. For Malenia, it did truly hold back the Rot and stopped her from blooming, and essentially halted her ascension to the Goddess of Rot, whereas the Valkyries aren't purpose-made vessels for the Scarlet Rot, and so they do actually need the intervention of unalloyed gold to actually survive and take their place alongside their goddess, because they have not yet ascended, and they cannot contain the Scarlet Rot within them forever, as we see by the end of Millicent's quest, where she has taken out the needle and is essentially just rotting away by the Scarlet Rot. Yet who is the guiding hand behind Millicent? Who is this man, Gowry? I think that Gowry is an important figure in the modern cult or religion of Rot. So now let us turn to Sage Gowry and the faithful of Rot. Sage Gowry is fast becoming one of my most favourite characters in the game, as well as one of the most incomprehensible. However, he does give us a few different facts about himself, so let us start there. First of all, he states that he was once a great sage in his day. A sage is essentially a wise man, someone who is venerated for their judgment and experience, and this is backed up by the sage's set, which reads the following: "Attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town." In fantasy, sages are also sometimes conflated with mages, and the item description here states that he was driven from a town. Given he is located right next to Celia, I would speculate that he was once a mage that lived in Celia. Indeed, we do get evidence that Gowry is familiar with the town and its intimate details, for he reveals the following.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
So he is extremely well versed in Celian magics, as well, as one of the main rewards he provides us with after we help him is the ability to learn secret Celian sorcery. He's also familiar with the secrets of the town, something that surely only a member of that society would be aware of. Namely, number 1, Celians are descended from the Eternals, and number 2, how one is able to break the seal of Celia. I think this is quite enough to heavily imply that Gowry was once a Celian sorcerer, but he was driven from the town for his heretical interest in rot and rot incantations. Of course, he's also able to teach us rot incantations, but there is more to Gowry than meets the eye, as I speculate he is now a rather important figure in the modern cult of rot, collectively known as the Servants of Rot, as per the descriptions of the rot incantations. We know such a following exists due to the item known as the Faithful's Canvas Talisman, and the upgraded version of this called Flock's Canvas Talisman, and they both have the same description that reads the following. A talisman bearing an icon that depicts a group of masked figures. The figures represent the flock at prayer, their firm belief in the intangible inspiring even the solitary founder of their religion. While this description seems like a fairly generic description of any religion, both versions of this are found in locations tied to the Order of Rot. The first can be found in Celia Crystal Tunnel, a tunnel system controlled by the Kindred of Rot, and specifically this talisman is found deep within the tunnel network in what appears to be a cult room, as it is found at the foot of a stone altar, a site that the pests are using as a place of worship. The upgraded version, the Flock's Talisman, can be found on Gowry himself, so firmly linking this talisman to the cult of Rot. I think the description, while fairly generic, is meant to indicate the existence of a faith related to the Scarlet Rot, something you probably won't even pick up on your first playthrough, given we don't see much tangible evidence of such. However, belief in the rot is here in the Lands Between. We do see it in the form of the 2 ghosts we've already mentioned, which surround the Ionian swamp. The first one is the ghost venerating the swamp as the first site of the bloom, praising Malenia on her journey to godhood. For those who believe in rot, this Aeonian swamp must indeed be holy ground, and it makes sense to find cult activity around here. The second is also next to the lake, generally praising Malenia's swordcraft and the beauty of the rot itself. Indeed, we find a group of servants of rot near the swamp itself, kneeling as if in holy communion with the swamp. These servants, the servants of rot, are the mushroom enemies we found throughout the game, and they are clearly the most devoted to the Order of Rot. For if we read the item description of the mushroom set, the set that they wear, it reads the following. Mushrooms found growing all over the body. These overgrown mushrooms have colonized the torso. To those enraptured by the Scarlet Rot, these are holy vestments that root one to the earth. So these people are so enraptured by the rot that they have allowed mushrooms to infest and grow from their body. A clear dedication to its power, given how closely linked mushrooms are to the rot, and allowing it to grow from their body is the clearest sign of devotion to its power. And we find these servants of rot throughout the Lands Between in any place that is touched by poison or by Scarlet Rot. These are very much beings who want to become one with the Scarlet Rot, wielding rot incantations. They are essentially the priests and the faithful of the Scarlet Rot faith. Another massive example of rot faith is of course the Shaded Castle in House Moray. We learn from the Moray Mask and the Moray Sword that this line of nobles were Castellans of the castle, meaning that they ruled it on behalf of the powers that be, presumably on behalf of the royal family of the Erdtree, and these items also tell us that they acted as executioners, Elmer of the Briar being one such person clearly sent here to be executed by this house of executioners. In general, I find this to be a very Game of Thrones-y facet of the game, and it smacks of GRRM's influence. The latest in this line of executioners is Malenia Murray, who we can actually fight at a site outside of the castle itself. Malenia is the latest Castellan, and it is he who will reduce the castle to what it is now, a stronghold of rot, overrun by the servants of rot, by scarlet rot, a temple to his goddess, Malenia. We learn from his robes why he gravitated towards such worship, as it reads, "The house of House Murray are all sickly born. Little wonder that Malenia Murray would be so beguiled by the beautiful and fierce goddess who is born into rot. Being a sickly man himself, he is clearly enraptured by Malenia, who, whilst also sickly, manages to be one of the most powerful beings in the world, an inspiring god for one such as him, no doubt. Indeed, his cult ideas are certainly more focused around Malenia personally, rather than the grand plan of the Order of Rot. And this is backed up by the description of the Valkyrie's prosthetic, an item that we find within the castle. It reads the following: "Golden prosthesis once used by the one-armed Valkyrie, a masterwork of craftsmanship. With practice and skill, it can be used as proficiently as a real arm." When Malenia Murray, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. So his worship of Malenia is clearly very personal to him, rather than fitting into the general scheme of rot. And this is why he has collected this relic of hers, and why he has a painting of her pride of place in the audience chamber of the castle. It also explains why the castle is overrun with rot, clean rot knights, and servants of rot. Malenia has given it over to Malenia's followers, and embraced the way of rot, leading to the castle's collapse under the weight of this decay. So it should now be clear that there are faithful, there are people who believe and serve in the power of rot. And so now let us return to Gowry himself and the role he plays in this grand scheme. Gowry tells us of the moment that he became one of the faithful.
"Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth."
He has been dedicated to this cause since the Battle of Caelid, when the Aeonian flower bloomed, and I would speculate that he was so overwhelmed by this event and the spread of the rot thereafter, that he dedicated himself to the rot's cause. Given that he was a resident of Sellia, he would have had a first-hand view of the bloom and Malenia's battle, as Sellia sits right next to the edge of the Aeonian swamp itself. I would argue that this is when he would be chased from Sellia for harbouring these heretical beliefs, believing in the rot. And when the Valkyries would eventually be born of the swamp, he would be there to act as a father figure for them, before guiding them to their mother at the Halig Tree, as we saw described by the Rotten Wing insignia. I would also suggest that Gowry is the founding figure of this modern rot faith, the one that's described by the flock and faithful talismans. Firstly, he is in possession of the more powerful version of this talisman, and secondly, he is the only person in the game who really fits this bill. He is wise, powerful, and has an understanding of the rot incantations, and is intimately well versed in the entire history of Scarlet Rot, and he also believes in what it stands for. And indeed, Gowry's power and intimate knowledge of the rot and its beings can be noticed by those who pay close attention, for we don't actually meet Gowry in person. If you strike down Gowry, in inverted commas, then that body will collapse and reveal itself to be the body of a kindred of rot, of a pest. And this process can be repeated more than once, showing that he will never truly die, because he's not actually there. He is piloting a pest, and he taunts us for trying to kill us this way. This shows that he is powerful and intimate enough with the pests that he has been able to control them. And I believe this places him at the top of the pile for potential founders in this religion. Now, I know there are those that believe that Gowry is in fact the outer god of rot possessing pests in order to guide Millicent, And while his identity is ultimately speculation, and I do agree that this is an exciting proposition to suggest, I do not agree with this suggestion. Firstly, as I have shown, I think there's a fair bit of lore that suggests that Gowry is in fact a Celian sorcerer, shown by the fact he was A. driven out of a town, B. he is very close to said town, and C. he is very familiar with Celia's secrets and their magics. With Gowry and this religion dealt with, let us turn to the most central figure in all of this. We're returning to Malenia, and how she transforms to the goddess of rot. Malenia is an unwilling god, someone who has not embraced her nigh divinity, and in fact has worked with her brother her whole life to try and rid herself of this burden. As such, the faithful like Gowry, whilst loyal to her and love her, lament her rejection of the rot and her children, the pests. For he says the following:
Millicent, my daughter, why would you take out the needle? You were so close, so very close, to becoming the fairest of all flowers. Would you disown us, too, as your mother did? We children of the Scarlet Rot.
So it is clearly and widely accepted that Malenia has rejected the gift of the Scarlet Rot and in fact has done everything to deny her ascension. Her own children, the kindred of rot, the pests, are repeatedly described as abandoned due to the fact their own mother, the one who birthed them in the Aeonian swamps, has spurned their kind and the rot itself, and repeatedly they are known as the abandoned children of the goddess, such as in the incantation Pest Threads. Malenia has abandoned this path, and yet whether she chooses it or not, the rot will have its due. She is a vessel for the Scarlet Rot, and there is no changing that. As we have already examined with Millicent, Malenia's transformation is linked to the birthing of Aeonian scarlet flowers, where she is compared to a bud coming to blossom alongside her Valkyries. And specifically her transformation appears to be linked to her flower blooming 3 times, that advances the rot's hold over her. This is described by the Scarlet Aeonian incantation, which reads as follows: Each time the scarlet flower blooms, Malenia's rot advances. It has bloomed twice already. With the 3rd bloom, she will become a true goddess. The power of the rot within Malenia advances every time she unleashes its power, in the form of the Aeonian bloom, her goddess form rising like a butterfly from this cocoon. Butterflies are symbolic of rebirth, and much like Millicent, Malenia's final form would come at the cost of her original form, dying. As we've already discussed earlier in the video, it looks as though the unalloyed needle that was once in Millicent's flesh was once in Malenia's as well, and it was this that allowed Malenia to be her true self and hold back the rot. In Millicent's journey, she seeks to return the pride to her, and if you decide to help Millicent, she gives you the needle from her own flesh, hoping you will give it back to Malenia so she has her sense of self again. But she dropped and abandoned this needle, alongside her pride and sense of self, to meet Radahn's measure, as we find the broken needle at the foot of their battle. And so despite Millicent's wishes to have this needle returned to Malenia, it is already too late for any curative measures, as we are forced into a confrontation with her that causes her to bloom a further time. And now it's to get to the controversial part of the video that I mentioned earlier on, where I believe we get too carried away with the fact that she is referred to as the goddess of rot in her second phase, as if this is her only and final transformation into the goddess. And I believe that this is only the second time that she has bloomed, and that each time she blooms, her goddess aspect comes out. And I actually believe there's more evidence that argues for this than against it. It's just that we've got used to the narrative that this battle with her is the 3rd time she blooms, and is the time she transforms fully. So let's go through the evidence, and the first one is something I've already mentioned, and that is the Aeonian butterflies. As I already discussed in the first video, it's said that these Aeonian butterflies are from the wings of her goddess form, the wings of the goddess of rot, and we see this as true during our fight with her. She opens her wings, and they are made of butterflies, and Aeonian butterflies spread everywhere, And yet if we are to believe that the third bloom is the only time when she fully transforms into the goddess of rot, how do these butterflies already exist by the time we get to this quote-unquote third bloom? The next part I'd like to point out is the semantics we find in the Aeonian Scarlet incantation itself. It says that the third time she will become a true goddess. Not a goddess, a true goddess, suggesting that she is already a goddess, she just isn't her true and final form. I believe that each time she transforms, we do get the aspect of her goddess of rot coming out. It's just that 3 blooms are required for her to permanently become the goddess of rot proper and bring the world into a new age of rot. The next bit of evidence is I believe we only have evidence of 2 different blooms. We see one in the Aeonian swamp, and that is irrefutable, it's referenced everywhere and we can physically see it. But I don't believe there's been any others since. This is known to be the first Aeonian bloom. The ghost next to the swamp specifically says this is the first instance of this blooming. So that's fine, that's the first bloom. But ever since then she has been comatose. So when's the opportunity for her other blooms? Because if this is the third bloom during her fight with us, she must have bloomed at some other point. Now, others will point to the bloom outside of Malenia's boss room, and I also owe a retraction here because in my Miquella lore video, I also casually stated that this was most likely the second instance of Malenia's bloom, and my opinions have changed since then, so I apologise for that, but that is something I believed at the time, and I now simply don't believe it. As people pointed out to me in the comments of that very video, this is most likely not Malenia's bloom, and it is most likely the bloom of another sister, another Valkyrie. For next to this bloom, we find the Traveller's set, and this is the same set that is worn by Millicent and her sisters. So this isn't Malenia's bloom, most likely. And to back this up, the Scarlet Aeonian incantation actually just straight up says she's only bloomed twice. This is an incantation we make after her fight with us. So why would it speak in the past tense when we make it after her? It is suggesting that only twice she has bloomed. Once in the Aeonian swamp, and once in her fight with us. And finally, I just want to return to the true goddess aspect. I do think she is already a goddess of rot. She's referred to as the goddess a number of different sources, especially the ones regarding the kindred of rot, which describe them as the abandoned children of the goddess. I think that she is already a goddess, she's just not the true final form. Consider that rot is all about the cycle of death and rebirth. Does Gowry not claim that Millicent will rise as a Valkyrie from her Aeonian bloom that blossomed upon her death? Well, upon Malenia's death, we have a similar situation. Another Aeonian flower blooms in place of her carcass, and I believe that one day she will rise again from this bloom, and she will become a true goddess of rot. Upon the rotten branches of the Halig tree, we find the Oracle Envoys, who we can learn about from their Oracle Ashes, which reads as follows. Spirits of a monstrous band of musicians who employ sacred arts. It is said that when Oracle Envoys appear, playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god, or a new age. And again, I owe another retraction from my Miquella video, in that I stated I believe that they were here for Miquella, but upon reflection, what is patently clear is that they are here for Malenia, as despite her efforts, her denial of what she is, her godhood is no longer a choice since removing the needle. It is nigh, and the scarlet rot is advancing and will have its due. Even as she falls to us, I believe that this is not the end, and in fact, as a part of the cycle of death and rebirth, one day the world will need to fear the true god of the scarlet rot. At the climax of the Shattering War, the 2 mightiest demigods who yet remained faced off in a confrontation worthy of myth. Malenia, Blade of Miquella, the undefeated, threw down with the mighty General Radahn, Conqueror of the Stars. Despite Malenia being a mighty Empyrean and host of the Scarlet Rot, Radahn was able to fight her to a standstill, a feat made more impressive when you consider he was simultaneously holding back the stars in stasis. While all the demigods have their own legacy, few names are spoken with such respect and reverence as that of Radahn the Red Lion. Not only was he an incredible warrior, but his feats of magic eclipse almost every other character's, in terms of sheer force of will and power. From his love of his tiny horse to his prowess on the battlefield, it is no wonder that Radahn is such a fan favourite. The legacy of Radahn is not only of a mighty and honourable warrior, he is far more complex because of what he stands for and the choices he made. So join me this week as we explore the fascinating tale of the epic Star Scourge Radahn, from Carrion Prince to the mightiest of the demigods. At this stage, I would like to acknowledge and thank Loki, translator and author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout. As with most of the demigods, it is important to understand Radahn's origins, so that we can better comprehend the hero that he would become. Radahn is one of 3 children that we know about, who were born to Rennala of Caria and Radagon, champion of the Golden Order. We know this to be fact via his great rune, which reads, Radahn was among the children of Rennala and Radagon, who became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. Radagon's union with Rennala was a massive political event in the Lands Between, the culmination event of 2 Liurnian wars.
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Rennala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen.
So by this stage, Radagon had burst onto the scene and had led the forces of the Erdtree against the stalwart knights of Caria. Radagon would have gained significant renown during this conflict, as a great champion, and the relevant sword monument reads the following. The First Liurnian War, Radagon's glory burns as red as his hair. So Radahn no doubt grew up learning about his father's renown and reputation as the champion of the Liurnian Wars, a warrior who earned the respect of Liurnia and Rennala herself. Hence we get the iconic quote that we can attribute to Radahn that comes via Radahn's red mane helm, which reads the following. I was born a champion's cub, now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion. This is an important aspect of his personality to bear in mind as we move forward in this video. Radahn venerated these old heroes, his own father included. Loki in our discussions on this subject made an interesting suggestion, that Radahn grew to respect Godfrey as well because he may well have witnessed Godfrey's glory in his youth. Bear in mind that Godfrey will still likely have been Elden Lord during Radahn's youth, because Rennala was still married to Radagon at this time. Part of the reason for this is that Loki identifies that the kanji used in Radahn's armour in the original Japanese refers to his younger years, specifically a reference to his actual childhood, and I quote Loki now, very younger days, more emphasis on childhood, different from remembrance of the Star Scourge, or his young self in Star Scourge Greatsword or Rocksling sorcery. Loki therefore differentiates Radahn's admiration of Godfrey coming from his early years in childhood, and I now quote Loki again on their assessment of this lore. Whether witnessing the battles firsthand or simply seeing Godfrey's triumphant return from the battlefield, these experiences were a defining moment in Radahn's life. Like any child, he became obsessed with emulating his role model, lumping in his father's past heroism in the Liurnian Wars to justify the match. Both Elden Lords would be blended in to build his own ideals, and by the time we reach the Shattering War, we would already see what Radahn represents, but we will dive deeper into that in a later stage of this video. While his father was clearly important for his identity and ideals, his mother's heritage was a crucial factor in his abilities. All 3 of Renala's children with Radagon inherited her ability as a talented sorcerer, as all 3 are capable of wielding sorcery. Rykard actually develops his own form of sorcery, the Mount Gelmir magma sorceries by building upon ancient hexes. For example, the Magma Shot spell reads, "After discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Rykard, son of Queen Rennala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. He also developed other hexes, the ones he uses in our showdown with him. Rykard's Rancor, the little red skulls that he fires out in great numbers, is also a sorcery. And so, while you may not initially consider Rykard to be a great sorcerer, it is clear that he has some very impressive powers, from being able to develop his own magma sorceries, and wielding and redirecting the Rancor of people he has devoured. It is clear that he too is a powerful and gifted sorcerer. Ranni, of course, needs very little explanation in regards to her sorceress powers, as it is she who is Renala's true successor, with mastery over Dark Moon and Frost magic. It is therefore no surprise that Radahn would also arise as one of the most powerful sorcerers of a generation, or even of all time. While you could argue that Ranni is more in tune with magic and maybe more knowledgeable, Radahn is simply unmatched in terms of the raw power he demonstrates. Bear in mind that gravity magic is just another form of glintstone sorcery, as is said in the description of their spells, like Rocksling, for example. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a sorcerer in the world of Elden Ring that matches Radahn's sheer displays of power with magic. We know little of Radahn's earliest years, his relationship with his siblings, nor know how he was brought up. However, given he is part of a prestigious royal family, the Carians, we can assume that he had an excellent education, including sorcery basics, military and combat training, all of which would contribute to the incredible force of nature he would eventually become. We also have to consider the Carian preceptors. The term preceptor essentially means a teacher, and so my assumption has always been that these preceptors taught Carian royals when they were young. This would include teaching them about sorcery, and going by their hat description, probably about the movement of stars and fate, which is important to understand when we assess Radahn's later actions. But the first detail events in his earlier life that we hear about is when we learn about his tutelage under an Alabaster Lord in Sellia, Town of Sorcery. His remembrance reads the following. The Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers, which he learned in Sellia during his younger days. Also, he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. So this description gives us the basic facts of why Radahn sought out tutelage in Sellia. He went in his youth, when he was young, and his reason for doing so was his desire to not abandon his horse, a small horse that he was clearly starting to outgrow. And we can see where that path ends up, as there's a comical difference in size between Radahn and his horse as we fight him now. Indeed, if you look at Radahn's feet, you can see a purple gravity magic effect around them, as if he's using his magic to levitate, or lessen his weight somehow. And yes, we know the horse's name is Leonard thanks to a video by Zuli the Witch, which I will link below. So already from this tiny little detail from his remembrance, we learn a great deal about the man. Firstly, we learn that he did indeed actually grow, that it's in the lore. In other Souls games, I sometimes think the size of enemies is just a game function, that humanoid enemies are just larger than us so that we can actually see their movesets and appreciate their design. However, in Radahn's case, it is part of the lore. He was beginning to outgrow his horse, and the comical difference in size between him and his horse is a purposeful design choice that matches his lore. So this is one case where we aren't meant to ignore the size of this enemy. This is his true lore-friendly size. But thus we can assume that in his younger years he was more proportional to his horse Leonard, meaning he was more human normal size in his youth. But his current size is ginormous, and it has led many to question whether Radahn has giant's blood via his father Radagon, who some also suggest has the blood of giants due to the giant's braid item description. In my Radagon video, I believe that this is not the case, because I think Radagon was always part of Marika, and thus not actually related to the fire giants, and rather his hatred of his hair was just a transmitted feeling of his hatred for their kind, inherited from Marika. Thus, I would simply chalk up Radahn's large size to just be a side effect of his growing power, or that he is simply just a big person. However, I do acknowledge that this is an area of the lore that we cannot be certain of, and it could be that Radagon is related to the giants or was cursed by them, and thus Radahn inherits their size. But let me know your thoughts on Radahn's size below. Do you think he is related to the giants, or do you just think he's a big man? Again, I argued in my Radagon video that Radagon was always Marika, meaning that Radahn is literally related to Marika, and perhaps his size is just because he's a god, a demigod, but I'd love to hear your thoughts below. However, more important than his physicality is what his relationship with his horse tells us about the man, about what he stands for. Both Radataskor and Lorehunter have excellent videos on Radahn that identify this element of Radahn. And in their own ways, both creators say essentially the same thing, something that I've also long believed about Radahn. Radahn is essentially a lord of stagnation, of conservatism, of the past. Someone who is unwilling to let go of the past and venerates the past in a lot of ways. All of his actions are done to preserve the past, whether it be preserving his current horse, preserving the place of his learning, or preserving the order of his great heroes of the past. Radahn is of the Carian royal family. He would have had no issue in procuring a new steed more suited for his size, but because of who Radahn is, he is absolutely unwilling to let go of the past, unwilling to let go of the steed of his childhood. These are both excellent videos and I will link them below and highly recommend you check them out. If you bear in mind Radahn's unwillingness to let go of the past, all of his actions can be explained. However, I digress and we will return to this facet later on. But the point being is that saving his horse was the initial reason for him going to Sellia. But as we will see in the coming chapters, his reasons for using gravity magic would evolve over time. With that said, let us talk about Sellia, its history, gravity magic, and his alabaster teacher. We have discussed Sellia before on the channel, however, as always, my perspective has changed on this location, and I feel like reconciling its story with Radahn's is a worthwhile endeavour for the context of this video, especially since there are some difficulties reconciling Sellia that we see now with the Sellia of Radahn's youth. This is a point raised by Lorehunter in his video on Radahn, in which he posits the question why Radahn would protect a town that is so clearly associated with the Nox. In this chapter, I hope to explain the evolution of Sellia from a school of gravity magic to what it is now, a town of night magic with close ties to the Nox. With that being said, it always clearly has had close ties with the Numen people, and let's start with that connection. Marika herself is Numen, a fact established by the Numen rune, which reads the following. The Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact the same stock as Queen Marika herself. Sellia shares an architectural style with Ordina liturgical town, but as also highlighted by Tarnished Archaeologist in their Eternal Empire video, it also follows the same style as Lower Lane Dell. As we will explore in this chapter, Sellia has connection to the Numen people, and given that Lane Dell is the capital of Queen Marika, herself a Numen, it explains why they share an architectural style. And so we could see this type of style that we see in Ordina, Sellia and Lower Lane Dell as the Numen architectural style. But again, credit to Tarnished Archaeologist who made it apparent to me that Lower Lane Dell also shared this style with Sellia and Ordina, and I would highly recommend their Eternal Empire video. So we've established these three towns as having a tie to the Numen people, but Sellia also has a connection to another people, the Nox. And as we've discussed many times on this channel before, the Eternal Cities and the Nox are also related to the Numen people. The most well-known piece of evidence for this is found in the game's treatment of the Black Knife Assassins, who are named as Numen in their armour description, yet are also described as Scions of the Eternal City by Rogier.
You recall our conversation about the Knight of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women, arrayed in armour of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
And so with this connection in mind between the Eternal Cities and the Numen, it should come as no surprise that Gowrie also ties Sellia, a Numenesque town, to these Eternals.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Sellians, descendants of the Eternal.
Indeed, Sellia appears to maintain a strong connection to the Eternal Cities, even after their banishment, as Sellia hosts one of the crypt chairs of the Nox, as well as two members of their race, a swordstress and a Nox monk. Both of these members no doubt are here to safeguard the crypt chair. We don't know what these thrones are really for, yet the site of Grace in Sellia names it as a crypt chair, and we also often find valuable items found underneath these crypt chairs, like Lusat's staff or the Black Moon talisman. The word crypt is defined by Oxford Languages as the following: an underground room or vault beneath a church, used as a chapel or burial place. So this confirms two things for us. The chair could have a pseudo-religious purpose, indicated by its upper half, and perhaps act as a sort of burial for these giant skeletons that we see in the Eternal Cities, but also that it functions as a vault for important items. As we have just discussed, there's often important items found underneath these crypt chairs. My speculation has always been that these thrones are ritualistic objects, that is something to do with the Noxian goal of crowning a Lord of Night, as described in their armour sets, and that the giant bodies found atop these crypts are somehow failed attempts at creating an artificial Lord of Night, and that this is their burial, essentially. And if you want more details on that particular theory, I would recommend both my Albinauric lore video and my Eternal Cities lore video. Perhaps Lusat's staff being locked in Sellia's chair crypt could suggest that the Nox have a certain role in mind for Sellia's favourite son. Perhaps they could believe that he is the next Lord of Night, and they will try some certain experimentation or process on him. This is wild speculation, of course. However, it could just be that these giant skeletons and the chairs themselves are just symbolic guardians for important items to the Nox. But let me know your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think these crypt chairs are for? Regardless of its purpose, its presence firmly cements Sellia's ties to the Eternal Cities, so much so that Sellia's own symbol features a crypt chair prominently, front and centre. Sellia is known as the Town of Sorcery, and the particular brand of sorcery that is taught here again cements its status as an Eternal City colony that retains close ties to the Nox. The very name of their branch of sorcery is called Night Sorcery, which is of course a reference to the Nox, which itself is Latin for night. This connection gets more explicit when we look at the spells themselves. Firstly, Night Maiden Mist, which is named after the Night Maidens of the Eternal Cities, and this is a spell they themselves use when we face them. Then there is the sorcery Eternal Darkness, which makes a reference to the Eternal Cities and seems to have originated there. It reads the following: originally a lost sorcery of the Eternal City, the despair that brought about its ruin made manifest. So night sorcery is clearly a school of magic that is an offshoot from Noxian practices, and as we can see from a lot of these spells, they quite often have a focus on misdirection and obfuscation, a manipulation and bending of light to make them hard to see or detect, given that we humans are beings who see in light. That is why they are called night sorceries. We see this in spells that make its users invisible, their weapons invisible, and offensive spells that are hard to see, and thus difficult to dodge. This makes sense if we consider that these spells are playing with light and manipulating it to make things invisible, and in practical application these spells are employed for assassination purposes, such as in Unseen Blade, which reads, used by Sellian assassins to present themselves as unarmed sorcerers. So this is all well and good. Sellia is a town of sorcerous arts and sorcerer assassins, and as I argue in my Night of the Black Knives video, I believe they played a big role in the Night of the Black Knives in the development of the techniques and technology that would be used there. Yet this picture we have painted of Celia of Noxian influence, assassins and night sorcery doesn't really mesh with the Celia that General Radahn seems to have been educated in. Where is the Alabaster Lord? Where are the sorcerers that wield gravity magic just as Radahn does? My suggestion, therefore, is that while Celia has always had ties to the Eternal Cities culturally, the Nox later exerted full control over it, and influenced it to create night sorceries. But in an earlier time, the Town of Sorcery was more closely associated with gravity magic, and this development of night sorceries is only a later development. It's an evolution of a town that was once known for gravity sorcery and is now known for night sorceries. As evidence of its gravity magic background, we have the evidence we've already reviewed, that being Radahn's remembrance that places him coming here to learn gravity magic. We also have the description of certain spells that tell us that Radahn's master was an Alabaster Lord. For example, Rock Sling, which reads the following: a gravitational technique studied by the young Radahn. His master was an Alabaster Lord with skin of stone. And if we put these two bits of evidence together from the Star Scourge Remembrance and Rocksling, Radahn came to Celia to learn gravitational magic, and he was taught by an Alabaster Lord. That means that an Alabaster Lord must have been a teacher at the Town of Sorcery. These are beings well associated with gravity magic, and it must have been a well-known fact that Celia was a school of renown for these types of magic. Radahn was an heir of the Carians, the most powerful sorcerer family when it comes to magic, with no doubt easy access to tutors and books, never mind the fact his mother was ruling Raya Lucaria at this stage as well. Yet despite this, Radahn specifically leaves Liurnia and seeks out Celia, a remote town in Caelid, again reinforcing that Celia must have been a well-renowned school for gravity magic, something he couldn't find in Raya Lucaria or Liurnia. This is reinforced when we consider Lusat, the aforementioned favoured son of Celia. While Lusat in the current timeline is very associated with primeval sorcery, he's actually once associated with gravity magic in his past. We know that Lusat hails from this town thanks to a dialogue from Selûne when we're trying to find him. She says,
"After his expulsion from the academy, I heard that Master Lusat returned to his home, a place called Celia in the eastern Caelid wilds."
So again, I'll reiterate that while he is now known for primeval current sorcery, it seems that at one point he was renowned for bringing gravity magic to Raya Lucaria, something we learn of via the Elyvinus Glintstone Crown, which reads the following: the lineage of the Elyvinus Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continue his study of meteors. So this suggests that Lusat, prior to being a primeval sorcerer, was actually an influential gravity magic practitioner, so much so that a conspectus or school was founded in his name, a school dedicated to gravity magic. Thus, the fact he is from Celia further cements Celia's history as the premier place to learn gravity magic, and this is why Radahn comes here instead of learning it at Raya Lucaria or at the hands of his mother's teachers. So again, I find it very interesting that in the current time, we see little evidence of this gravity magic history. Indeed, when Gary offers to teach us the sorceries of Celia, he teaches us night sorcery, not gravity sorcery. Again, highlighting the fact that Celia has long pivoted away from its gravity magic background. Lusat is a very old character in the game. Lusat's set includes the Old Sorcerer's leg wraps, which read, "common amongst old-fashioned sorcerers." We also know that Lusat and Azur were founding glintstone sorcerers, thanks to dialogues from Selûne, who says,
"I need your help, my apprentice. Master Lusat is another founding glintstone sorcerer, and like Master Azur, he was banished from the academy."
This all implies that Lusat's younger years were long ago, and given Radahn was also taught in Celia by an Alabaster Lord in his younger years, my conclusion is that Celia long ago was once a place for gravity magic, but then later fell under the sway of the Nox and became focused on night sorceries, perhaps in the lead up to the Night of the Black Knives itself, so that Ranni and her co-conspirators would have a base where they could develop the techniques necessary to become the Black Knife Assassins, with cloaks that fooled the eye. So that is a long tangent to be sure, but I feel it's important to understand Radahn's tie to this place, and how we can reconcile his education and protection of Sellia from the radically different Sellia that we now see. Initially, the Onyx Lord that you can face in the Carrion Everjail at Caria Manor was actually called an Alabaster Lord on their health bar, and I used to assume on my first playthrough that this was the Alabaster Lord that had once taught Radahn, and perhaps Ranni and or the Carrions in general had imprisoned this lord due to the indirect role that it played in arresting their fate. However, this does seem to have been a mistake, because the lord always had the curved sword of the Onyx Lord, even when it was named as an Alabaster Lord. And as we will discuss later in this video, the Alabaster Lord being imprisoned by the Carrions for this reason wouldn't make sense, as it appears that Ranni and her vassals haven't yet put two and two together by the time we come on the scene, as they don't realise that it is Radahn who's holding back Ranni's fate, as Iji expresses surprise when he finally realises that it is Radahn that is the cause of Ranni's destiny being halted, and therefore they wouldn't realise the role that the Alabaster Lord also had played. However, it does give an interesting illustration. I do believe that the Alabaster Lord was eventually driven out of the town of Sellia, which is why we can find no trace of it here. And so to conclude this chapter, I posit that Sellia was once a school of gravity magic in the past, overseen by an Alabaster Lord, but now Sellia is more under the control of the Nox, hence we see no trace of the Alabaster Lord or gravity magic now. And if you are wondering why Radahn would protect Sellia, a town that is associated with the Nox, and you don't understand why, perhaps this will help explain his reasons for doing so back in the day. And with all that said, in the next chapter we will explore his tutelage and why he earned the name the Star Scourge. I've always liked to imagine Radahn's tutelage under this Alabaster Lord, and what Sellia would have been like at this time, before the destruction of Caelid, and before the Nox took it over to develop night sorceries. The Alabaster and Onyx Lords are very mysterious, and we know very little about them. They're very alien beings, literally. However, we do know that they are capable of interacting with humanity, and holding positions of prestige. As the meteorite description reads, the sorcery originates from the Onyx Lords, who had skin of stone, and were called lords in reverential fear of their destructive power. Thus we can assume that this Alabaster Lord held a position here for similar reasons. He was venerated and feared, and when Radahn came to Sellia, it took him under its arm. As a side note, if you want a deeper dive into the Alabaster and Onyx Lords, I do cover them quite extensively in my Cosmic Mysteries video. We get 3 examples of a type of gravity magic that Radahn mastered under the tutelage of this lord: Collapsing Stars, Gravity Well, and Rock Sling. We can see Radahn using these powers to great effect in our battle with him, and of course in his victory over the stars. Radahn's remembrance implies that his reasons for coming here was to continue the use of his horse. And as I suggested, I think the use of this is quite obvious. He manipulated gravity to release the weight and burden that he would place on his horse. Yet, during his time here, his motivation for using gravity magic does evolve, as the Collapsing Star spells reads the following: a gravitational technique mastered by the young Radahn. I thank you for your tutelage. Now I can challenge the stars. Now, given the quote found within this item description appears to take place following the completion of his studies, it implies that in some period between him arriving in Sellia and completing his studies, his objectives changed, and he became aware of a threat towards Sellia. What would follow is the defining moment of Radahn's early years and his legacy. the Star Scourge conflict. We hear of this conflict via the relevant sword monument, which reads, "The Star Scourge conflict, Radahn alone holds Celia secure, and stands tall, to shatter the stars." So going by this sword monument, Radahn's purpose in challenging the stars is pretty evident. He is seeking to protect Celia from some kind of star-bound threat. How he became aware of this threat is up to interpretation. Of course, as I discussed earlier, being a prince of Carian heritage, he will have been taught about fate and the movement of these stars via his Carian preceptors. However, Loki offers another interesting perspective. Loki pointed out to me that in the Redmane Castle itself, there are one of these celestial stone basins. I have always just referred to these as stone basins, but shout out to Loki for teaching me their real name, that being a hemicelium. In the real world, these devices are essentially sundials, but in the world of Elden Ring, we can see that they are clearly more associated with the stars because of their particular locations and the fact that they often have starlight shards next to them. But these are astrological tools, and they are found in areas that are associated with the Carians or astrologers, such as the mountain tops of the giants, or in Caria Manor itself, and here of course in Redmane Castle, the base of a Carian prince. So perhaps using this device and reading the movements of the stars or reading fate, he was able to anticipate this attack, and again credit to Loki for making me aware of this possibility. But the extent of the power that he demonstrated during this conflict cannot be overstated, and we get a flavour of how overwhelming his victory is via the Star Scourge heirloom, which reads, "The mightiest hero of the Demi-Gods confronted the falling stars alone, and thus did he crush them, his conquest sealing the fate of the very stars." So I think this heirloom lays out quite neatly what happened here. It was a physical threat of falling stars that threatened Celia, but in defeating them and holding them in stasis to stop them falling, he then sealed the fate of the stars. The effect of this is well explained by Selin, who says,
"The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress Rani. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny."
So as we hear from Selin, Radahn is literally using the power of gravity to hold the stars in stasis. Can you consider the power a being must have to literally arrest the movement of actual celestial bodies? That the gravity power he impresses upon these falling stars actually overwhelms their natural gravity and movements of the cosmos? It is a titanic feat, and it really makes Radahn worthy of the term god. This is the type of feat that you'd hear in an ancient Greek myth. Not only this, but Radahn continues to hold them in place. He keeps this power manifested right up until the current era. He held them in place while fighting Malenia, the other most powerful of the demigods, and he held them in place even when he was being rotted away by the Scarlet Rot. Even with his brain being rotted away, some will within him kept him holding the stars back in place. And now, while I'm always team Malenia, she is my favourite demigod of course, I would be delusional to disregard the implications of this. Had Radahn not been using a portion of his power to literally hold the stars back, a significant feat, would Malenia have even stood a chance? Or would he pinned her to the earth with gravity, or ripped her apart with his magics? I think so, and Radahn makes a great point about this. In his Heroic Concepts series, Radahn makes the point that each of the heroic concepts of the gods has been taken and twisted to the extreme, and in each case, it leads to their downfall. As we've already discussed, Radahn's twisted heroic concept is his unwillingness to let go of the past, his veneration of past heroes, his nostalgia, his conservatism, however you want to put it. Had Radahn just had the flexibility in his ideals to let go of the stars, he would have been able to face Malenia with all of his might, and she wouldn't have had a chance to unleash her Scarlet Rod. and thus it was his inflexibility in his ideals that led to his death, because he forced himself to hold back, and thus she unleashed the Scarlet Rot. Again, this is a great series by Radahn, especially the video on Radahn, and I highly recommend you check out these videos on the idea of heroic concepts. In my mind, I've always viewed Radahn more as a force of stagnation, and as people familiar with the channel will know, stagnation is an important theme that is explored in Dark Souls and in Elden Ring. In Shinto, there is a concept that life should flow like flowing water. When water is fast flowing, it is pure and clean. In opposition to this, a stagnant pool of water is full of parasites and impurities, and this idea of pollution is a concept also known as kegare. And as such, this is why stagnant water, thematically, is often associated with pollution and death. So these Shinto ideas of going with the flow, accepting things as they are as life moves, is actually also a theme that permeates Star Wars in its accounting of the Force. George Lucas explained the nature of Jedi and Sith in the Star Wars archive. That when you're a Jedi, you are meant to go with the flow of life, let things move on and pass through you, whether that be your loved ones dying or relationships changing, you just go with it. The Sith, alternatively, are people that try to hold on to power, to their loved ones, and thus instead of moving with the Force and flowing with it, they try and hold it and dominate it and control it to meet their own aims, rather than just going with the aims and flow of the Force. What was I talking about again? Oh yeah, Radahn and the Sith. No, Radahn and the Star Scourge conflict. Apologies. Jokes aside, the Jedi and Sith are a good way of understanding this concept of flow and stagnation. And Radahn, like the Sith, rather than going with the flow of fate, tries to hold on to everything and force fate to bend to his will. He won't let go of his horse, despite his body moving past it, and he will not let go of Celia, the place that he has come to hold dear in his heart, a place where he grew up. And indeed, we get illustrations of stagnation within the world of Elden Ring in other places, such as those who live in death. As I said, stagnant water is quite often linked to death in this thematic analogy, mainly because stagnant water in real life breeds impurities and parasites. And that is why stagnant water is associated with those who live in death in Elden Ring. No group of people exemplifies the idea of stagnation more than those who live in death, beings who are eternally stuck in a state of death. Their life has completely stopped flowing, and is more akin to a stagnant pool of water. Hence why we often find those who live in death in stagnant pools of water, why there are tibia mariners, mariners who are in boats, and why Godwyn has taken on an aquatic form in Undeath. I would recommend Aesir Aesthetics' video on Silent Hill if you'd like a more educated and in-depth take on the subject of kegare and stagnation. But I believe this long tangent will help me explain and why I believe that Radahn himself is also a force of stagnation in Elden Ring, because it has stopped the flow of the Abyss, an analogous river in itself. He has halted the flow of fate, resulting in a sort of stagnation. The world we enter is stagnant. With a shattered Elden Ring, there is no progression. The lands between are stuck in this in-between era. Had fate been flowing, had the stars not been halted and stagnant, then Ranni could have completed the Age of Stars already. The only reason she needs our help in the current era is because of Radahn's actions, and thus Radahn's veneration of the past and unwillingness to let it go has contributed to the stagnant world that we find ourselves in. And with that thematic analysis of what Radahn stands for done, let us return to the Star Scourge conflict itself. In the past I had asked the question of why Celia was in danger. Did Radahn freeze fate because fate itself was turning against Celia? Well, I think the Star Scourge heirloom that we looked at earlier makes it clear that Celia was under physical threat from falling stars. And the very fact that a falling star does impact on the Earth after we defeat Radahn really does hammer home that Celia was under physical threat. However, an alternate view to it just being a falling star that would have damaged Celia is that it was essentially a cosmic invasion, by beings like Estelle and the Falling Star Beast. In Zuli's video on Estelle, they identify an old unused animation for Estelle, which was very similar to Radahn's animation, where he crashes down into the earth like a meteorite. And it is fascinating that Estelle, a being itself that is a malformed star, has this animation, literally making it a falling star. Zuli concludes that the most likely arena for this original animation would have been the Wailing Dunes, not only for the crossover in VFX between Radahn and Estelle, but also the sheer size needed for this animation. It would have covered a large area, and thus the Wailing Dunes are a logical candidate for where this fight could have taken place with this old animation. A location that is very close to Sellia, of course. And so I leave it up to you to decide whether you believe it was a falling star or a literal cosmic invader that threatened Sellia. Either way, the intent of his actions are clear. It was to physically stop the stars from harming Sellia, as is stated by the Star Scourge heirloom. It was not to fetter fate. This just seems to be a consequence of his actions. However, what is debatable is whether he decided to keep the stars frozen and keep fate fettered because of his beliefs after, following the initial Star Scourge conflict. And I do change my mind on this quite often, but I do think items like the telescope maybe imply that he is aligned with the Golden Order, as it reads the following. During the age of the Erdtree, carrion astrology withered on the vine. The fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order. I have found the item description always very interesting, because it states that the Golden Order fettered the stars, but we know from Selin's dialogue that it was Radahn who fettered fate, and thus is this telescope description equating Radahn as the Golden Order? This would tie in with what we see on his armor description, that he is someone who venerates the past, and these past heroes are people aligned with the Golden Order, Godfrey and Radagon, and so this would all tie together. But as we have shown, his initial reason for doing so was to protect Sellia, and so my conclusion, and it is a tentative one, is that he did stop the stars to protect Sellia, but later, because of his ideals, he kept them frozen, to keep fate fettered, so that he might continue the previous order, a la Godfrey and Radagon. I don't think it's necessarily a direct attack on his sister or the Carrions, and is more about emulating those past heroes and those past orders. And indeed, Ranni's vassals don't even seem to be aware that this is the reason that they cannot move forward with their plans. They do not know that it is Radahn who is responsible, as E.G. expresses surprise when he puts 2 and 2 together and realises that it is in fact Radahn who is holding back fate.
Oh no. Wait, how did I not see it before? I ought to retire as war councillor for such a gross oversight. Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny, perhaps even revealing the elusive path.
And so, with the Star Scourge conflict covered, let us move on to the period that led up to the Shattering, the period in which Radahn would develop his ideals and imagery, becoming the Red Lion, General Radahn. So the Star Scourge conflict is an important turning point in Radahn's life. It's where he gains his renown and his title, the Star Scourge. With the stars crushed and Sellia secure, I would speculate it's around this time that Radahn would establish his own base and livery. Radahn also has the specific title of General, and I have long believed that he earned this title before the Shattering, as if it was a title given to him during the Shattering, would not every other demigod be called a general as well? Rykard is also referred to as Praetor, Praetor being a Roman magistrate, basically a keeper of law and order, and I see both Praetor Rykard and General Radahn as positions that were granted to them because of their feats and skills under the Golden Order. And so while Praetor Rykard was given the rank of Praetor due to his ruthlessness and intelligence, General Radahn was no doubt given the title of General because of his feats displayed during the Star Scourge conflict. And so with his new title, I believe he would occupy Redmane Castle and make Caelid his main base of operations. I use the term occupy because I believe that Redmane Castle is an older castle, not one that he built. It shares architectural features similar to Stormvale and Castle Morn, and this suggests to me that these castles date back to the Hoaralou conflict era, and this would be fitting given how much Radahn idolizes Godfrey. He would establish his own livery, a livery that proudly displays the Red Lion. The Red Lion is the culmination of all of his beliefs and events that had led up to this point. We've already seen from his armor set that he became the Red Lion because of his combined appreciation for the red-haired Radagon, his father, the champion of the Golden Order, and the Lion of Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield, and thus he chooses the Red Lion as his coat of arms. The Redmane Great Shield reads, Great Shield shaped like a fang, featuring the crest of the red-maned lion. So you can see everything about his imagery is emulating this red lion. I think it's clear, timeline-wise, that after the Star Scourge conflict is when Radahn coalesced all of these ideals and imagery into his identity. This was when he became general, and when he would need to reflect on what he stood for. His Star Scourge swords, which were forged after the Star Scourge conflict, obviously, also have lion motifs on them, as described by the item description, and as we can see on the swords themselves. These swords are also decorated with the symbol for gravity magic, again a key component of Radahn's identity moving forward after his education in Celia and the Star Scourge conflict, as gravity magic was essentially the instrument of his victory. As a side note, the symbol for gravity magic is actually the symbol for magnetism, a subject we have discussed in great detail in my Cosmic Mysteries video. But in short, my conclusion for this discrepancy is just because the push and pull effects of magnetism could be seen as analogous to the effects of gravity magic. Thus, following the Star Scourge conflict and becoming general, he develops his own identity that is very separate from the Carian royal family that he hails from. Red and gold rather than the blue of the Carians. And that should be enough to tell you that Radahn stands for something independent of his Carian roots. And thus at this stage we can also infer that this was the period which Radahn would develop his own forces, his own knights and warriors. What is interesting is that Radahn was seemingly accompanied by one of his men to study at Celia, Olga, whose ashes read the following. The longest serving member of the Redmane Knights, Olga studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. This is an interesting nugget of lore for a couple of reasons. The first is that it tells us that Olga was the first of the Redmane Knights, meaning he wasn't a Redmane Knight when he joined Radahn in Celia. I posit therefore that Olga was a retainer or knight of the Carians, but after staying a long time with Radahn and learning gravity magic alongside him, he became more loyal to Radahn personally, and thus was the first to convert to being a Redmane Knight. Given such a long time they spent together through different parts of his life, I would speculate that Radahn's relationship with Olga was a close one, and his willingness to convert from being a Carian retainer to being a Redmane Knight is a good illustration of the type of loyalty that Radahn inspired in his men, the type of close warrior bond that Godfrey also shared with his Round Table warriors. A stark contrast to the likes of Godric, someone who certainly doesn't lead from the front and who believes that his heritage is enough to instill loyalty in his men. And while Godric is related to Godfrey by blood, in a lot of ways by deed and might, Radahn is the true heir to Godfrey's legacy, something Radahn himself declares as we can see in his armor set, in which he calls himself the Lord of the Battlefield's Lion. And if you want to see the type of warrior culture that Godfrey fostered with his men, and the bond that he shared with them, and how it can be somewhat analogous to the relationship that Radahn now shares with his warriors, I would highly recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video on Godfrey and the Round Table, which I will link below. But the loyalty that Radahn inspired in his men can also be seen in his relationship with witch hunter Jeren, the eccentric fellow that now hosts the Radahn festival. We learn from his armor set that he was a nomadic person, but Radahn inspired him to put down some roots. In general, he showed some loyalty to the Carians as a whole, as his oath to kill Selin seems to be based on his loyalty to the Carians, as Selin is a well-known enemy of the Carians. Selin despises the Carians for their ousting of primeval current sorcery. She says,
"The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos."
At the end of her quest, if you do side with her, she does take control of Raya Lucaria, and briefly deposes Rennala. She is correctly identified as an enemy to their rule. E.G. also outright states that killing of Selin is motivated by the fact she is an enemy to the Carian royal family. As E.G. says,
"Now the time has come to remind him of an old promise made. With the stars of fate set into motion, a certain sorceress is dispossessed of her immortality. Finally, we can be rid of a long-standing Carian weed."
So we can assume that it was Jeren who imprisoned Selin's body, her true body that is, until he could work out a way to kill her, until her immortality was removed when the movement of the stars continued. So while he is loyal to the Carians in general, it is specifically to Radahn that he ends up being bound to, much as E.G. is loyal to Ranni specifically, as he gives up all other duties and all other oaths to fulfill his specific oath to Radahn. And this is something we learn about via his hood, which reads the following. Jeren served General Radahn as a guest commander, and they are said to have sworn an oath of honourable death to one another. So not only did Jeren serve Radahn as one of his commanders, but he also swore a death oath with him. The fact he is one of Radahn's guest commanders does make me wonder if Jeren served under Radahn during the Shattering. The very festival itself, the Festival of Radahn that is meant to lead to his honourable death, itself is an illustration of the loyalty that the Redmanes owe to their General Radahn. As pointed out by Radataskor in their analysis video of General Radahn's fight, the song or chant that we hear in Redmane Castle during the festival is some kind of mournful warrior's chant, as if mourning but also honouring the passing of their great lord. It speaks of true love, honour and respect earned by a general and is given by his men. The Redmane loyalty to their lord is further emphasised by the fact they are still in Caelid, fighting a battle against the Scarlet Rot itself, and the beasts that exist therein. We see them fighting against the beasts in Caelid and burning their bodies as if they feel like they can beat back this horrendous infection. They hold back the advance of Scarlet Rot with fire and burning walls, despite the fact their general is no longer himself and no longer giving orders. They all could have scattered to the winds following the battle, gone home to their families, but because of the loyalty they owe their liege lord, they do not. We can see this via the Redmane knight armour description, which reads the following. Armour worn by knights who fought at General Radahn's side. When they were driven to defeat by Malenia's Scarlet Rot, the Redmane knights burned the crest on their left breast of their armour to indicate their resolve. Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again, for our duty is to remain here, a bulwark against the blight. So this armor description is amazing for so many reasons, and I'm going to go through why. The first is the very first line, armor worn by knights who fought by General Radahn's side. Every single other knight armor description describes knights that are sworn or loyal, but none use this exact language of knights who fought at Radahn's side. This is again just a nice little detail that shows that Radahn fought at the front of every battle. His knights literally fought beside him, not for him. So no wonder they were so loyal. Further evidence of Radahn always leading from the front is the spears that we see sticking out of his back. While Radahn now uses these as arrows during the Radahn festival, we know that these were once the spears of the Cleanrot knights who attacked him during the Caelid War thanks to their item description. Radahn was not a man to shy away from furious fighting. He didn't lead from the back, and thus he took many wounds from Malenia's soldiers. The greatest leaders are those who would never ask their followers to do anything that they wouldn't do themselves, and Radahn is testament to this. The next detail is that it says they burned the crest on the left breast of their armour to indicate their resolve. And while this could just be nice flavour text, From Software actually followed through, and you can see that the crest that usually sits on the left hand side of knight's armour has been blackened and burned. To me this indicates their resolve because it shows they're no longer knights, they're no longer warriors, they are dead men, and as long as they are here they are going to fight to the bitter end. There is no retreat, there is no going home. So even after their defeat and the destruction of Caelid, these warriors carry out their duty and the last order given by their general. We see them fighting an impossible battle against the elements itself, hunting mutated dogs and attempting to burn the rot away. An impossible task, but they do it nonetheless. The Red Mane Firepot reads, "Even today the survivors of Radahn's battalion employ fire to starve off the scarlet rot." Another warrior that shows exceptional loyalty to Radahn could well be Commander O'Neill, and again credit to Loki for pointing out this character to me, as he's someone who had slipped my mind, or someone whose loyalty I wasn't sure about in the past. Yet we can see that he holds a red banner on his stave, and indeed the item description for his banner reads the following: "A beaten red battle standard is furled around this time-worn halberd. Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride." So the fact it talks about a red banner and his lord leads me to conclude that this is another one of Radahn's commanders. In fact, if you look closely at the details of O'Neill's banner, then you can see it does bear a lion on a red field. It may be that Radahn was welcoming of any warrior, people who were not in his rank and file, despite their creed or background, so long as they were a worthy warrior. In the interior courtyard of Redmane Castle, we can face down against a Crucible Knight and a Misbegotten. Given this is at a time when the castle is still occupied by Redmane forces, we have to assume that these two are part of Radahn's forces. Despite being outsiders and not part of his rank and file, they are clearly considered worthy by Radahn to be welcomed into his ranks. And this is fitting given that both were probably welcome under Godfrey. The Crucible Knights in particular were Godfrey's chosen warriors, and perhaps it is their tie to Godfrey's Crucible era that led Radahn to seek them out and welcome them into his army. Likewise, we just discussed Commander O'Neill, who you may normally associate with Banished Knights if you look at the likes of Commander Niall in Castle Sol, who is accompanied by the ghosts of Banished Knights. We also find Banished Knight armaments and shields hung around Castle Redmane alongside the shields of exiled warriors. For clarity, I'm referring to the type of warriors that you can find in abundance at Stormvale that wear the red cloaks and brandish these brown shields that you can also see in Redmane Castle. And if Commander O'Neill is tied to Radahn, it's also fitting that he summons these exiled warriors in his fight with us. Perhaps these are ghosts of these types of exiled warriors that fought as part of Radahn's auxiliary. I've always seen the banners in Redmane Castle that hold up swords and shields as a kind of honouring of those who have died, honouring of the vanquished, Jaren even states that this castle only contains the vanquished.
Well, it's true. This fortress houses only the vanquished. But when the stars align, we celebrate.
Referring to the fact that the Redmane forces essentially lost the Battle of Caelid, and yet they still fight. So I do think if you look at the Banished Knight and Exiled Warrior's shields hung up all over Redmane Castle, and you combine that with Commander O'Neill and his Exiled Warrior summons, then you could speculate that Radahn welcomed all sorts of warriors into his auxiliary, as long as they proved their worth. And again, this does seem very similar to Godfrey's ideals, as I believe that Godfrey incorporated the Banished Knights into his forces. And if you want to see my reasoning for that, then I would suggest you check out my Godfrey lore video. With all we've discussed, it is no surprise that Radahn's warriors were renowned throughout the world as being hardy, loyal warriors who would never retreat. We learn about this from the Redmane soldier ashes, which reads, General Radahn's soldiers were all reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. In my mind, the warrior culture that we witness at Redmane Castle is the closest thing we get to a successor to Godfrey's Round Table warrior culture. With that all said, now that we've established who Radahn was, what he stood for, and who his warriors were, let us move into the final chapter of this video, and the final chapter of Radahn's story, the Shattering War. So we know that Marika would eventually shatter the Elden Ring, and as we learn from the opening slides of Elden Ring, the Demi-Gods would claim the shattered shards of this Elden Ring, the Great Runes, and of course Radahn was no different. As I have posited before in prior videos, I believe that Radahn and the other Demigod shard bearers were part of what was called the Sovereign Alliance, an alliance that existed in the immediate aftermath of the shattering of the Elden Ring to maintain peace before the war broke out. This term, the Sovereign Alliance, comes from a sword monument that's found in Altus Plateau, and it reads the following. The first defence of Lane Dell, a sovereign alliance rots from within, traces yet remain of a bloody conspiracy. Long-time viewers of the channel will know that I have long maintained that this sovereign alliance is most likely an alliance of demigods that are represented by the thrones that are found in the plaza outside the Erd Tree. What other purpose could these thrones provide? They are even in a semicircular shape, as if they are some kind of council. As we confront Morgott, he attributes each throne to a different demigod and names them a traitor, and Radahn's name is among them.
What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Miquella and Malenia. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors, all.
One can only be a traitor if you have betrayed some kind of allegiance or covenant, and thus I believe that these demigods had initially formed an alliance, the Sovereign Alliance. Sovereign because it ruled the lands between, in lieu of Marika and Radagon going missing, and this council of demigods provided a brief period of stability, but as the Sword Monument states, this alliance rotted from within. I believe it was the ambitions of each of the demigods that eventually drove them apart, and began the Shattering War, as each individual demigod vied for ultimate control over the lands between. This is the reason that King Morgott despises all of the demigods. He believes them a traitor to their covenant. He of course wanted the Sovereign Alliance to stand, because his ultimate goal is to protect the Erd Tree, and to make sure no one defiles it. Yet of course each of these pillagers, these warring demigods, wants to take control of the Erd Tree and the Elden Ring for themselves. Now the question does need to be asked if Radahn really is someone who venerates the current order, the Golden Order and the heroes of the past, Why doesn't he stand with Margit? Why does he even partake in this war? Well, there is a pretty simple answer to this, and it is twofold. The first is simple. Radahn, like the others, believes he is the most capable to take control of the Elden Ring. With it under his control, he could institute a new order that venerated the past of Radagon and Godfrey. This of course makes him at odds immediately with Margit, who would want to prevent anyone from gaining access to the Elden Ring. And the second is the effects of the Great Runes. The language used in the opening slides is very interesting.
The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose.
This suggests that the Great Runes themselves, while giving them power, tainted them somehow, warped them, twisted them. And indeed this is the driving force behind Radahn heroic concept series, which I've quoted numerous times throughout this video, that they have a heroic aspect to them, but it is warped and given a kind of twisted chaotic nature because of the influence of these Great Runes, and it's based off a quote from Miyazaki himself. The quote that Radahn refers to is one from Miyazaki where he talks about the Demi-Gods and why they are the way they are. He said the following: essentially, they are the old gods of this world, and part of the design of these major characters is that inheriting the shards of the Elden Ring, they each inherited a different power or element, so to speak, and each was twisted and warped in its own way, and it brought a tainted strength to each of them. I find this to be a really fascinating part of the lore, and it's why Radahn heroic concept series is so interesting. It's something that isn't actually focused on much in-game. We get it in the introductory slides and in these outside sources. But this idea that these inheritors of the Great Runes almost couldn't handle it does really speak volumes about the fact that they weren't true suitable successors for Marika. The fact they couldn't even handle the power of a shard when Marika had been bearing the entire Elden Ring is an interesting thematic point to consider. What really hammers home the idea that the Demi-Gods were affected by the Great Runes that they inherited is the prologue to Elden Ring that is found on the Japanese website for Elden Ring, something that Loki kindly translated for me, and it reads the following: the children who were of Queen Marika's blood, the Demi-Gods, took a hold of the Great Runes, which are fragments of the Elden Ring, and went mad with their power, became warped, caused a shattering war, and were forsaken by the greater will. So Radahn was just like all the other Demi-Gods in this conflict, warped and changed, driven mad by the power of the Great Rune. While his beliefs, actions and ideals may be admirable, they are taken to such an extreme that conflict was inevitable. And we know some of the conflicts that Radahn would take part in, no doubt as a part of his quest to become the successor. We know that he laid siege to Godric's castle, thanks to dialogues from Kenneth Haight.
Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle.
In Eridan's lore video on the Golden Order, they point out that the wounds on the side of the castle, due to the precise form that they take, are most likely to be from gravity attacks by Radahn, rather than trebuchets or catapults. We then know that he clashed with Margit, aka Margit, as we can see in the opening slides of the game. And if you are confused as to why I believe this to be Radahn, and you are someone who believes this isn't Radahn, I would refer you to my video on that specific subject, as I do go in detail why I believe this to be a clash between Radahn and Margit. And I have always believed that this battle between Radahn and Margit to be the second defence of Leyndell, mainly because this image specifically shows the Margit persona, and we know that the second defence of Leyndell is where Margit made a name for himself, as the related sword monument reads, "The second defence of Leyndell, the fell omen stacks high the corpses of heroes, yet the Erd tree remains unshaken." With the opening slide in consort with this description, I believe that the image shown in the opening slide is Margit and Radahn fighting in the second defence of Leyndell, but it is just my speculation at the end of the day. But I think Radahn attacking the capital does make sense. He's one of the greatest candidates for laying siege to Leyndell. He has one of the most powerful armies, as we have discussed, and he is the most powerful demigod. Why would he not try and directly attack the capital, to lay claim to Leyndell and the Elden Ring? Or are we supposed to believe that he sat in his hands the entire time? I think not. We of course don't learn a lot of specifics about the Shattering, and we can only imagine what other battles and great feats that Radahn accomplished. He was ultimately widely known as the mightiest of the demigods, so I think we can safely assume that he won battle after battle, conflict after conflict, that would establish this title. It can't all just be from the Star Scourge conflict and his final fight with Malenia. That being said, that does take us to the Battle of Aeonia and his clash with Malenia, which no doubt will have played a large part in his legacy. Malenia the Undefeated is also regarded as one of the most powerful demigods, nigh unbeatable, an Empyrean, and the holder of the Scarlet Rot. And yet Radahn, a mere demigod compared to her Empyrean status, managed to fight her to a standstill. This of course happened during the final clash of the Shattering War, the Battle for Caelid. Again, this clash is really between two absolute titans, and really is worthy of a Greek epic poem. You can imagine it taking place in the Iliad. In fact, it's all Caelid is really known for these days, as even the Caelid map reads the following. Caelid, known as the locale of the last battle between General Radahn and Malenia, Blade of Miquella, is a vast land consummately marred by Scarlet Rot. In the story trailer, Ranni gives us the simple reason as to why these two eventually fought.
These two were the mightiest to remain, and locked horns in combat.
These were the two mightiest that remained. And we know that eventually Malenia marched directly on Caelid to confront Radahn, thanks to a sword monument found in Liurnia. It reads, "This marks Malenia's southward march, the Blade of Miquella and her clean-wrought knights. Grant her wings never to be clipped." I know there is a popular theory that Malenia marched on Caelid because of Miquella, because Mohg Palace existed below Caelid, and thus that she came to Caelid sensing Miquella, who had been kidnapped by Mohg, and ended up fighting Radahn only by accident because she had invaded his lands, essentially. I don't accept this for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I think it makes more sense that Mohg would only be really capable of stealing Miquella when Malenia wasn't there, and thus I actually think that Mohg stole Miquella when she was fighting in Caelid. If you think about it, this would have been the perfect opportunity. Malenia and her most hardened warriors, the vast majority of her army, would have been in Caelid. And in fact, I think his chances would have been near zero had Malenia actually still been at the Haligtree when Mohg came to steal Miquella. Secondly, I think it is heavily implied that the reason that Malenia and Radahn fought is just because they were the two strongest left. As we have discussed, no matter the morals or ideals of the demigods involved, they all seem to fight in the Shattering for supremacy. So while Malenia believed in Miquella and his Order of the Haligtree, she too got involved in the Shattering so that her and Miquella's plans would be put on top when they claimed victory over the other demigods. Godric was shut up in his castle, Morgott was just defending Leyndell, and so the only other viable target that remained, the only demigod that would have the slightest chance of defeating Malenia, was Radahn. It was inevitable that these two would fight in order to claim victory. Yet because Radahn, as we've discussed, was too stuck on his ideals in preserving the past, be it Celia or the Golden Order, he held too much of his power in reserve, and Malenia likewise held back her Scarlet Rot all these years. Had she accepted its power years ago, she would have been the Goddess of Rot at this stage and would have wiped the floor with Radahn. But because they both held back, they both essentially fell in this battle. And as the opening cinematic says,
"A war from which no lord arose."
This could have been the end of the stasis, and either one of them could have gone on to claim victory. Yet both of these beings suffered greatly. Malenia, pushed to the limit by the sheer power of Radahn, is too stressed to hold back the Scarlet Rot anymore, and it is unleashed. But because this is something she has denied her whole life, she too is rendered unconscious by the unleashing of the Scarlet Bloom. While Radahn and Caelid are essentially nuked by the Scarlet Bloom, Malenia is also carried back by Clean Rot Knight Finlay back to the Haligtree, so she also can't claim victory. And Radahn meets an ignoble end, being eaten away by the Scarlet Rot. We can physically see the effect of the rot on him. His feet are literally eaten away. And his bond with Leonard becomes even more important, because he has to rely on Leonard to keep him moving, and it's fitting in a way for what we know about Radahn. Yet it's the loss of his mind that is the greatest tragedy of his affliction, becoming little more than a beast in his behaviour. Radahn, as powerful as he is, stood no chance against the Scarlet Rot. The Scarlet Rot is no mere disease, it is an expression of the outer god of rot itself.
The rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the Erd Tree flourished, even the Demi-Gods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood.
We know that he must not have rotted away immediately, and that he kept his mind for some time, as he's able to retain his sanity long enough to express his desires to Jeren about his death.
The celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased. Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honourable death.
And thus the Festival of Radahn is born, a fitting celebration of this incredible champion, a warrior who always idolised martial strength and combat. The word is put out, and champions come from far and wide to compete. And no doubt this is why many tarnished, aspiring Elden Lords come to this festival, to claim this mighty artifact, the Great Rune from Radahn. Yet if we come to this battle expecting a battered and broken beast, we are delusional. Despite losing his mind, Radahn is still as competent a warrior as ever. There is some inner will to him that cannot be denied. He still uses his gravity magic. He still fights as a warrior, not a beast. And his compulsion to resist change remains, as he is still holding back the stars until the moment that we put him down. Rotting from the inside and being assailed by multiple tarnished warriors at once, he is still holding back the stars, a feat that must require incredible power. This is a fitting end to this incredible warrior. Yet one question still lingers in my mind, and I'm sure you've noticed it too.
Champions! Welcome! The stars have aligned! The festival is nigh! General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you! Champions, prepare for battle! Defeat the General, claim glory, and grab that great rune! A celebration of war! The Radahn Festival!
How have the stars aligned if Radahn is holding them in stasis? And why do we need to wait for it? Well, we can only speculate, and I will give you my speculation now. Perhaps Radahn hasn't frozen all stars, or perhaps even under his influence they still move, they just don't flow as freely. My best guess is that Radahn's power is holding back falling stars that are closer to Earth, but that stars that are thousands and thousands of light years away are still moving in a way. But even then, why are we waiting for the stars to be aligned? Why doesn't Jeren just constantly throw warriors at Radahn? Well, we know that Selene is unable to die until the stars resume their movement. She is effectively immortal because fate has been held still. Perhaps the same is true of Radahn, and Radahn knew this. Again, as we've discussed, he is clearly knowledgeable in stars and in astrology. Perhaps he knew this, and he told Jeren that there's only a singular moment when he can die, like a small period of vulnerability that opens up. Or perhaps the presence of the dark moon that comes about through certain celestial movements weakens Radahn's power, as we do see the dark moon appearing over the Wailing Dunes at the end of the fight. But this is all just wild speculation. Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below about why the stars have to be aligned for this festival. Radahn's legacy is similar to Godfrey's. It is a legacy of unyielding strength, such strength that even Rykard, an irreverent and rebellious character who only values strength, honours his brother, having a portrait of him in Volcano Manor. Radahn is a titan, a general, and a hero, and as we put him to rest at the end of his boss fight, I think I speak for us all when I say this is one of the better actions we take in the game, and the legacy of the Red Lion will never be forgotten. So what is up guys, it's Smoretown here, and today my video is a little different than my usual long-form lore content. I'm simply wanting to discuss and address a lore debate that I'm seeing crop up more and more, including in my own community posts and on Twitter. And as you've probably gathered from the title and thumbnail of this video, the debate surrounds the slide in the introductory cinematic to the game that shows Margit and Radahn fighting each other, and whether or not this is actually Margit and Radahn fighting each other, and whether Margit beat him in combat. In any case, it gives me a good opportunity to discuss some lore theories surrounding the early part of the Shattering that normally probably wouldn't fit within my more evidence-based lore videos. So for those who aren't aware, this debate arises from a single slide shown in the opening cinematic. This slide is one of a few slides that attempt to illustrate the Shattering for the player as we are introduced to the concept for the first time.
Soon, Marika's offspring, Demi-Gods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring.
And in this particular slide, it looks to show Margit, Morgoth's alter ego, in combat with Radahn, and it seems that Margit in this exact moment has the upper hand in this fight. The common points of contention that arise from it, as far as I can see within various Twitter posts and community posts, is that 1. Some people believe that this cannot be Radahn in this slide because he is too small. And secondly, there are those that accept that it's Radahn but go as far as saying that it shows that Margit has beaten Radahn in the past in a fight, and in fact cite this as an actual fact. Good examples of this discussion that I can remember, because to be honest I've seen it in quite a few situations, is the discussion started by Silvermon on his Twitter, and the one started by Radahn on his Twitter, and I'll leave a link for both of those discussions below. I believe the truth lies between these two opposing ideas, that we can't possibly know if Margit actually beat Radahn in combat, but that it is most assuredly Radahn depicted in this slide. So let's start by analysing point 1, which is it can't be Radahn because he is too small in this image. So the whole point of these slides are to introduce the Shattering, specifically the narrators talking about the fact that the Demi-Gods are warring between themselves. So the point of the slide is to illustrate Demi-Gods fighting. So why would it show Margit fighting someone who's not Radahn, i.e. I've seen it suggested it's a Leone misbegotten or a warrior of Radahn. I think that the point of the slide is to show the Demi-Gods actually locked in combat, so it makes sense that Margit and Radahn would be used as an illustration of this fact. So generally people have no issue accepting that this is Margit or Morgoth, given his visual indicators, i.e. his omen features and his signature staff and cape. Yet for some reason the same logic isn't applied to the other figure, who has the visual indicators of Radahn minus his size, i.e. this character is adorned in Radahn's signature armour, his standout plume and gauntlets. No one else has this armour in the game, it is only Radahn. Yet as I've said, the main issue that people have with this is Radahn's size, so even despite the fact the visual indicators suggest it is clearly Radahn, when we see him in game he is obviously so much bigger than he is in this slide, with certain lore points suggesting he may even be related to the giants via Radagon. And for some people it's compounded the fact that we then see him soon after in another slide with Malenia back to his usual colossal size. But the thing that you need to consider when looking at these introductory slides is that they are artistic impressions of events. So even lore-wise, if we take it that this painting is created in-game, i.e. it was done by an artist of the Lands Between, size still does not really matter. Artists may not have witnessed the events or characters themselves, and people remember events and relay them differently, and so by the time the artist actually goes to put brush to paper, the events may be very skewed in his mind, or the way that they remember it may be very different. And sometimes artists just change things because it fits the size and layout of the painting better, so you can't really take a size to be a proper scale of the person that they're painting all the time. All of the slides are thematic and artistic recreations They are not photographs, they are not cinematics, they are not gameplay. To the new player, they are simply meant to give a general impression of the events of the Shattering so they have some background ideas in their mind before going into the game. The point of the slide therefore is thematic rather than factual. Bear in mind that Margit, while obviously not as big as Radahn, is also bigger in the game. If you look at his size compared to the soldiers in this slide as well, you can see his size is far off from what he is in the game. So I don't know why this logic's been applied to Radahn and not Margit. So do not get hung up on the size, this is merely an artistic bit of art recreating an event. And you shouldn't put too much stock into the size of the characters, as annoying as that may be in a game like Souls, where everything matters. Now let's move on to the second point raised by this slide, where people have seen this slide and definitively believe that having looked at it, we can say that Margit has beaten Radahn. I've seen this idea repeated a few times in Reddit and on Twitter, that people just straight up say Margit beat Radahn. As I will discuss in the final part of this video, while I do believe that Margit most likely repelled Radahn's forces from the capital, I think it's a leap to conclude that from this slide, he absolutely beat Radahn in a one-on-one contest. It does not show Margit defeating Radahn, it merely shows a single freeze frame of a fight where Margit does appear to have the upper hand. Radahn is far from defeated, he's still active and tightly gripping Margit's staff. How do we know in the moments after this that Radahn doesn't simply reverse his position, or uses Margit's momentum against him and throws him off? We don't, that's the point, we don't know anything of this fight, only that they had a scuffle and came into contact with each other during a battle. We don't know how it ends. It shows two demigods fighting. It is an introductory thematic slide to the conflict of the Shattering, and it gives an impression of two mighty beings being locked in combat, to give the player that understanding, that thematic introduction going into the game so they understand it is mighty beings clashing with one another. That is all. And I think the argument against both is the same despite them being pretty diametrically opposed points. It's just a bit of thematic art, recreating events fleetingly to give the player an impression going into the game. All we can say is that Margit and Radahn clashed, but we cannot determine the outcome of their actual fight. Regardless, it does raise interesting questions. Why and where did they clash? So let's move away from the debate and discuss some early Shattering lore now, some lore theories. Just as a warning, while I do cite bits of lore from in-game, as well as some cut content, a lot of it's my speculation and logical conclusions built from that evidence. But with that disclaimer out of the way, let us proceed. One of the most interesting bits of unanswered lore in the game, in my opinion, is something we can find on a sword monument on Altus Plateau. The sword monument in question being the one found near the Altus Highway Site of Grace, and it reads as follows: "The first defence of Leyndell, a sovereign alliance rots from within. Traces yet remain of a bloody conspiracy." So this sovereign alliance has always intrigued me as soon as I first read this sword monument. What is it? When did it exist? And who comprised it? At the onset of the Morgott boss fight, he comes out and essentially starts berating the shard bearers, and interestingly he does it while gesticulating towards a throne that seems to have belonged to each name at one point or the other.
Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Miquella and Malenia. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors, all.
To my mind, and in my opinion, this is the Sovereign Alliance. Why else are these thrones here? To me it looks like some kind of council setup. The first defence of Leyndell sword monument suggests that this alliance then fell apart from the inside, though the references to a conspiracy of blood and rotting from within are possible allusions that are left for the player to consider. I speculate that Morgott led some kind of loose coalition of the demigods post-Shattering to maintain order, yet this clearly did not last and violence broke out between Alliance members, and this would explain the bitterness with which Morgott describes them all as. There is also a second assault on Leyndell, as another sword monument reads, "The second defence of Leyndell, the fell omen stacks high the corpses of heroes, yet the Erdtree remains unshaken. Now I am going to take some liberties here in speculating the chain of events by including some cut content regarding Morgott. I have the Lore Hunter to thank for this content, as he has compiled a document with all the dialogue in the game, including cut content, and he shared this with me, so props to the Lore Hunter, and I highly recommend you check out his channel, especially his superb video on the lore of the nomadic merchants. Anyway, the cut content I'm referring to is an NPC called Viscount Shainheit, who is essentially a noble of the Erdtree capital who is loyal to the Veiled Monarch, without realising that Morgott is in fact an omen, as Viscount Shainheit is someone who actually hates omens with a passion. This would explain the Veiled Monarch, but it's not really the point of this video, and in fact I would refer you to Radataskor's quality video on this particular subject as to why Margit introduces himself as Margit instead of Morgott, and I'll link the video below in the description. My focus is instead on the conflicts that Viscount Shainheit would have described to us, as he would have said the following. The shattering caused a great many fools to overstep their bounds. Their impudence led to insurgency against Morgott, Lord of Grace. They raised an army and sought to lay siege to this sacred ground. But do you see where it got them? King Morgott's rule would not be shaken. Their attempt to defile the capital failed, and while we revelled in eternal grace, the traitors were eyed by the grotesque fell omen, and their corpses piled high outside the war. So this just adds a lot more detail to what we already know from the environmental storytelling of the battlegrounds around Leyndell, as well as what was told to us through the sword monuments. We know from the second Defence of Leyndell sword monument description that Margit himself was unleashed upon the battlefield and reaped a bloody toll upon the attackers, laying high the corpses of the traitors outside the walls of Leyndell. And it was no doubt during this defence that Margit the Fell Omen gained not only his moniker but his sinister reputation. And I cannot help but feel that this second defence of Leyndell, where Margit took to the field, is in fact what we are witnessing within the slide that we have been discussing in this video. The second Battle of Leyndell is obviously where Margit gained his infamy. It's fair to assume that Morgott, and therefore Margit, took a defensive posture during the war, given that his main concern was with guarding the Erdtree and the Elden Ring. My speculation is that aside from a few champions that he most likely hunted down, as described by the Fell Omen Cloak and kind of what he does to us in the first boss battle of the game, I doubt he took place in many major battles, aside from the defences of Leyndell. Morgott makes it very clear that he wants no part in the scrabbling for power. All he is concerned with is extinguishing the flames of ambition within those who would claim the Elden Ring. In my mind, this then narrows down the slide that we're discussing down to one of two battles, the first defence of Leyndell or the second, and to me it is most likely the second. Viscount Shainheight's dialogue and the sword monument that refers to the second defence of Leyndell use exactly the same language when they're talking about corpses being piled high by the Fell Omen, and so it is most likely that this is the one that Margit took the most active role in. I imagine Radahn to be one of the traitors or rebels described in the cut content by Viscount Shainheit that turned against Morgott and then assaulted the capital, and I see this, just speculation of course, as the second defence of Leyndell. In the second defence of Leyndell, Margit would take to the field and decimate the attacking forces, and most likely coming into contact with Radahn as a result. Viscount Shainheight's dialogue doesn't make it clear who comprised these rebels, but I most likely believe that Radahn, given what we see in the slide, took part in the second defence of Leyndell on the attacker's side. And given that Morgott still controls Leyndell and Margit's reputation in this battle, it is fair to assume that Margit's intervention turned the tide. So yes, I do believe that Morgott defeated Radahn, but only in regards to one general versus another, as it is clear Morgott successfully defended Leyndell against all aggressors in the Shattering, as he is still in control of it. Evidently though, both walked away from this conflict, and aside from alluding to the fact that these two did come into contact with each other, we cannot determine who won the one-on-one battle that is shown here. But I think with all the evidence that we've discussed, it does make it clear that Margit and Radahn fought each other during the second defence of Leyndell. But that is all the slide is meant to do. It is meant to evoke your imagination, and this is what I imagine, given a combination of in-game and cut content lore, that this is what this slide is meant to represent. I believe it is meant to represent Margit fighting Radahn during the second defence of Leyndell, after their alliance that they were both a part of fell apart during the first defence, which is of course another event that we should discuss in another video. And I hope that these slides do the same for you. I hope they evoke your imagination. That is the great thing about these stills rather than the cinematics used in other Souls games. We get to fill in the gaps. What is this freeze frame between Margit and Radahn? What conflict was it a part of? And the same for the other slides that we find within the introductory segment. And that is the point. It is meant to get you to imagine what happened, to get a greater picture of the Shattering as a whole, rather than tell a precise narrative. Whilst the civilization of the Erdtree crumbles above, a new civilization blossoms deep below the surface in the ruins of a sundered civilization. From the blood-drenched depths comes Mohg, the Lord of Blood, twin of the Omen King, whose ambitions would upturn the very order of the world. While Margit, his brother, seems ashamed of his Omen form and does everything within his power to uphold the order that would shun him, Mohg has proudly embraced the power of his accursed blood after a pivotal communion with a powerful outer god. The Lord of Blood's Mohgwyn dynasty surround themselves in a world drenched in blood, and the adherents of this new blood-based faith are drawn to his side and come in many forms, ranging from merciless killers to displaced misfits. Whether by choice or by force, Mohg has laid the foundations of a new order, where love and possessions are the rewards for loyalty. To the frustration of the Round Table, more and more Tarnished are drawn away from grace, and instead dedicate their power and effort to the Lord of Blood, invading the worlds of their kin in order to drench the lands between in blood. And at the heart of this seemingly insane and aimless cause is an even darker, more sinister truth. For the Lord of Blood's design centre around Miquella, the greatest of the Empyreans. Positioning himself as Miquella's consort, he aims to ride the Unalloyed's coattails to elevate his dynasty of blood to new heights. While Mohg is scoffed at by the outside world, little do they know that the Lord of Blood's plans are far from harmless, for he dreams of a world drenched in his accursed blood, bound to his will, and that of his outer god patron. Let us immerse ourselves in the blood of the Tarnished, as we explore the world of Mohg, the Lord of Blood. We know that Margit and Mohg were born of the royal lineage, and that being the children born of Marika and Godfrey, a fact that is confirmed by Godric's Great Rune. We know that these twins belong to this lineage due to Margot's Great Rune, which reads as follows. This Great Rune is the anchor ring that houses the base, and proves two things, that the Omen King was born of the golden lineage, and that he was indeed the Lord of Leyndell. As such, we know that this applies to Mohg as well, for we know from his Great Rune that he's Margot's twin. Yet, despite such divine lineage, the birth of these twins was problematic for the royal line, for they were born with the Omen Curse. Now, the Omen Curse is definitely the subject for its own video, but suffice it to say it is an extremely reviled curse that leads to tainted blood, being haunted by evil spirits, and makes you sprout distinctive aesthetic features, such as horns and an unnatural skin hue. This is of course a less than ideal condition for a member of the golden lineage to have, and we learn of the horrendous way that regular infants of this affliction are treated in the realm of the Erdtree, from the Omen Bairn item description, which reads as follows. Doll of a curse-born bairn. Omen babies have all their horns excised, causing most to perish. These fetishes are made to memorialise them. We can see this from the regular ogre enemies that we find in the game, as we can see that their horns have been cut down just to the wick, essentially just the stump of the horn that protrudes from their skin. And indeed, the Dung Eater's armour is fashioned after an omen with their horns trimmed as well, and as such it gives us another illustration of how regular omens would appear after having their horns cut off. Given the name of the area, the Shunning Grounds, and the fact that it is filled with omen enemies, we can then presume that omens were then chucked down into this area underground, shunned and exiled. Yet this wasn't enough for some people. Omen people were so reviled that they had to be killed, hence we get the Omen Killers, hunters specialised in killing omen, showing that these people are so reviled that they are killed, mutilated and exiled just for being born the way that they are. However, given they were born of royalty, Mohg and Margit received a slightly less rough treatment. The regal omen Bairn describes the fate of such royal beings. Doll of a curse-born bairn from the Erdtree's royal line. Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are just kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. These memorial fetishes are fashioned in secret. And so, while the mane of the golden lineage got to hold court in the glory of Lindell, Mohg and Margit will have suffered the fate described by this fetish. They would have been tucked away in the aptly named shunning grounds with the rest of the omen who survived their horns being excised, with the joy of having their horns in full. The two were of course problematic. They were of the golden lineage, and so they just couldn't be killed outright, but conversely, nor can they be allowed to remain in the capital as equals of the normal members of the golden lineage, especially if we see the other way that omens are treated. It would just be hypocrisy. And these creatures of accursed blood certainly couldn't be allowed to mar the image of the proud golden lineage. And so they would have been bundled into the dark depths of the shunning grounds to eke out some kind of desperate existence. The fact we find shackles specifically for Mohg and Margit implies that they weren't only just banished here, but they were shackled lest they escape the shunning grounds and embarrass the golden lineage. For example, if we read Mohg's shackle, which we still find in the shunning grounds, reinforcing the idea that this was once their home, it reads the following. A fetish bathed in golden magic. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular omen under the strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles still retained vestiges of power, enough to trap the once bound Mohg on Earth, if only for a short time. This tells us a number of interesting things. Firstly, it is bathed in golden magic, suggesting that this was produced by the golden lineage themselves using golden magic. This is completely monstrous if you consider how cruel the royal family were to two of their own, for no other crime than being born the way they were. It also says, under the strictest confinements. To me this reads as though they were even more concerned about Mohg and Margit from ever getting out than any other omen cursed, lest they be discovered and cause any embarrassment to the proud golden lineage. The cursed blood pot can also imply the sort of cruel treatment that Mohg will have experienced as a child, for it reads, decorated with the crest of the Lord of Blood, throw at enemies to douse them in accursed blood, causing summoned spirits to assail them with a rabid fervour. A childhood memory of the Lord of Blood. So for me, what we can infer from this is that these spirits that assail enemies now are recreating actual memories from Mohg's childhood, how he was assailed by people just for having the accursed blood, much as these spirits now react to people who find themselves covered in the accursed blood from the pot. Reading this does make me feel sorry for the poor chap. Both were treated no better than common criminals, and forced to live in squalid conditions and no doubt attacked and hunted for the way that they are. And this will have had a profound influence in the way that they develop. And it was here that the two would take very different paths in the way that they did develop and the way they viewed their accursed blood. We see that Margit would do everything in his power to rise above his omen status. For example, we can see in his sword's item description that he siphons his accursed blood away into his sword, getting it out of his body, and he is utterly ashamed and disgraced when his omen blood stains the thrones of the Demi-Gods and the Elden Lord during his fight with us, viewing it as vile and impure, and it kind of throws him into a bit of a frenzy, to be honest. He's that ashamed about it. Margit almost has Stockholm Syndrome, as he essentially becomes the greatest offender of the current order, an order that once saw him imprisoned for eternity under Lindell, although one can't help but applaud him when he becomes the final Lord of Lindell, taking his deserved place at the foot of the Erdtree. Yet his twin Mohg would move in the complete opposite direction. Where his brother reviled his accursed blood, Mohg would come to cherish it, and it was in the depths of the shunning grounds that Mohg would have a revelation and earn the favour and power of an otherworldly ally. The Blood Boon incantation reads as follows. Sacred incantation of Mohg, Lord of Blood. Thrust arm into the body of the formless mother, then scatter blood flame to set the area ablaze. The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Mohg stood before her deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into. We can see that Mohg met his new patron, the Formless Mother, quote, deep underground, and to me this most obviously refers to the shunning grounds, which are of course deep underground. This is the most pivotal moment in Mohg's life. Whilst no one will ever know Mohg's name really in the outside world beyond those that serve him, everyone will come to know the Lord of Blood, and this is the moment he becomes the Lord of Blood. It is central to the movement that become known as the Mohgwyn dynasty, and indeed I do believe that this place is therefore still sacred to the dynasty, even after they establish themselves in the mausoleum under Caelid. The reason I believe that this area is still important to the Dynasty of Blood is because of the presence of a certain boss. We find a boss here called Esgar, Priest of Blood, who we know is linked to the dynasty not only because of his obvious name, armaments, and the fact he has the blood-tainted dogs with him, but also because he drops the Lord of Blood's exaltation, a talisman directly linked with Mohg. Esgar's presence here suggests a cult location within the depths of the Shunning Ground, and to me this is unsurprising given that this is the location of the First Communion that led to the birth of the accursed blood that they venerate so dearly, as well as the birthplace of the dynasty itself ultimately. And so for me, Esgar represents the fact that the Lord of Blood's servants still have a presence here, given its holy relevance. Returning to Bloodboon, we can find there's another interesting aspect of it when we look at the second part, as it reads, "His accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into." So the Formless Mother, on whom we will speak on next, seems to have empowered Mohg's own accursed blood, leading him to wield enormous and various powers that he does during his fight with us. We know that she bestowed power on his blood specifically from the description of Mohgwyn's sacred spear, which reads, "A sacred spear that will come to symbolise his dynasty. As well as serving as a weapon, it is an instrument of communion with an outer god who bestows power upon accursed blood." So if you had any doubt, don't have any more. The Formless Mother has literally empowered Mohg's accursed blood, so it's different than Margot's. However, more significantly, it infuses Mohg with the opposite opinion of himself than his twin brother has of his accursed blood. The connection between the Formless Mother and Mohg is made through Mohg's accursed blood, blood being the medium that the Formless Mother interacts with in the mortal plane. Therefore to Mohg, his defilement, his accursed blood, is something to be proud of, for at this moment it was his blood that gave him purpose and clarity for the first time in his life. This is also reinforced by the description of Mohg's great rune, which reads, "But Mohg's rune is soaked in accursed blood, from his devout love for the wretched mire that he was born into, far below the earth." He now had power, real power, and unlike the rejection of his kind at the hands of Marika and her kind, the Formless Mother embraced him, empowered him, loved him, communicated with him, and this is all the direct result of him having omen-cursed blood. So no wonder he loves his accursed blood, he loves his defilement he was born into, because it is the very reason for his new being, it is the very reason for his elevation to the Lord of Blood. As a direct result of this forever bonds him to his omen heritage and the Formless Mother. It is now to the Outer God and her Lord of Blood that we turn to in the next chapter. We cannot talk about the Dynasty of Blood if we do not discuss the being that set Mohg onto his current path. Before this, Mohg was likely destined to die in the depths of the Shunning Grounds, no better than the other Omen Ogres that we fight down here. We do learn very little of the Formless Mother, but we learn enough to understand the role which she plays in Mohg's story. Firstly, her name, Formless, suggests that she does not take physical form as normal beings or demigods do, and in fact this is supported in-game with some animations and some incantations. When Mohg uses his blood incantations, he is literally reaching into the body of the Formless Mother and then pulling out her blood and spreading it as a weapon. We learn this from Bloodboon, which again I'll read. "Thrust arm into the body of the Formless Mother, then scatter the blood flame to set the area ablaze." This is her literal blood that has been pulled out of her body. So to me, the Formless Mother exists in a very different way to which most beings do. Rather than having some set position in space or having an actual form, she exists along the fabric of our own reality is some sort of cosmic life form that defies the normal conventions of life. She exists beyond our normal boundaries of our world. Further highlighting this aspect of her formless body is the blood boon ritual weapon art present within Mohgwyn's sacred spear, and is the same ritual Mohg uses in his fight with us. The description of the weapon art reads as follows: raise the sacred spear and pierce the body of the formless mother. Stab up to 3 times, creating explosions of blood with each thrust. This skill will coat the armament in bloodflame for a while. This is why we see Mohg reaching up to nothing and piercing his spear into nothing, when he is actually reaching up into her body. So with that in mind, let us revisit the latter part of Bloodboon's description that describes Mohg's initial interaction with this outer god. When Mohg stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire. So when he stood before her, it was rather not like him coming across her physical form, might like the player does when they behold Godwyn for the first time underground. Instead, she let herself be known to him in some communion that would likely not be understood by regular mortals observing such a communion. As mentioned, the formless mother most likely communes with her chosen via her chosen medium, and this is blood. By setting Mohg's blood on fire, that was her way of revealing herself to him and her way of communicating with him. Indeed, we know the Mother of Truth is most attracted to accursed blood, for if we once again read the sacred spear description, the spear specifically mentions the fact that it bestows power on accursed blood, not regular blood, accursed blood. So this means that her most effective mediums are people like Mohg. And indeed, as we'll later explore, the blood that is used by the Dynasty of Blood, that is the source of their power, is derived from Mohg. It is ultimately his empowered accursed blood, meaning that the Mother of Truth is specifically utilising accursed omen blood as her medium and power in the real world, or at least the most potent version of it. But why is she most interested in accursed blood? Well, to me, the most basic explanation could be that no matter how reviled omen blood is, we cannot deny that there is power. There is simply a stronger power within the blood of the omen than there is compared to normal blood. We can see this in the strength and size of omen ogres, and the power that Margit wields against us in desperation, and that is without him being empowered by the Mother of Truth. But in general, the spilling of blood, and the blood in general in the mortal realm, seems to be the way that she'll increase her power and her domain. But why is this the case? Why is blood her power? Why is this her domain? Well, if I can speculate for a bit, I believe that the outer gods, as their names suggest, are a bit beyond our world and are only able to communicate and interact through certain mediums or their agents. For the formless mother, her influence is spread by blood. This is how her power has grown in the world, and we'll look at that later, how her power and her blood is transforming the world into her world as she would see fit. In this regard, she has chosen the perfect messiah. Through Mohg, she not only has a champion of powerful corrupted blood, but is also in a position to usurp the established order. Mohg is a demigod. He is someone who has the ability to claim a great rune and have great power himself. With her empowering his blood already, she has a formidable ally who can advance her aims, spread bloodshed, spread his accursed blood, and therefore spread her influence in a world that she cannot physically influence herself. However, this arrangement benefits Mohg as well, for he is empowered and emboldened, and instead of just being a prisoner in the depths of the Shunning Ground, he is now the lead of a powerful sect, as well as gaining actual powers. So let us look upon the Lord of Blood himself and what powers he has gained from his audience with the Formless Mother, the outer god of blood. What is clear is that when the shattering of the Elden Ring took place, is that Mohg, like his brother, claimed a great rune. This will have of course increased his power already, but what is interesting is that his empowered accursed blood, his blood that is infected with the influence of the outer god of blood, actually warps the great rune that he is in possession of. It warps the power of the Erd tree that he has stolen. For the description of the rune reads as follows: a great rune of the shard bearer Mohg. Its blessing grants a blessing of blood. Mohg and Margit are brothers, and as such, their runes are naturally similar. But Mohg's rune is soaked in accursed blood from his devout love for the wretched mire that he was born into, far below the earth. Both Margit and Mohg have accursed blood. Both have runes that have taken similar shapes. but it is only Mohg's that is warped by his blood, meaning it isn't just Omen blood that's corrupting it, it is in fact the corrupting influence of the outer god of blood, the Mother of Truth. I think this is fascinating because it shows that the shards of the Elden Ring can actually be affected by an outer god if their chosen champion possesses it and has their power coursing through their veins. This is of course backed up by Malenia's Great Rune, which has been corrupted by the outer god of rot in a similar fashion. Mohg's great power is boosted by the fact that his Great Rune is now intrinsically linked to his accursed blood, increasing his power tenfold. Another interesting point from this description is the fact it suggests that Mohg's and Morgott's runes are similar because they are twins. It is as if Great Runes are not set shapes when they are claimed, but in fact conform to their bearer. We of course most clearly see his power on display during our boss fight with him. He can travel and move around in the form of blood, as when we first arrive he is sleeping beside Miquella in the form of blood, before he oozes out and reconstitutes himself as a corporeal being. Of course, as the Lord of Blood, he has the right and the ability to commune and touch the Formless Mother directly, reaching into her body, pulling out her blood, and using it as an offensive weapon against their enemies. The blood of the Formless Mother is highly potent and volatile, and I believe it is the same source of the flames that we see flickering all over Mohg's palace. This is the effect of the accursed blood growing in power. It's so concentrated in Mohgwyn's palace that it is literally lighting the palace, much like the accursed blood itself burns when Mohg uses it from the Formless Mother. So already we are beginning to see what a world might look like when it is fully influenced by the outer god known as the Formless Mother. As we've already mentioned, Mohg is also able to gain power through his Blood Boon ritual, a term coined by the Purifying Crystal Tear that we use against him. When he uses this move, we see that he is able to directly connect to the Formless Mother's form. He counts down from 3 to 0, in Latin albeit, and he counts 0 3 times, and he draws power from the Formless Mother, stabbing into her body. He pierces the body of the Formless Mother 3 times, causing blood explosions that damage us but empower Mohg. It is through this communion with his god that Mohg is granted even more formidable powers. He is granted huge wings that give him an aerial advantage over us. This is an impressive display of power that really shows the Lord of Blood is not a joke and is a force to be reckoned with, as he has a real power in the form of the Formless Mother. This is why I find the mentions that portray him as a fool to be extremely illuminating, as it shows the ignorance that people who are observing him from the outside actually have about the true nature of the Mohgwyn dynasty. Before we move on from Mohg's powers, let us discuss a small elephant in the room, the fake Mohg, or the other Mohg that we find in the Forsaken Cathedral. Now, quite obviously this is either a projection or a copy since we fight Mohg twice. For when it dies, the Mohg, the Omen that you fight in the Forsaken Cathedral, he has a slightly different death than the real Mohg. He breaks apart into gold sparkles, while when he dies for real, he just breaks apart into grey ones like all the other bosses do. It's the gold particles that got me thinking about how is he here, how is he a projection? So there are a few possibilities here. Mohg has projected himself, either to revisit his site of his first communion, which we've already discussed is clearly a sacred space, or he is here guarding the frenzied flame himself, as of course it would endanger his new dynasty as much as it would to the established order of things. However, there is the third option, and the most likely to me, and this is that his twin brother Margit has conjured him up. See, it is the most likely to me because of the gold colours that sparkle when we destroy Mohg the Omen under here. Gold is associated with those on the side of the Elden Ring, and those such as Margit who are from the Golden lineage. But to me the most compelling reason for this argument is the positioning of this Mohg, that beyond the secret entrance underneath the altar, there's another door. Now, if you have gone in here after meeting Margit, you won't realise this, but if you go there before meeting Margit, which is what I did the first time I did the game, is there's actually a golden barrier, a golden magical barrier blocking off the frenzied flame, and it has a symbol on it which reads, "Sealed by Margit the Grace Given." So the use of gold for the sparkles, and the fact there's a gold barrier directly behind this, powered by Margit, it shows that Margit is clearly concerned with containing the sacred flame, as well as the proven history of him being able to project himself and have this kind of power of making fakes. And the location, he's extremely close to this location, meaning it wouldn't be a great effort for him to project another version of his old twin brother underneath. And aside from that, maybe it's even sentimental, having a piece of his strange brother nearby. This is of course pretty wild speculation on my part as to why there's a Mohg the Omen here, and to be honest I might just be covering from Software's fact they've just copy and pasted a boss here, but there you go, that is my take on why there's a copy Mohg there. Any of these three are satisfying to me, but C is the most likely for me. That's it, and take it or leave it. Returning to the real Mohg, I want to look at the way he's viewed at from the outside. It's clear that Ofnir does know a lot. We see him, fruitlessly looking for Miquella in several ways. He attacks Latena and interrogates her in a pretty British fashion, looking for the other half of the Halig Tree seal, as well as sending his goons to attack the Albinoric village. But in fact, he doesn't know where Miquella is. He doesn't really know that Mohg actually has Miquella. He's heard rumours, but he hasn't actually confirmed the fact that Mohg has Miquella. So I do find it funny when you tell him of Mohg's location in the Mohgwyn Dynasty mausoleum, but before you kill Mohg and find out about Miquella. Ofnir has a lot of kind of derogatory things to say about Mohg, and he clearly doesn't think he's a huge threat. And let's just listen to that clip now.
Oh, so that's where the so-called Lord of Blood was hiding himself, eh? A fitting little squat for that deluded maniac to bleat about the revival of his precious dynasty, while he turns our fellow Tarnished into bloody fingers. Let him stay there. That way, his delusions will remain as they are, distant and unattainable.
So he essentially belittles the Lord of Blood as a raving lunatic extremist. This sentiment is also repeated when we have a look at the Lord of Blood's robes. It likewise describes him as either a luminary, someone who's, a great leader who knows a lot, knows the truth, or is in fact a raving lunatic. So this duality is present again in the robe's description. I think that the item description of the Lord of Blood's robe is actually hinting more at the world's perception of him, rather than what is actually the truth. The only thing that I'll allow that he is delusional about is maybe his relationship with Miquella, and maybe he underestimates Miquella and how much he can use and manipulate Miquella, but we'll look at that later. However, in reality, if the people like Ofnir and others who scoff at him and call him a raving lunatic really went to Mohgwyn Palace, saw the horror of the blood swamps and the beings that are growing in there, these new life forms that are adapting and changing because of the real power that's found in the accursed blood, and if they saw the power that Mohg can possess when he communes with his outer god, and if they knew that he was in communion with an outer god, would they scoff at him? I doubt it. So I think it's interesting that the world's perception of Mohg as the Lord of Blood is that he's just a raving lunatic who's got a bit of a blood cult following behind him, that there's no real power behind the throne, so to speak. But what they don't realise is that he has actually made connection with a powerful being that opposes the existing order. And in fact, he has actually taken Miquella, the most powerful of the Empyreans, to use as a figurehead, and intends to use him as a stepping stone to raise his dynasty from just that of a raving lunatic and his loyal cultists to the new ruling order with a blood god at their forefront. Emboldened by his new patron, Mohg would build a dynasty upon glorious bloodletting, and it is called the Mohgwyn Dynasty. When it comes to a timeline here, it isn't all that clear where the abduction of Miquella sits in regard to Mohg setting up his dynasty, so I'll just treat them as two different subjects. However, if I was to speculate and make up my own canon in my head, I would say he at least needs to have the palace and foundations set up before he takes Miquella, so that he has somewhere to actually bring Miquella. So when it comes to the timeline of the Mohgwyn dynasty, I'll leave you to make up your own mind because, to be honest, it doesn't particularly matter. It all still happens the same way. The symbol that Mohg takes for his dynasty makes sense, as it takes the form of the three prongs of his trident. This is incredibly important and symbolic to the Mohgwyn dynasty, as it is actually the item which Mohg uses to commune with the Formless Mother, who is essentially the patron of the dynasty. Whenever you use a Blood Oath incantation, a power that derives itself from the Lord of Blood, you will see the three-pronged trident take form in front of your face before you cast your incantation. Now let us analyse the name of the dynasty, Mohgwyn. Now, when analysing this name, I have seen other people, as I initially did, trying to relate it to Godwyn. showing there's some link to this, but for me it's not really the case. There's not any real link between Mohg and Godwyn as far as I can see. There are some links between Miquella and Godwyn, but again, another time. Semantically, Wyn does have an effect on the name, and this is what I started looking at because I thought Wyn was obviously just a play on Mohg and extrapolated to make the title of a dynasty, which is what I believe it is. So, for example, Godwyn means a friend of God. So Wyn can also mean friend, or it can mean blessed in Welsh. So to me, Mohgwyn is essentially an extrapolation of Mohg's name, meant to mean the people, the chosen, the friends, the allies, the blessed, or whatever of Mohg. These are the people of Mohg. This is the dynasty of Mohg, Mohgwyn, and his followers, which perfectly makes sense. It makes sense because the grand designs of Mohg's ambitions go far beyond a mere cult and just having mindless soldiers at his command. Mohg believes that his dynasty will rise as a grand new bloody society that will replace the current order. As such, Mohg has established his royal palace, the Mohgwyn Palace, an impressive if ancient structure, located in the Eternal City, Nokron. We can learn a little bit of its location from the map description for the area, which reads, "In the lightless depths lies the grave of an ancient civilization. It is here Mohg, the Lord of Blood, is building his palace, to be the seat of his coming dynasty, named Mohgwyn." As we learn from the sites of grace in this area, the palace was once a mausoleum, and from the map's description and its location right at the edge of the Eternal City, it leads us to naturally conclude that this was a mausoleum for the Eternal City Nokron. So therefore, while it is impressive, Mohg has essentially squatted inside of an already existing building of a long dead empire. Indeed, squat is the term that Ofnir actually uses when we tell him of the location of the Lord of Blood. The palace, though, is a grand structure, with large statues that we can only assume to be ancient Nokron lords, and its inner workings are dominated by graves and burial sites for a civilization that is long since broken. This is a site of death. It is a place of burial that has been repurposed into a palace of blood. The location for the palace is a smart one. He gets a grand palace ready built. Certainly one of the most awe-inspiring buildings in the whole game. When you see it in Elden Ring first time from Nokron and from the river underground, you're looking up at it and wishing you want to be there the entire time. Secondly, he is in a fairly hidden location, where he can keep his prize Miquella well away from the prying eyes of his enemies, which is proven by the fact that even Ofnir isn't actually fully confirmed the fact that Miquella is present within the Mohgwyn Dynasty Palace. For whatever reason that he chose it, Mohg sees this as a symbolic linchpin for his brand new kingdom. And make no mistake, Mohg dreams of building a new society to surround him. This is evident by the various classes that already exist within the fledgling society. For example, let us look at the item description of the Sanguine Noble robe, which reads as following. Robes of dyed black cloth featuring gold embroidery, worn by the nobles who serve the Lord of Blood. The grand metallic pattern on the shoulder is a signifier of the noble rank they intend to claim upon the advent of the new dynasty they are working to install. So here we see that Sanguine nobles are actually working towards or have pre-ordered the position of nobility within the new society that is yet to be fully established. What is interesting is that there is a sense of nobility amongst the high-ranking members of this fledgling society. Vare, once a battlefield surgeon, even calls us low-born if we kill him within Mohgwyn Palace. And, just like all royal houses worth their salt, the Mohgwyn dynasty already has its own order of knights, as we can see from the Pureblood Knight's medal, which reads as follows. Proof that one is a glorious knight of the new dynasty of Mohgwyn, that the Lord of Blood will inaugurate. This is another honorific pre-order title, granted in advance of the dynasty's birth, showing that there is a class system already in place, in the anticipation of a new bloody society blooming. This is obviously important to Mohg, for if you pay attention for the way in which Mohg refers to the dynasty, you will notice that he always refers to it as our dynasty, not mine, ours. Whilst undoubtedly a megalomaniac, Mohg is a leader who wants to be surrounded by allies, worshippers, and confidants. He wants to hold court. Ultimately, he wants allies. He wants to build something together with other people who didn't fit into the regular society, with his nobles and his knights. This to me is an insight into the man himself. Given the isolation and vilification he faced in his youth, it is no surprise that Mohg now desires to be surrounded by loyal followers. Yet in reality, not all have come to serve the Lord of Blood by choice, as we can see when we look at the example of Vari and his surgeon brethren. The white-faced Vari is one of a number who were taken to be the Lord of Blood's side as he established his new movement. We learn this from the War Surgeon set, which reads as follows. Blood-stained white gown of the War Surgeons who are effectively mercy killers. Of the surgeons that were abducted by the Lord of Blood, none were able to tame the accursed blood. None but Vari, that is, though he was an exception. To me, this is one of the most fascinating bits of lore that surrounds the Lord of Blood, for it tells us so much in two very small sentences. So firstly, the set War Surgeon shows that Vari and his ilk were actual surgeons that operated in theatres of war. And what war has there been in recent history? The Shattering. To me, this is one of the very few lore tidbits that were relevant to Mohg when it connects to the Shattering. In my opinion, Vari and the other nameless white faces were once battlefield surgeons operating during the Shattering, and the fact they were little more than mercy killers shows how brutal this conflict really was. Their surgery, quote unquote, would often amount to nothing more than putting a wounded soldier out of their misery, not being able to save their life because their injuries were so horrendous. However, despite this, despite their inability to save many people that were on the battlefields, at the very least they were individuals who were familiar with death, anatomy, medicine, and of course, blood. This is what would have made them desirable tools for Mohg, as the description also mentions the fact that none were able to tame the accursed blood. This to me tells the reason behind their abduction and why they were brought to Mohg. To help him tame his new accursed blood, to find a way to control it and utilise it in his greater dynasty of blood. We will deal with the accursed blood itself in the coming parts. However, let's just say that the accursed blood is the blood of Mohg that has been enhanced, and it is his blood that is referred to as accursed blood in the blood boon description. In addition, we do see the influence of omen blood in the accursed blood, again linking it to the fact that it is Mohg's blood rather than the Formless Mother's blood directly, for we see omen appearance happening on the sanguine nobles, such as their pallid skin and the fact they are growing omen-like horns. As again, we'll go into these effects in more detail soon, but just know when we talk about accursed blood and the accursed blood that Vari and his like were working on, it is Mohg's empowered blood. It is clear that Mohg then stole the surgeons to help him work out a way to control it, given their experience with medicine and blood. Yet what makes it clear is that it was so difficult to control that only one of them would have the extraordinary skill capable of controlling it. This is of course completely understandable, given the fact that the accursed blood is essentially the blood of an omen that has been afflicted by an outer cosmic being. However, while the failure of the majority of these surgeons is understandable, it also helps highlight Vari's brilliance, as well as understanding the fundamental and important role he must play in the dynasty, given his prestigious achievements. So let's talk about Vari now and his role within the Mohgwyn dynasty. Vari is the first NPC that we see in game, and it shows the guile and intelligence of the Lord of Blood's greatest agent. It is Vari who waits at the Chapel of Anticipation, waiting to scoop us up as a newly arrived Tarnished and already influence our decisions. Like Rykard, Mohg evidently sees the Tarnished for what they are, powerful beings waiting to be exploited. Yet the recruitment methods of these two factions could not be more different. Volcano Manor comes right out of the gates, states their disdain for the rule of grace, and bids you join them in a glorious rebellion. Vari is infinitely more subtle. He is well spoken, intelligent, and even empathetic on the surface. He is the first kind face and calming influence we see in a world gone mad. Indeed, his weapon, Vari's bouquet, describes this aspect of the man very well. For it says, "This weapon reflects the white mask Vari's manner of speech rather well, enticing in its splendour, but full of deadly consequence." He appears as a friend, and mentions nothing of his own agenda or affiliation to the Lord of Blood. Instead, he actually encourages us to fly straight, to join the Tarnished of the Round Table Hold. As we speak to Roderica on Storm Hill, we learn that he is evidently doing the same thing to every Tarnished that he meets. In doing so, he probably believes that he will not only weed out the weak, but also that we will come to the inevitable conclusion that he has, that the Two Fingers are not worthy of our loyalty, they are weak, and the Tarnished of the Round Table that do serve them are blowhards and are has-beens. This is just my interpretation of the way that Vari behaves. Make your own interpretations, of course. He encourages down the path of blood slowly, before dropping a couple of festering bloody fingers into our hands, encouraging us to spill our first drops of blood for the Lord of Blood, and then, after feeding our doubts and making us misbehave from the way of the two fingers, he fully inducts us into the Lord of Blood's service. Yet he has one final test for us before we are inducted. This is the test of the Lord of Blood's favour. A white, pure cloth we must stain with the blood of a finger maiden. Blood for the Lord of Blood, and a finger maiden's blood to show your dissatisfaction and disassociation with the current order to which you are forced into. Vari's role here shows how important he is considered to be by Mohg, as he is important enough to induct and select knights for his new order. Vari also represents Mohg, as Mohg wants to be represented in the greater world to potential recruits, as a loving patriarch of a new order, far removed from the uncaring order of the two fingers. To a degree this is true, the two fingers are inhuman and therefore appear uncaring, whereas Mohg does appear like he's warm, loving and rewards those who follow him. He is someone who's experienced isolation and dissatisfaction with the current order himself, and in that way he is a sympathetic character. Vari seems to embody this very ideal. He speaks eloquently and warmly, much like a mentor. When referring to Mohg, he uses the word love, 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 as if it's an attempt to draw in those who feel isolated, alone, and mistreated, much as Mohg himself once did. Indeed, Vari's own weaponry, which we've already talked about, is the romanticisation of the Dynasty of Blood. For his weapon is a mace shaped after the bouquet of blood roses. Vari is the face of the dynasty, sophisticated, noble, warm, but utterly deadly. Yet why did Vari and the other surgeons stay behind and become loyal servants of the Lord of Blood after being kidnapped? Why would you do this? Why would you help your abductor? Well, Vari has evidently gained a love for Mohg due to his prestigious position and the respect he gets from Mohg, and being able to work alongside a demigod such as Mohg. The other surgeons that, for example, attack us in the grounds of Mohgwyn Palace must have stayed for another reason, and the very way they interact with us clearly shows that reason: bloodletting. And I think that their love of bloodletting is pretty logical, and their reasons for staying are pretty logical if we analyse them a little bit. First of all, I see it's a result of Mohg's own style of leadership. Again, I refer to the love that Vari seems to be encouraging that Mohg actually possesses. I'm starting to believe that if you were in this world and you didn't have a real good role within the world and you felt a little bit out of place, that Mohg would be an extremely attractive and charismatic leader. I think he is a bit of a captivating leader in that respect, who instills a sense of love and brotherhood within his order, an order of dissidents who have been rejected by the main society. Secondly, I suggest the other reason, which is a little bit more sinister and probably the main reason to be honest, is that on the blood-soaked fields of the battlefields of the Shattering, the minds of the war surgeons could warp after seeing so much death and so much blood, and develop a taste for blood. They are essentially mercy killers, so they've killed a lot of people at this point, and maybe it went beyond mercy, and they in fact developed a taste for blood. And now they are no better than any of the other bloody fingers, obsessed with the spilling of blood. And therefore, they serve the Lord of Blood in another way that they couldn't do as medical professionals. Either way, I went over the war surgeons in depth because Vari played an important role in the dynasty, and that was the taming of the accursed blood, which is the real source and core of the dynasty's power. And so let us explore the accursed blood now. Regardless of how it was done, Mohg's accursed blood has been weaponized and brought under a degree of control by him and his minions, in various ways such as weapons and as a medium for transportation and transmutation. Yet more importantly, the accursed blood is used to bind those who serve the dynasty together. If you complete Vari's questline, then you see the truth of this firsthand. He asks you to pass his finger, and if you watch the animation closely, it looks like he is administering a syringe of something being pierced under your fingernail. And this is in fact reinforced by the bloody finger item description, which describes the fact that something has been injected under your fingernail. After he's done this, he proclaims that we are now bound to Mohg and the rest of his servants, that this operation that he's done to us, that this finger, is what binds us together. If you then examine the bloody finger item that you received during the ceremony, you realise this isn't just a finger, like the one used by the recusants. No, this is in fact your finger, as the item description reads as follows. Glistening blood has been siphoned into the nail of this finger. Its sickly, pale skin feels nothing now, but the nail still itches with the sweetest pain. The fact we still feel the pain of it shows that it is actually ours. And also the illustration does not show a severed finger like the other ones, like the recusant's invasion finger, but in fact shows a finger very much still attached to a hand. It is a powerful marker of brotherhood, bound by a shared blood, the accursed blood of Mohg. It is very symbolic, but also a practical act, administered by one who used to be a surgeon. It is practical because we can now use our bloodied finger to invade other Tarnished at will, over and over and over again. And indeed, the single-use, festering bloody fingers must have been fingers that were afflicted in a similar manner and then lobbed off to be used by loyal fingers. This ability to teleport and invade at will is in line what we can see with other uses of the accursed blood. Both Mohg and the nobles, who I argue are closest to Mohg in their physical form and powers, can travel through blood and blood form, and now as a bloody finger, we can travel through the accursed blood as well. Aside from our bloodied finger that is now gone pale like Omen's skin, we can also see other physical effects that show the blood has really had an effect on our body and is coursing through our veins. For after this ritual, our eyes gain a sickly, reddy, smoky hue, showing that the accursed blood is fully infected our body. Barry is right, this really does bind us to Mohg and the other fingers. We now all literally share the same blood. The bloody fingers themselves are therefore the product of Mohg's accursed blood, and no mere cultists, they have real power. Of course to Mohg they are his pure blood knights of his new order, but to the outside world they are the reviled bloody fingers, blood-crazed fiends. Indeed, Yura, hunter of bloody fingers, describes them as tarnished in thrall to cessblood, that they are no longer in control of their own actions, they are lost to their infected blood. The cessblood being another word for what we now know to be the accursed blood of Mohg. And from what we learned from these Tarnished that serve the bloody fingers, this is a correct assumption in some regards. For example, the infamous Okina. His mass description tells us everything that we need to know about him. Here was a man who became obsessed with the act of battle itself, more than the reasons he had for why he once went to battle, and his journey to become a bloody finger is explained by the Rivers of Blood description, his signature weapon, as it describes a meeting between Okina and Mohg, where it says that Mohg felt Okina's blade. No doubt Okina was attempting to kill Mohg in a blood-fueled frenzy. But instead of Mohg killing him or striking him down or fighting back, he saw an opportunity for a useful tool, and he offered an opportunity far too tempting to a psychopath like Okina. The ability to be a bloody finger, to invade and slake his bloodthirst forevermore, and in return, Mohg would receive his offerings of blood. The famous Eleonora, on the other hand, considered by Yura to be the most dangerous of the bloody fingers, once had a proud legacy as a noble knight, but now her legacy has been tainted by the bloody fingers. No doubt her recent transformation to a bloodthirsty knight has been caused by the dragon communion she has so clearly partaken in. One of the first warnings that we receive from Yura is in fact that dragon communion can lead to a hunger that cannot be sated. Whatever the reasons for wishing it, the bloody fingers seem to be Tarnished who crave battle and death, and in return for spilling blood in Mohg's name, they are granted the ability to invade and seek battle as much as they wish, to sate that hunger, which otherwise would go unrequited. The purpose of the bloody fingers to Mohg is to spill blood that will sate the thirst of Miquella's cocoon, and this is described by the Bloodlore's exaltation. But we'll go into that more later when we look at Miquella in the next part of the video. However, for me, aside from the bloody fingers, it is the sanguine noble that best represents the effect that the accursed blood can have on someone, as they essentially seem to be taking after Mohg in lots of ways. And we've mentioned a few of these again, but I'll go over it again just for the sake of this part of the video. Like Mohg, they can travel through blood, and they seem to be transforming into a sort of pseudo-omen due to the omen infection within the accursed blood. They begin to sport the same type of omen horns that Mohg has, as well as sporting the same pallid skin tone that Mohg has. On a note on the horns, these aren't actually just a part of the outfit that are meant to be symbolic of Mohg or representative of him. If you wear the Sanguine Noble outfit yourself, you will see you do not have those horns. These horns are genuinely a part of the physiology of these blood nobles. Aside from offensive and utility purposes, we can see that the accursed blood has some interesting transformative and mutative powers, and as a case study of that we're going to turn to the putrid blood-soaked mires of the Mohgwyn Palace. As to be expected, as the very foundation of this new empire, it is covered in blood. Even the first holding of the Mohgwyn dynasty is suitably mired in blood. The palace is literally situated in a stinking, festering bog of blood. And now let us read the description of the Swarm of Flies incantation, which gives us a little bit of an insight into this. It reads, "The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood, and these flies are said to have spawned from excrement in that land. Indeed, we find the Mohg palace resting in this stagnant pile of blood, rising above it and casting an ominous but dramatic shadow. The Mohg palace map can once again give us further context as to this location, and what abominable horrors we can expect to find in this blood-drenched land. It reads as follows. "In the lightless depths lies the grave of an ancient civilization. It is here Mohg, the Lord of Blood, is building his palace, to be the seat of his coming dynasty named Mohgwyn, and whatever nightmares that may bring." What nightmares does this map refer to? Well, one needs to only have spent 5 minutes in this horrendous area to understand how nightmarish things can get. Let's first zoom out from the palace though, and have a look at the first instance of the Lord of Blood's corruption that we will most likely find on our journey as a new player, the Rose Church. The signs of the accursed blood is pretty clear here. Firstly, we can see that the whole water in this area is blood-soaked, and the influence of blood, and therefore the Formless Mother and the Lord of Blood, allows a sanguine noble to translate here, to move through the blood and rise through a bloody portal. Second, we see these warty blood growths that we will come to see are pretty symbolic of the accursed blood's influence, as we see them here and quite prominently on lifeforms that have been affected by the accursed blood and in the swamps of Mohg Palace. The blood rose also grows in abundance here, and we can see from their description that these two grow in festering blood, and it is symbolic of Mohg's reign, hence why Vari has incorporated those into his weaponry as a symbolic gesture. What is interesting is that we can use this information to show the fact there's actually the Lord of Blood's influence in Hate Fort, the fort of Kenneth Hate, who he gets us to retake for him from one of the Godric soldiers that have come from Stormvale. Now it seems that this soldier isn't just operating under Godric's orders, but seems to be obsessed with blood. We can see this from the Ash of War that he uses against us, and the fact that there are blood roses growing in this area, again showing that anything that has to do with accursed blood, whether it be a weapon art or anything else, draws the influence of the Lord of Blood and the Formless Mother. So in these two locations I've mentioned, Rose Church and Fort Hate, we can see small, subtle signs of the accursed blood's corruption and a microcosm of what the world might look like under that rule. One final thing of note at the Rose Church is the 3 Albinaurics that we find here. They aren't like the others in the area that are just patrolling the lake. These 3 are standing right outside the church and just staring at it, as if they are mesmerised by its presence. So once again, the Albinaurics find themselves into one of my lore videos. So their presence is significant here at the Rose Church, because a huge amount of Albinaurics have now found themselves enthralled to the Lord of Blood. As we enter the bloody marshlands of the Mohg Palace, we find new versions of Albinaurics, blood-red Albinaurics, who are almost as one with festering marshes and sport unusual blood abilities, such as growing and shooting hardened blood spikes. Even more interestingly is that we see near the entrance of the marshes, we find a group of blood Albinaurics standing over regular Albinaurics. So what is happening here? So I've gone over it a lot, and I'm sure people are aware of this now, but the Albinaurics are a fairly oppressed people, and they don't really have their own place. I'm not going to go into more detail because this video is already ginormous and I could go off on a little bit of a tangent about it, but put it this way, the Albinaurics haven't got a place in the world. So it's no surprise that a hated, hunted, displaced people like Albinaurics could find salvation under the wing of the Lord of Blood, or at the very least it makes them susceptible to corruption by the Lord of Blood, by manipulation by the Lord of Blood. The scene that we are presented with at the entrance to the Blood Marshes, where blood Albinaurics are guarding regular Albinaurics, makes it unclear whether they have come willingly or not, whether they have been captured and brought here, or whether they are simply initiates under guard by the existing blood Albinaurics. But given the positioning of the Albinaurics at the Rose Church, I would, to me, suggest that they are enticed to come here for whatever reason, but when they come here they are essentially put under the control of existing blood Albinaurics. Yet how do Albinaurics transform into the bloody variant? Well, again, I'll refer to the most quoted item across all of my lore videos, the Albinauric Blood Clot, where we learn that they are an artificial life form created by man, and they seem to have a malleable clay-like quality to them, which is why they bleed white fluid when we hit them. In my opinion, inductee Albinaurics are then made to soak in the accursed, festering blood of the swamp, absorbing the accursed blood of Mohg into their malleable bodies, turning them into fearsome, devoted, berserk warriors of the dynasty. These are the foot soldiers, these are the pawns of his new force. They're making up the numbers. We can definitely see the influence of Mohg upon them. We can see clearly that the accursed blood has physically afflicted them, transforming their skin. But not only that, they can produce blood abilities from their malleable bodies. They can form blood spikes and fire them at us. And aside from that, most interestingly to me, is they are also being affected by the Omen infection. At the top of their little heads, you can see Omen horns just poking out of the top. Again, the Omen blood is infecting these Albinaurics as well as regular humans. Mohg has now turned a lost, oppressed people into a fearsome group of foot soldiers. Indeed, there are an extraordinary number of Albinaurics in the swamps, and I wonder if Ofnir would laugh if he faced 1500 Albinaurics at once. Aside from the Albinaurics, we see that there is a cursed blood in the swamp that has altered other life forms, and they can provide fearsome warbeast and defences for Mohg's dynasty. The already horrendous monstrous crows have been afflicted by the accursed blood. The warts that we identified earlier at the Rose Church are pretty present across these crows' body, again showing that they are now one with the dynasty. They share the blood of the dynasty. They have been warped by the accursed blood. Also present in the swamp are the bloodhounds. These are ones that we find in great numbers in the swamp and again are covered in the warts of the accursed blood, again showing them to be afflicted by the accursed blood, making them into fearsome warbeasts that cause horrendous bleed, as I'm sure you have all experienced at one point or another. We for sure know that these dogs are to be used as warhounds for the dynasty, as Esgar himself uses them when he fights us in his battle as if they are his trained dogs. The swamp itself is even transformed. It is volatile and dangerous, with blood geysers bursting out of the surface, scalding anyone unfortunate to be caught within its radius. Hopefully the crows. We already discussed the Swarm of Flies incantation, but let's look at it again when looking at the nature of the accursed blood. For the description of this incantation suggests that these deadly, bloodthirsty flies have actually spawned from the bloody mire surrounding the palace, specifically being grown in the blood-tinged excrement of the area. This seems like an almost perversion of the natural order of things. There is a new cycle of life found within the cessblood-afflicted beasts of the area. These cessblood-affected beasts produce festering bloody excrement, an item we can find all over the area, and the item description of this blood-tainted excrement reads as follows. The bloody excrement of a carnivorous beast, material used for crafting items, found in the land of the new dynasty. Mixed inside with half-digested flesh are a dense colony of tiny eggs of unknown but assuredly revolting origin. The accursed blood warps even the natural world, creating new nightmarish bloodletting creatures that would normally just be a natural part of the normal life cycle. They exist within their own blood-tainted ecosystem. Now one understands the nightmares that the Dynasty of Blood would bring, as described by the Mohgwyn Palace map. Imagine this is a microcosm, a slideshow of what the world would be like under the reign of the Lord of Blood and the Formless Mother, a hideous mutation of the existing world, where blood-tainted beasts fight each other, eat each other, and even horrible flies are born from their excrement that thirst for the blood of others. However, to reach that goal, that absolute paradise that we're all dreaming of, then Mohg's central piece, central pawn, must really come into play, for it is Miquella, the unalloyed, that is central to Mohg's design, and it is he that we will ride upon to our new era with the Blood Lord. So now let us turn to Miquella, the potential blood god. The secret at the heart of the Blood Dynasty is one that has taxed Ofnir for so long. The truth is that Miquella, the unalloyed, is now a permanent guest of the Lord of Blood. And indeed, in the opening cinematic to the game, we do see Mohg carrying the infant Miquella under his arm. We get hints that it is Mohg who has taken Miquella throughout various dialogues and item descriptions, even before we come face to face with the truth ourselves. For example, after you defeat Malenia, after 13,000 tries, and find the Halig tree as a husk, and report back to Ofnir, he says the following.
I heard speculation Miquella embedded himself in the Halig tree. But, before he could finish, someone cut the tree open and absconded with his infant form. Indeed, it seems those words held weight.
So even here, Ofnir is hinting the fact that someone took him, and we later find out that someone to be Mohg, for reasons that we will discuss. Regardless, Mohg snatched Miquella in his infant form, as per the words of Ofnir, and this is the childlike form we see in the opening cinematic cradled in Mohg's arm. It is clear that Miquella then becomes the central piece to Mohg's design, and he is intensely focused on keeping Miquella to himself and protected, for he is the most important part of the dynasty. This is made evident by the description of the Pureblood Knight's medal, which reads, "Used to be granted audience with Mohg, only it is not time, for Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient, the new dynasty is nigh." The term divinity shows how Mohg views Miquella, a potential god. Not only that, but it seems to be directly linked to the coming of the dynasty, which Mohg considers to still be going through the process of birthing. Mohg doesn't consider the dynasty to be real, it doesn't consider the order that he's building to have come to fruition until Miquella rises as a new god. These such motivations of Mohg are expanded upon from the Remembrance of the Blood Lord, which reads as follows. Remembrance of Mohg, Lord of Blood, hewn into the Erdtree. Wishing to raise Miquella to full godhood, Mohg wished to become his consort, taking the role of monarch. But no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber he tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. The Formless Mother wants a blood god, much as all outer gods want, so they can have a vessel for their power on the mortal plane. With Mohg ruling at his side, Miquella would become the new god for the Formless Mother, much as Godfrey once stood at the side of Marika as the Greater Will's ruling dynasty. And in this we can see why Mohg doesn't consider the dynasty to have been complete or fulfilled until we have a god, a blood god, Miquella, rising as the blood god, because ultimately Mohg's aims are the Formless Mother's aims. They want to replace the current order with a blood order, and this can only be achieved when a new ruling body is in place, a lord and their god. In this, the Formless Mother and Mohg could not have chosen a better Empyrean to raise to godhood. There is something special about Miquella. He is a character we have zero interaction with, and yet we feel his effects all around us. He appears to be one of the most influential and powerful characters in the game. Malenia, who herself is exceptionally powerful, seems to see Miquella as some higher potential for godhood, as her armour description quotes from her, and she says the following: "My brother will keep his promise. He possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all." Miquella is of course deserving of his own video, but suffice it to say that Miquella's power seems to be his allure, the loyalty he aspires, and the exceptional wisdom that he displays that is at odds with his childlike appearance. Through his unalloyed gold, he seems to have the remarkable and unmatched ability to actually resist the influence of the outer gods. This is something that we learn from the description of Miquella's needle, which tells us that it was crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. And we can actually see that this is true if we use it on ourselves and remove the influence of the frenzied flame, therefore removing the meddling of the outer god of the frenzied flame. How many more of the Demi-Gods or Empyreans look beyond their own selfish desires to develop such impressive tools to help others? None are like Miquella, who many see as the defender of the meek and the dispossessed, and aside from anything else, he can actually challenge the outer gods. So it is no shock that this is the god that Mohg and the Formless Mother want to use as their figurehead for their new blood dynasty. As the god of the Mohgwyn dynasty, he would bring the accursed blood to new exceptionally powerful levels, and Mohg would be able to rule as the monarch, almost unopposed in the current world. Regardless, it is plain to see that Mohg is trying to grow and warp Miquella into a full god, yet not naturally as Miquella probably would have intended. We know from Ofnir's dialogue that Miquella had embedded himself in the Halig tree for whatever reason, but that Mohg ripped him out before he could finish what he was doing. For me, looking around the Halig tree, we see these other cocoons that are looking like Miquella's cocoons. So I would say that Miquella's cocoon is not the work of Mohg, but was in fact the natural process of Miquella to try and grow himself to full godhood, perhaps to help his sister. But again, that is a story for another time. But regardless, I see the cocoon as Miquella's design. What I see as Mohg's design is the fact that it is split open prematurely, and now Mohg is tainting him with a little bit of blood, for we see that this is in fact the desire of Mohg through the Lord of Blood's exaltation, a talisman that quotes from Mohg himself directly, and it reads as follows: "Render up your offerings of blood to your lord, drench my consort's chamber, slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty." This neatly explains the role of the Bloody Fingers, or the Pureblood Knights, quote unquote. The spilling of blood, as far as Mohg is concerned, is what will feed his cocoon's growth, and using blood specifically to slate the cocoon is of course an attempt to guide Miquella's development into a god to a god of blood specifically, warping the unalloyed's form, dousing his growing flesh with festering blood. Again, Mohg seems to believe that the awakening of this blood god will herald the age of the Mohgwyn dynasty, as if it actually needs the god for it to be a legitimate dynasty. As I explained, this is because the aim of the dynasty isn't just to be a dynasty in the normative sense, it is to replace the ruling dynasty of the Erdtree as the dynasty of the world, and for that, it needs the power of a god. This is why Miquella is so important to Mohg. While we can't, confirm that he has actually any real emotional attachment to Miquella, it would obviously be one way given that Miquella has been entirely unconscious the whole time, but regardless, we know that Mohg is really focused on Miquella. We get this from the kind of way he spits at us, Miquella is mine and mine alone, when he kills us during the boss fight, and we know that the fact that he has hidden Miquella down here in the depths and is keeping it secret from even the likes of Ofnir, who generally knows most things, shows that he is wanting to keep his claws very much firmly dug into Miquella. This is the centrepiece of his designs. Without Miquella, there is no Mohgwyn dynasty. And indeed, he takes his role as Miquella's consort seriously, even if there has been no relationship actually established between Miquella and Mohg. It is a position he is forced upon Miquella himself. Indeed, he goes as far as playing the role of consort to share the chambers with his lord, and we see this described in the Pure Blood Knight's medal. The bedchambers, as we see from the Bloodlord's exaltation, is of course Miquella's cocoon, and we do in fact see that Mohg is sharing these chambers with his lord, slumbering next to the divinity as we enter the boss room. After our chapter on reviewing the accursed blood and the transformative and transmutative abilities of it, it should be clear what happens at the onset of the boss fight in the initial cinematic. Mohg is in blood form inside the cocoon, so he can actually fit inside these bedchambers, before he detects our presence and pours out into the floor, reforming himself in his corporeal form, and apologises to Miquella for having to leave him by himself for a while he battles us. This is how he shares the cocoon, the bedchambers, with his lord. He sleeps there in blood form. Yet it seems this entire time, despite the way that Mohg speaks to Miquella and everything else, Miquella has been slumbering the whole time. This is what we get from the remembrance of the Bloodlord, where we get that he's had no response from Miquella, and the fact that Ofnir actually uses the term slumbering specifically when describing the way that Miquella is at this moment. Despite Miquella's incredible powers, I do believe that he is currently defenceless, caught in some kind of slumbering process that he began not knowing he'd be kidnapped and he cannot waken from, and he is actually being corrupted by the fact his cocoon's been cracked open and he's been corrupted by the accursed blood of Mohg, just as the Lord of Blood and the Formless Mother most likely desire. Indeed, the shining unalloyed of myth looks a little worse for wear, and at the same time it does appear that he has indeed grown. Yet when he awakes, what will he be? I think it's clear that Miquella's journey will be fully dealt with later on, and later content. This room is so weirdly empty after Mohg's death and Miquella is just there. It feels like he's there for an interactable purpose, but as of now, we cannot interact at all. So I'm sure we'll learn more of Miquella's fate and what's been happening to him since he's been poisoned by Mohg all this time. And the way that Ofnir talks about the fact that everything should be fine if he doesn't wake from his slumber suggests that Ofnir suspects that Miquella will be something terrible when he awakens, and this is no doubt a result of the interference and meddling by the Lord of Blood and the Formless Mother. Whenever he awakes, it is clear looking at his pallid skin and his sickly demeanour that Mohg has been at least to a degree successful in changing the unalloyed. And yet, ultimately, Mohg never gets the chance to see if his god of blood will be as he imagined, whether he will be able to use him to raise up his Mohgwyn dynasty, because we come to the palace ourselves, drawing Mohg out from his captive's bedchamber, before destroying him and ending his dynasty before it began. Like the majority of Outer Gods, it seems as though the Formless Mother wished to supplant the Order of Grace with her own Order of Blood, with a God of Blood and a Lord of Blood replacing the current gods and lords of the Erdtree. We have glimpsed at what this future may bring: bogs of festering blood, warped wildlife that craves blood, and bloated, bloodthirsty flies that thrive in every cistern. A nightmarish land, ruled over by the Lord of Blood and his puppet god. A harrowing future that will now never come to pass. Well, maybe. Once again, I just want to give a thank you to anyone who's watched these compilation videos. I did not expect them to get the support that they did, and so I'm eternally grateful for everyone for watching. It's been a nice reflective process for me reviewing all of my work from the past 2 years on Elden Ring. It really just puts into perspective how much lore there is in this incredible game, and once again it's because of you guys that I'm able to do this as my full-time job, and I will continue to do so as long as there's an audience. Again, just a massive shout out to the Elden Ring lore community, especially those whose work has influenced my own who I've referenced throughout this video. And of course, a massive shout out once again to From Software for creating this incredible universe. And again, thank you to you for watching these extremely long compilation videos. Going ahead, I'm really now reinvigorated to get back into Elden Ring lore. There's certain subjects I'd like to do again, as well as new subjects I think I'll touch upon. But until next time guys, I will see you in the lands between. Take care and have a wonderful evening.